It is draft day for the Toronto Raptors and for several teams in the NBA. This live is going to be a joint live. It is going to be my NBA 2026 NBA Big Board Final Edition, and it is also going to be a draft watch party. The show will transition around 7:45 to the new graphic and the new headline, at which point you might see something like this come up on the board, and that is going to be the 2-minute timer. That's going to happen a couple times tonight. But right now, let's go through the big board. And this big board is publicly available, it is also flashing on the bottom of your screen. As prospects get picked tonight, I will wipe that down and you will have your very own Jay Billis's best available. This is going to be a fun night. Now, let's just be honest. Yes, please follow the advice of the ever wise sage Josh Dimitri and like the video. I am coming into this live after a pretty weird day. Okay. So I am looking forward to enjoying this night with you. I'm looking forward to popping a beer at some point around the Raptors draft pick. I'm looking forward to having my heart torn out of my chest as the Raptors pass on the prospect that I've been pushing all the way through. But I'm looking forward to finding out at long last, after months of college evaluation, who the Toronto Raptors will pick, where AJ DeBosa will go, what the Atlanta Hawks will do. The league got a major shakeup last night via the Giannis trade. Okay. Very, very big for the Eastern Conference and specifically the teams competing with the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat now have $20 million to complete their roster, which includes, by the way, re-signing Norman Powell. So they're probably not going to be able to re-sign Norman Powell. And that roster looks a little bit like weird to me. This night could also feature a trade, a very big trade for the Toronto Raptors. It has been long rumored that the Toronto Raptors are looking to shop RJ Barrett tonight. And as we know, sometimes draft night is the night where trades actually go down. Several major trades, including the one for Julius Randle, Nick Claxton, obviously the Ayo Dosunmu extension, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Tyler Hero. A lot of big names have already changed places. And per my money, there are no easy games in the Eastern Conference. And the Eastern Conference is suddenly very large. There's a lot of big players in the Eastern Conference right now. Anthony Davis coming over from the Dallas Mavericks last year, going over to the Washington Wizards. We don't know where he's going to be. The Boston Celtics are apparently looking tonight to shop Jaylen Brown, who looks to be pretty scorned after being dangled for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And yes, there are a lot of people who have dogs in this race. Phylon, Corey, Stirtz. I will tell you, no player in this draft moved up my board over the last 2 weeks since I published my last board, which may have been a week and a half ago, than number 5 on my board. And it's going to be a pretty surprising name. No, it's not who you think it is. It's not Bennett Stirtz. I haven't lost my mind. But let's get into this. So at 55, I'm just my board is 55 deep. Okay. The Raptors have the 50th pick and the 19th pick. I'm not going past 55. This is a very weak draft beyond 35, 38 or 39. This draft falls apart pretty badly. So at 55, I have 55 and 54. I have a pair of Purdue Boilermakers in Fletcher Lawyer and Braden Smith. At 53, I have Trey Kaufman-Wren from also the Purdue Boilermakers. I have 3 Purdue guys going at the bottom. How'd that happen? I have no idea. At 52, I have Bryce Hopkins. At 51, I have Keyshawn Hall. I will give a more detailed analysis for all of my first round grades, but these are all second round grades for me. Kadir Copeland from the North Carolina State Wolfpack. He is one of 2 North Carolina guys on my board. Dylan Mitchell, St. John's. Watched a lot of St. John's in preparation for this draft. Dylan Mitchell makes my grade at 49. Jacoby Gillespie, I think I'm a little bit lower on Jacoby than many other people, but Tennessee Volunteers, point guard goes at 48. Ryan Conwell at 47 from the Louisville Cardinals. Onyensu at 46. I can be negotiated up all the way to 36, depending on how a few things break for him. But at this point, he's pretty raw. I have him at 46. I think this is going to be a bit of a nothing burger. Higher than consensus is Nate Biddle for me. At 45, I understand a lot of people don't like him, and there's a very good chance he might not get drafted. But yes, Tarris Reed is at 44. There is a possibility that the Raptors pick Tarris Reed, and I have mud all over my face. This might be a little bit lower. Rafael Castro at 43, Malik Brown at 42, Otega away at 41, Jack Kyle at 40, Alex Caravan at 39, Milos Uzan at 38. I have Emmanuel Sharp a little bit lower than I would have liked to have him at 37. I just didn't have quite the balls to put him at 32 like I wanted to. Tyler Bilodeau at 43, at 36, Trevon Brazil at 35. I have Malik Thomas at 34, a bit of a riser and could potentially. No ceilings is saying the Raptors are interested in Tyrese Reed at 19. Please, God, let it not be the case. Not my favorite player. 44 on your big board, you will not be happy if that transpires. It really depends on who's available on the board at the time and what the Raptors' rationale was. Now, obviously, I got a little bit higher on Tyrese Reed, and then I ended up bumping him right back down to where he was before. I can be negotiated up to 30 if some stuff if there's a little bit more shooting potential than I'm thinking right now. But right now, this is a paint big. Okay, this is a guy who operates inside of 10 feet. And as much as I can be swayed on some of the potential, there is bits and pieces of maybe Isaiah Hartenstein in there, maybe Ivica Zubac, more Ivica Zubac. Samson Folk said he heard the Raptors are into Cenac, Anderson, and Stirtz. I've heard similar things, so I'm actually very interested to see where those guys land up on my board. At 33, sharpshooter from the Duke Blue Devils, Isaiah Evans. I think this is a microwave scorer with zero conscience. 32, probably higher than most people have him, is Baba Miller. A big point forward who can play some center, who has a lot of shooting concerns, but has had seasons where he's shot it a little bit. If the Raptors can figure out the jump shooting, he has a viable future. Richie Saunders, you'll have to be a little bit patient. There's no world, 12 months ago, I did not think Richie Saunders would be anywhere close to the first round for me. But so many prospects ended up going back to college that a guy who probably would have gone 47th, 48th in this draft ends up vaulting all the way to 31. My first round grade is for Bruce Thornton, a tough-minded, very heady point guard who showed a lot of growth in his few years at the with the Iowa State Buckeyes. Lower than consensus is Kareem Lopez, who I genuinely believe will not have a lot of success in the NBA. Now, I'm rooting for Kareem. Obviously, being the first Mexican ever picked in the first round is going to be a big deal, and I certainly hope that happens for him. There's obviously an outside chance that he falls into the second round. That probably isn't likely. There's a good chance he goes 26 to 28, 29. But early buzz about him potentially being the 13th or 14th pick, I feel is overblown. If he goes before the Raptors pick, I will consider it a massive blessing. If he ends up being the Raptors pick, I have a million questions, and I don't know if I'm going to like any of the answers. At 28, we have North Carolina Tar Heels big man Henri Visar. I think this is one of the best shooting big men that I have ever evaluated. And he has a good, competent, scoring package around the rim. He shot 61% from the field, showed pretty good growth. I don't like his movement patterns. He needs to put up a lot of weight, but this is going to be a very viable role player on day one. And I think he can help a team at the end of the first round that's looking for some center production and a little bit of spacing from that position. Joshua Jefferson, from the Iowa State Cyclones, a man-child, if I've ever seen one, a little bit undersized to play a traditional 5 role, but I think he makes up for it with a bit of length. Heady, very good passer, unbelievable passer, actually. Like, we're talking advanced reads, we're talking manipulation, we're talking behind the backs. It's not just flash, it's a lot of function. This is a player who knows how to play the game. The question at this point in the draft really is, how much are you willing to invest in terms of equity, time, and resources into teaching someone how to play the game? And how much do you believe in just raw potential? Do you believe that you can fix Koa Pete's jump shooting form? I think that will largely depend on your intel. I think that'll depend on how coachable you think he is. If you think there's something functionally wrong with how he shoots the basketball and it's not fixable, I mean, this is a guy who shot 35% from three for the Arizona Wildcats, but he did not get guarded very much out there. And the athletic potential is there. Now, I genuinely could go as high as 18 on Koa Pete. I'm probably higher in Koa Pete than a lot of people right now. I've seen second round grades for Koa Pete. I've seen people who cover the Raptors saying, look, I can get on board with like 8 guys for the Raptors, but I cannot get on board with Koa Pete. I understand the concerns. Understand that basketball is more than jump shooting. Okay. Basketball is feel, athleticism. And this is a guy who has great feel. He's a great cutter. He is a phenomenal athlete. He is a man child, and he is going to move people around. As a true freshman at 19 years old, he was a man among boys at the collegiate level. And I don't see that changing in the NBA. I don't think he's just going to get bodied. I think he has some viable potential as a pretty good defender at the NBA level. I think he's going to be a really good transition player. And honestly, I could see a world in which the Raptors pick him at 19, and I'm a little bit confused, but I'm not upset. Sergio De La Rey, a combo forward from Spain, a really interesting bet on upside and development and feel. Okay, this is a guy, once again, just like Joshua Jefferson, who just knows how to play the game at a very good level and may remind you at times of a guy like Gravis Vasquez. At 24, St. John's big man, Zuby Ejiofor. If you're into undersized bigs who throw their weight around, who cut well, who are good passers, who are good rebounders, who are efficient around the rim, who can flash a little bit of shooting potential, I think Zuby Ejiofor is your guy. If you're looking for guys who handled a huge load in college and can transition forward, Zuby Ejiofor is your guy. Bits and pieces of Adem Bona. There's bits and pieces of Isaiah Stewart in there. This is a guy who's probably going to be a 10-year NBA pro, and I would pretty much guarantee that he's going to be in the NBA or at a high level of professional basketball for a very long time. This guy loves to hoop. He is a big boy, has good wingspan, really good functional athleticism, not an explosive leaper by any means, but definitely there's potential there. Santa Clara freshman Alan Graves, the analytics darling, who was earlier in this draft cycle getting a lot of lottery buzz. I think that's cooled off a lot. He didn't really test very well as an athlete. I think the jump shot is a little bit funky. He is funky. He is a very funky basketball player. This is a player who you're going to have to really squint your eyes to understand that you really don't see players like this every day. His defense is what is going to get him drafted. It's not necessarily his athleticism, it's his feel and his defense, his hands, his feet, his functional, reads, his hand-eye coordination, and basically a lot of things that frankly have made players very successful in the NBA. If you tell me Alan Graves ends up being an all-star, I'll be very surprised, but I'm not completely like it's impossible. There's a pathway here. What's difficult with the Graves, acquaintance evaluation is just judging the tape for what it is. Didn't play the strongest competition, played a role off the bench, not a huge role in terms of creation, but he was phenomenally productive in his minutes. He shot it reasonably well, even though I don't think the jump shot is necessarily NBA ready, or I don't think the teams are going to guard him out there. He's a guy who's shown touch. He's a guy who's shown feel. And he's a guy who's shown that he just has a very advanced game for a guy who's 19 years old. Seems very confident in his own skin. Seems like a great interview from everything I read about him and all the interviews I watched of him. I genuinely walked away thinking this is a really cool guy whose entire family plays basketball, and everything that this guy thinks about and dreams about is basketball. So, he's definitely a good bet to be a really good role player. Probably lower than a lot of people have him. I have concerns about the jump shooting, and I have concerns about, the age relative to production for Dalen Swain. This, a lot of people have compared Dalen Swain to RJ Barrett, especially in the Raptors context. I'll draw two clear distinctions between the two. Number one, he is definitely, in my opinion, a better ball handler at the same age than RJ Barrett. This guy's handle is on a yo-yo string. He manipulates defenses in really tight quarters. He finds his way to the rim at will, but it's very different than the way RJ does it. RJ does it through grinding and through bumps. He does it through like exploiting gaps. And I think that's very different. Number two, he's not a bad defender. He had moments where he was a dog defensively, and he has really good skills. So if this is the pick for the Raptors, I'm not upset about it at all. I think the jump shooting is workable. Moving up to 21, Chris Cenac Jr. Probably have a lot more to say about Chris than any other prospect because I've probably spent the most time watching Chris, other than Bennett Stirtz, than anyone in this draft. That's not true. AJ Bonsa, definitely the guy I have spent the most time watching, but Chris Cenac is not that far behind. The Houston Cougars were a very interesting team to watch because they have many, many NBA players. JoJo Tugler is not in this draft, but he will be draft eligible next year. He opted to go back, but Milos Suzan, um, Emmanuel Sharp, Kingston Fleming, who was one of my favorite, guys in this draft, and also Chris Cenac. Chris came into this year as the 6th ranked prospect per RSI, and for good reason. He's a phenomenally talented player. He has insane athletic potential. He is a man child at 19 years old. He's a true freshman, and he has game. He has skill. If you squint hard enough, you'll see shades of Khalil Ware, bits and pieces of Julius Randle. There's bits and pieces of sometimes a little bit of Chris Bosh, sometimes a little bit of Bam Adebayo, a little bit of Anthony Davis. Like there's shades throughout. Sometimes when you see him in transition and he puts up one of those like nice little crisscross, fadeaways, you start thinking, this guy looks like an all-star on the right night. Unfortunately for Chris, and this is going right back to high school, he's honestly, his worst is the worst. Like his worst game, if you watch Chris Cenac on his worst game, he's probably like a mid-second rounder. I'll say this. He shot 39% in their wins. Okay. He rebounded like a madman. Like he was one of the best rebounders in collegiate basketball. He put on weight in all the right places without losing any of the quickness. And if the Raptors pick Chris Cenac at 19, I will trust that this is a guy who has a great synergistic fit next to Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles. Number one, I really buy the jump shot. Some people don't. I don't know why. The form is perfectly fine. He shoots it confident. He has an abundance of confidence. I spent last night watching a 30-minute interview with him, a podcast with him, where he was talking about his big basketball dreams. And whether you believe it or not, people are willing to tell you just about anything at this point. Whether you believe that he's going to become an all-star, whether you think he's going to become Anthony Davis or Giannis Antetokounmpo, the two players he said that he was looking forward to playing the most, whether you think that this is a guy who's probably going to be, I don't know, like a bust, there's a really good chance he's a bust. There's a good chance that he becomes Jackson Hayes or some worse version of that. There is a good chance that this guy is Skal Labissiere, and this is the player that the Raptors passed up on to pick Pascal Siakam. I believe that the Toronto Raptors have very heavily weighted production at the collegiate level. They picked Malachi Flynn. He was insanely productive. They picked David Johnson. They picked Delano Banton. They picked Scotty Barnes. Every one of these players would dwarf Chris Cenac in terms of actual production and stuff that they've done at the collegiate level. But here's what Chris did that I think goes a little bit underrated. He improved. He improved significantly throughout the year. He did what he was asked to do. His coach loves him. Now, I think that if there's no mental red flags, the worst version of this probably turns into Channing Frye meets Quentin Post. That's the worst version of this if there are no red flags mentally. You know what Channing Frye and Quentin Post represent to me? A really positive center outcome as a backup big for the Toronto Raptors. So at worst, unless there's some really big red flags in terms of character, work ethic, or, just his mental makeup, which I don't necessarily see, I think at worst, he's a really serviceable big off the bench who will take a couple of years to get there, but is physically capable right now of giving you 10 minutes of hustle, energy, strong cutting. Number two, I think his defense at the rim was actually very good. He altered shots at the rim. He didn't block them, fine. But his large looming presence, he just has to put his hands up. He has a crazy standing reach, a 7'5" wingspan. You bet on this type of talent and this type of size. The Toronto Raptors, if nothing else, have been consistent with one thing, a ratio which, by the way, goes right back to the 2006 draft, which is size to skill ratio. They picked up Hito Turkoglu, big guy, right? Big guy with a lot of skill. Jorge Garbajosa, big guy with a lot of skill. Andrea Bargnani, big guy with a lot of skill. Chris Bosh, big guy with a lot of skill in 2004. The Toronto Raptors, if nothing else, have been a very big believer in two types of players. One, undersized guards, and two, big guys who have a lot of skill. Scotty Barnes is a big guy with a lot of skill. Colin Murray Boyles is a 250-pound guy with a lot of defensive chops and a lot of skill. Pascal Siakam was a big guy with a lot of skill. I think Chris Cenac is a big guy with a ton of skill. Okay, a ton of skill. He can do everything on the court, and that's his problem, quite frankly. That he can do so many things that sometimes Chris Cenac gets really confused about what he's supposed to do. And that might be the biggest question about Chris Cenac is, does he know how to play basketball? It's a really strange thing to ask about a guy who's about to turn into a professional basketball player is, does he know how to play basketball? My honest evaluation on this is no, he doesn't know how to play basketball. Chris Cenac is a really weird Rubik's Cube that you have to solve if you're Darko Rajakovic and the Raptors coaching staff. This is not a Cam Johnson coming out of college. This is not a Dalen Swain. This is not an Alan Graves. This is a 7-foot paint your own adventure type of big. He can block shots better than he showed at college. I don't think the block rate is necessarily as concerning. He acknowledges it. Cameron Carr, Kingston Flemings, a lot of people have spoken very highly of Chris Cenac. I think there was another player as well. I think I tweeted it earlier. Like, prospects were asked today, who's your favorite player in this draft? And Cameron Carr was like, Chris Cenac, of course, Chris Cenac. Who else said it? It was another guy from Louisiana who said it. I can't remember who. But anyways, I think if Chris Cenac is the pick at 19, I am cautiously very optimistic. Okay, because that means the Raptors evaluated the intel. I'll say one more thing about Chris. The Raptors have an insane degree of trust in the Houston program because it produced Jamal Shead. Jamal Shead is still tight with that program. Kelvin Sampson wrote glowing reviews. He probably has not given glowing reviews to Chris Cenac because he expected Chris back. In large part, I have a theory, and this is a weird theory, and it's the same theory I had with Carter Bryant last year, which is sometimes college programs deliberately suppress the statistical output of a freshman in order for them to come back. I felt this happen with Carter Bryant last year. Arizona fans were up in arms. Why does Carter Bryant now play more? Why does Carter Bryant now play more? If Carter Bryant can play in the NBA Finals, granted sparingly, if Carter Bryant can play in the NBA, if Carter Bryant can go dominate in the G League, why could he not play in front of some of the players that they had on Arizona last year? So to me, it just comes down to this. I think, and this is just a theory here, that Kelvin Sampson saw a 2 to 3 year vision for Chris Cenac in Houston. I think when Chris signed that offer sheet to go to play for Houston, I think they saw it as a project that they were going to build him up slowly. And Chris Cenac saw the vision and said, "Fuck it, I'm out of here. I can make some money right now, and I'm going to go do it. And I can, test my pro game, right now." I think this is a guy who's going to benefit tremendously from Darko Rajakovic. If he ends up being on the Toronto Raptors, at the end of tonight, consider me cautiously optimistic. As I said, number 20, Nate Ament. Nate is going to go top 13. Allegedly, he has a promise at 10 from the Bucks. The Bucks now have 2 picks, 10 and 13. Nate Ament is the other side of the coin with Chris Cenac. The difference between the two is Nate has a phenomenal level up in terms of feel, whereas Chris has the phenomenal level up in terms of top-end athletic potential. Nate is not a great athlete, but he is a very, very good athlete for a 6'10" guy. He came into this draft cycle as the 5th ranked player in this draft, right ahead of Chris Cenac. This is exactly where he ends up right now. The shooting is very much better than what he showed. I think, with with fewer games in college, sometimes it's a little bit strange to over-index for a 30-game sample. Sometimes guys just have a poor shooting stretch, right? I'm sure Steph Curry has shot below 36% over a 30-game stretch. That doesn't mean he's a 36% three-point shooter. Chris Cenac did not look very efficient, but once again, Nate Ament did not look insanely efficient, but once again, this is a guy who put on weight. He got better as the season went on for the Tennessee Volunteers, and the best version of this guy is probably a really good starter. I see shades of Zachary Risacher. I see shades of Kyle Kuzma. There's a lot to be said about his floor because his floor is absolutely bust. His floor is can't get onto the NBA level, can't deal with the physicality, can't deal with the speed, can't deal with the shooting efficiency. doesn't progress enough as a shooter, but he's a really good passer. And I think that enough, at that size is going to be enough to get him drafted in the top 20 and presumably also in the top 18 or top 13. At 19, we have LeBaron Philon out of Alabama. Now, I've gone back and forth on LeBaron. I've had a grade as high as 9 throughout this cycle. I've gone as low as 22. I wind up at 19. This doesn't mean that I want the Raptors to draft him. Don't take him being at 19 on my board to mean that I want the Raptors to draft him. It just means that I wouldn't be upset about it. And honestly, from this point on, from Chris Cenac up, I'm not really upset at any of these picks for the Raptors. A little bit confused about the Taurus Reed, would be really confused about, someone like, oh, I don't know, Alan Graves, Zuby Ejiofor would be fine. Sergio De La Reo would be a bit of a reach. But I think LeBaron Philon would be a lot of what the Raptors need. We did a show with Cheap Seats 73. Shout outs to Cheap Seats. He was doing his live earlier. He said LeBaron Philon had some of the best feet in this draft. I'm totally there with him. And he's also a really good shooter, very shifty, really good playmaker. And this is just a guy who fits a lot of what you need. I mean, the Raptors got hunted because teams were able, especially the Cavaliers in the playoffs, they were able to look off Jamal Shed. They were able to look off RJ Barrett. They were able to look off, some of the other players on this team. And you already have so many spacing concerns with Scotty and CMB that adding a player who shot 40% from three last year would be a welcome sign to the Raptors' overall shooting. I've talked about guard room a lot. We just saw Jalen Brunson, Jose Alvarado, and guys like that, Landry Shamet, win the NBA championship as a really strong backcourt. And, Deuce McBride is sometimes lost in that shuffle because of how well Jose Alvarado did and because Jose is a New York guy and he came up so big in the clutch. But Deuce McBride is a part of that too. Well, if you're talking about adding a third guard to Emmanuel Quickley and, okay, let's consider Jacoby Walter a guard. Emmanuel Quickley, Jacoby Walter, Jamal Shed. I think LeBaron Philon really fits that because he does what the other three really don't do. He combines a tremendous amount of ball handling, skill, shooting, pull-up jump shooting into that package. I think there are players that are slightly better than him. And so, I think the concern really with LeBaron is the size. It is, he's a little bit taller, but he is very slight of frame. I'm getting fears about guys like Rob Dillingham, although he is not Rob Dillingham. I'm getting fears about guys like Rob Dillingham. Darius Garland, as good as he is now, he struggled immensely in year one. He's going to have to commit. So if I'm drafting LeBaron Philon, I am giving him a key to the gym, and then I am taking the key away and I am locking him in the gym and saying, pump iron, my friend. This is a guy who needs to get stronger. He is not a quick twitch, necessarily the greatest athlete. He's not a big vertical athlete. This is not a Buka Okori in terms of first step and burst and shift, but he is just very patient at probing his spots. And he has all-star upside here. And I think every player from this point on has sneaky, could be a one-time all-star or more type of potential. And speaking of insane athletic potential, at number 18, I end up with Cameron Carr. Now, the aforementioned Cheap Seats has Cameron Carr all the way at 7 on his board. I've seen people as high as 5 on Cameron Carr. I've also seen Cameron Carr as low as 27. It's really one of the most polarizing prospects. And I'm not really sure why he's so polarizing because I think his game is pretty straightforward. This is a guy who's a straight line driver. He's a guy with a ton of athletic upside. He is one of the best athletes that E3, at P3 this year. Great burst, great vertical pop, great first step, but not a great degree of shift in his game. Little bit high hipped, really slight of frame at 21, almost 21 years old right now. He's played enough college basketball at this point where I'm starting to think, is this guy always going to be like 195 pounds? He has the game of a small forward, or I would argue a combo forward, in the package or the size of a shooting guard. He does not necessarily have guard skills. I don't find him to be a necessarily compelling playmaker, passer, but in transition, he's a demon. As a shot blocker, as a weak side shot blocker, as a passing lane disruptor, as a gap help guy, he could be compelling. He has some, just like Chris Cenac, there's that Link Academy link to Jacoby Walter, but all three guys went to Link Academy. I could see a world in which Cameron Carr goes a little bit higher than this, but I think when you look at a guy who's 6'4" with his athletic upside, his potential, the season that he had, the way that he shot, how awful that Baylor offense was, outside of him. I'm not really a big Tunde Yesufu fan either. You look at the context that he was in, you consider his tenacity attacking the rim. Given his size and frame, you do wonder what this guy could do with a little bit more strength. And of course, the Raptors have a little bit of a proof of concept here with Jacoby Walter. I don't think he's Jacoby Walter, though. I think he's at the same stage a much better shooter than Jacoby. But ironically, I think Jacoby's a better defender. And at least I felt that way when I evaluated Jacoby. Jacoby was the 17th player on my board or 16th player the year that we drafted him. And I was upset we drafted him because Yves Nisi was 12 on my board. But in this case, I really wouldn't be upset if the Raptors drafted Cameron Carr. I get it. But it does make you a little bit small because I don't see him as a guard. Okay. So YG said, Grain says the Raptors worked out Stirtz, Graves, Cenac, per league sources. Raptors have also worked out, among others, Mo Johnson, Koa Pete, Zubi Ejiofor. Be very, very afraid of that Koa Pete workout. Okay. At 17, Christian Anderson, the proclaimed best shooter in this draft, a true, if not the truest, one of the truest point guards in this draft, an absolute organizer of offense. Y'all know how much I pulled my hair out last year watching Emmanuel Quickly try to organize the offense. Offensive organization is a really big deal to me. So is pull-up jump shooting. The Raptors don't have great pull-up jump shooting at the guard position. Emmanuel Quickly is the only one, and honestly, he's not great. And unfortunately, with Emmanuel Quickly, he probably functions better off the ball. So imagine a situation where you could put Christian Anderson and Emmanuel Quickly in the backcourt and space out for Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray Boyles. I mean, this is maximum spacing. And not to mention, you get one of the best passers in collegiate basketball. You get a great high IQ guy. From everything I've heard, an awesome character guy as well. Hard worker, grown tremendously. He's 20 years old and one of the most productive sophomores in collegiate basketball. I think Christian Anderson is awesome. I think he's a really good player. I started the cycle with him at 25. I moved him all the way up to 13 at one point. I settle at 17. I really like him. If he's the pick for the Raptors, provided the guy that I have at 10 isn't on the board, I'll be fine with it. Number 16, Yaxel Landenberg. Lower than consensus. I do worry about the fact that he is actually older. Get this, he is older than Alperen Sengun. He is older than Josh Giddey. Those guys were drafted in 2021. This is 2026. The fact that you are 5 years older than the competition skews the tape for me considerably. Now, he is a physical phenom of a man. Not to anything take away from the game, because the game is real. Like, he is a really good connective passer, high field defender. He's a really solid athlete in transition. There's a lot of game to be spoken of there. I just don't know what I'm supposed to make of the tape that I saw at Michigan, because it's child abuse, basically. He's a 24-year-old man playing against 19 and 20-year-olds, and he's already more athletic at 19 than most of those guys. So again, stacking advantages here. I don't love the fact that he went back to school last year, but hey, man, he got a national title out of it. 23.6 years old. Now, I will mention something very interesting. There have been several players who've been picked in the NBA draft who are very old. Unfortunately for the Toronto Raptors, they've picked a lot of them. DeLon Wright was insanely old. Rafael Arujo was insanely old. The Raptors picked both of them. Okay. There was another one that I'm forgetting right now. The Raptors picked him too. So among, I think, the 14 or 15 or 16, I think it was 16 oldest players picked since 2000, the Raptors had picked 3 of them, and they employed another 3. Tyler Hansborough was another guy that they employed. Juan Dixon was almost 24 when he was drafted. The Raptors ended up, signing him as well. So Fred Jones was another one. The Raptors didn't draft Fred Jones, but they signed him as a free agent, if y'all remember. To the OG Raptor fans who've been rocking with the Toronto Raptors since before 2000, like I have. Kareem Rush is another one. Yes, Kareem Rush. Kareem Rush wasn't that old. No way. Kareem Rush wasn't that old. No. Chris Cenac low-key reminds me of Jabari Smith Jr. Joey Graham is the guy. Yes, Joey Graham was the other guy who was super old. And by the way, to those people who remember, do y'all remember who the Raptors passed up on for Joey Graham? Any remembrances on who the Raptors passed up on for Joey Graham? It was Danny Granger. Believe me, the Raptors lived to regret that decision for a very long time. Nope and nope. Morris Peterson was 22 when he was drafted out of Michigan State, if I recall correctly. Okay, at number 15, Morez Johnson Jr. Look, sometimes we go through the draft and we say, what can't this guy do? And the answer to that question when it comes to Morris Johnson is, frankly, not very much. There's a lot of things that he can do, and there's very few things he can't do. You can't point to one glaring weakness. Everyone just clings on to but he's undersized. He's not that undersized. He's basically the same size as Jared Allen. He has a plus wingspan. He's 6'9". He's 250 pounds. He is basically the size of a lot of really competent all-star centers in the NBA. So I don't think size is really the major issue. And also, he can definitely slot in at the four. He's switchable. I don't think he's a great passer, but Cheap Seats thinks he's a pretty good passer. So, shout outs to Mark. We'll split somewhere in the middle and just say he's a questionable passer. He's a good rebounder, good finisher around the rim, not a big self creator, but, he hits some spot up threes. I think he's a pretty damn good player. And if he ends up being the player at 19, he won't be, by the way. I just want to be clear about that. Like, Morris Johnson is not making him past 15. He is not making it past the OKC Thunder twice. He is definitely not making it past the Charlotte Hornets twice, and he's not making it past the Bucks twice. There's a lot of teams with multiple draft picks, in that top 18. He's not making it past both. But I like him overall. If he ends up being the pick for the Raptors at 19, hallelujah, celebrate. He's awesome. You get a real contributor and, quite frankly, a big who fits very, very well next to Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray Boyles. He might even give you shades of what Miles Turner gave you. Now, not exactly Miles Turner, but there's elements of that. I just think he's a lot tougher than Miles Turner, which I appreciate about him. At number 14, big wild card, Ibuka Okori. Probably the player who I've fluctuated on the most, and I can't quite figure out how I feel about him. Every day I wake up and I feel very differently about Ibuka Okori. Sometimes, I'll watch Jaylen Brown and I'll watch Tyrese Maxey, and I'll just understand like the value of twitch in the NBA, scoring aggression, twitch, coachability, reasonable playmaking. There's a really good world in which we're 3 years out and he's top 10 on everybody's, redraft. He was tasked with an insurmountable task, for that's a clunky sentence. He was given an almost insurmountable task for the Stanford Cardinals this year, and the fact that he was able to hold up as commendably as he did, the fact that his performances did not dip against elite competition, the fact that he wasn't a turnover machine, the fact that he, attacked the rim as recklessly as he did, even through some shooting inconsistencies and form inconsistencies sometimes. I think this is a guy who just likes to work. And you know what? I've never met him. I've listened to a few of his interviews. It's very difficult to gauge how smart somebody is without written IQ tests or aptitude tests or, meeting the person and really, really skill testing them and asking them a bunch of questions. But I have a feeling that a guy who could have committed to Harvard, ended up going to Stanford, was a quick study, got better, throughout the season, and quite frankly, got so much better after high school, is probably a guy that you want to bet on in this range in the draft, because the cost of getting this wrong isn't that big. Worst case scenario, he's going to be a spark plug, the third string guard who can create his own shot off the dribble. He is a very good ball handler and a very, very good, competent finisher. I would call it competent. He is competent. He is he has good dexterity, left hand, right hand. He has a strong sense of how to score the basketball. Is the best way I can put it. There's some guys who are very unnatural scorers. Guys like Dalen Swain, these are guys who feel like have a very smooth game and a very good understanding of how to score the basketball. Phylon is very similar. At 13, Jaden Quaintance. Now, this is, once again, Jaden Quaintance did not get a green room invite. So this is me going out on a limb and assuming that his medicals are good. If his medicals are not good, I would bump him all the way to 24. But if his medicals are good, and if his medicals are disastrous, I would just straight up not draft him. But this is a guy who is about 6'10" with a 7'5", 7'6" wingspan, athletic freak, and possibly, we didn't see the best of him in Kentucky, but you saw the best of him the previous year. And I genuinely feel like this is a guy who has more room to grow than anyone in this draft. Now, again, I place, as anyone who has followed my draft evaluation for the last few years, I placed a great deal of weight on intel, things that people say, things that people who've played against the guys say. And I've been very fortunate to have a few people in my life who actually play in Division I basketball. And so this good thing is you get to pick their brain. How did you feel about this guy, this guy, this guy? And they're very receptive because they know that I'm going to put that information to good use. And what I got back on Jaden Coynes is best teammate ever, right? Lovely guy, best teammate ever, jovial, keeps practices light, intense competitor, hard worker, always in the gym. You get good intel like that, you start to bet on a guy's upside. So again, it's very OG Anunoby-esque, and maybe I'm being blinded by that a little bit, but there's elements here of DeAndre Jordan. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. That's so funny. I was thinking it and then you said it. There's elements of DeAndre Jordan here, but he's going to be a better defender than DeAndre Jordan, if that makes sense. In the absolute worst case, what you have on your hands is a smaller but longer, more versatile Mitchell Robinson. He comes off the bench. He can't hit a free throw to save his life. He can't hit a jump shot. He's not very, maybe a Rudy Gobert. Maybe this is Rudy Gobert with more switchable hips. His type of athleticism doesn't grow on trees. In a normal context, if he had a normal season and he was healthy and he was bouncy and athletic, you're talking about a top 5 pick. You're talking about a guy who's right in the same line of athletic upside and potential as just a notch below Caleb Wilson. There's no guard in this draft other than Darren Peterson who's going above this guy if he was healthy. I'll say that with quite confidence. He was an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid last year. He was too young to come out of the draft as a freshman, so he ends up being a sophomore. But he is legitimately younger than a lot of players. We got cheap seats in the house. We are going through my big board right now. How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing, man?
Oh, not bad.
I'm going through my big board right now. Do you want a quick recap?
Let's do it.
Okay. So let me just go from 30 all the way to anyone who's joining late. Cheap seats in the house. Give cheap seats. Is there an emoji that they should flash in the chat for you? There's 340 people in here.
Oh my God, I have no idea.
Okay. And
my emoji knowledge is low.
Emoji knowledge is low. Is there a seat emoji? Is there a
I was gonna say dollar signs.
How about this? Dollar signs. Put dollar signs in the chat. Put dollar signs in the chat for cheap seats. Okay. I have Bruce Thornton at 30. Nice. Lopez at 29. Henri Visar at 28. Joshua Jefferson at 27. Koa Pete at 26. Sergio De La Reyna at 25. Zubi Ejiofor at 24. Alan Graves at 23. Have I said anything absolutely insane yet?
No, actually, I'm within a range. Like all these guys are in the same tier bracket for me. So yeah.
Okay. Dalen Swain at 22.
Okay.
Chris Cenac at 21.
Okay.
Nate Ament at 20. LeBaron Philon at 19. Okay, now I'm going to need you to close your eyes and close your ears on 18. It's Cameron Carr.
Okay,
I've broken your heart again. Christian Anderson at 17. Yaxel Landerberg at 16. I have Morez Johnson Jr. at 15. Ibuka Okori at 14. And I was just giving people the rationale for 13 at Jaden Coynes.
I have him at 12. So
okay,
I'm with you on the rationale.
At 12, I have Adai Mara. I think you had him at 15?
14.
14. Okay. So we have these guys swapped. Adai Mara, like the value here is the size and the passing and the rim protection. The downside is I don't think he'll ever be switchable. I worry about 7'3" guys at this weight with his movement patterns being potentially injury prone down the line. I don't see much of a shooting upside necessarily, although he has pretty good touch. And I think you're sort of landlocked with him. I think he's a little bit lumbering. I don't see like how would you compare him to someone like two guys that come to mind? Donovan Clingan, Zach Edey.
Yeah.
How do you compare those three?
It's just the movement skills aren't the same, right? Like even if you watch Clingan in like switch situations, he'll get into his stance. He'll get into his stance and he'll defend in hard hedge. He can recover a little bit. He can play at the level a little bit. Like Edey, even like the mobility in short areas is really, really good. Mara's short area quickness is an issue, right? Like it is an issue. He is a lot more flat-footed. He's really, really high hipped as well. Which can be an issue. So he just doesn't have the same movement skills. I think a lot of what made him so wonderful in that Michigan system was having Johnson and Lendeborg, who are just so hyper mobile, flying around him and being able to create so much havoc and do so much on backside rotations, where he was able to just sink into his drop, be big. This year with Michigan, he got so much better at just verticality versus UCLA years, where it was he played small. He played a lot smaller than his frame, right? This year he learned how to just play big, so he doesn't have the movement skills of those guys, but he's really learned how to play larger. So you have to play him in a true drop, though.
Absolutely. How do you compare him to a guy like Brook Lopez?
Well, and Lopez, like
Defensively.
later years, Lopez movement wise, because like obviously Brook when he was younger could move, but like later years, Brook when he turned into like the defender that we know, because obviously that's one of the biggest career transitions ever in the NBA is Brook Lopez turning into an all defense guy. But that's kind of the comp on defense. Obviously, offensively, there's completely different players, but on defense, that's what he does. He sinks into drop. He really just allows that to happen. He's got active hands, but he just sinks in the drop. So that's kind of the defensive comp for me is like later year Brook Lopez.
I can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
At 11, I have my guy, Ben Stirtz. You know what? If Ben Stirtz has two fans on the planet, it's one of his parents and me. If he has one fan on earth, his parents have unfortunately passed and I'm still alive. If he has no fans on earth, wish me rest in peace, man. Because Ben Stirtz, to me, has floated somewhere between 10 and 20 this entire cycle. We're talking right from preseason. I had him as high as 14 last year, and then he went back to school. I was very high on him, and he got better. Again, I go back to the main thing that made Colin Murray-Boyle such a no-brainer for the Raptors last year. Not for me, but for you. Problem solving. Just problem solving. What happened with Colin Murray-Boyle early in the season? Couldn't finish around the rim, right?
Yeah.
He was dropping everything. By the end of the season, he was figuring it out. I have a belief that great problem solvers figure it out. They study the tape, they obsess over it, and they figure it out. I think if Bennett Stirtz gets hunted on defense, he'll figure it out. If his shot gets blocked a couple times, he'll figure it out. If he can't beat his man off the dribble, he'll figure it out. If he, needs to get more strong in his lower body to hold position on some of those post-ups, he'll figure it out. This is just a guy who just figures it out, and he's figured it out at every single level. And the combination of shooting, passing, hand-eye coordination makes him a very special player to me. You've often said about I think I've watched many of your videos, and the Bennett Stirtz thing always comes down to it's all theoretical. The off-ball stuff is theoretical.
That's the challenge. It's like I think he can play off ball. I do think he can do it. I wish he had more size. Like I wish he was 6'5". And like the length is nice, but like he was so hyper PNR on ball all the time. When he did get an off ball rep, it was like, hey, go take a break in the corner for a minute, catch your breath, don't run off actions. You're not moving off pin downs. He's a really smart guy. So I think he can do it. And that's why, like I said, like I talk about my 80th percentile comps, 100th percentile, things like this. And I do like to stick with my 80th percentile because so few players reach their ceiling, right? I really like the Ty Jerome comp. And like, I think Ty Jerome's awesome. But like that's how I think he can kind of be actualized, where if you have him in starting lineups, I think he can be Ty Jerome in starting lineups. If you have him as a bench guard, I think he can be that guy that can be that engine for a bench unit at his 80th percentile. If he reaches his ceiling, there's obviously way more there than that. But I think that that's a fair outcome. And if that outcome happens and you have him ranked, whether you have him a little bit higher, but like I have him at 19, if he reaches that outcome, that's a really, really good basketball player, right? I think there's more in the tank than that.
Yeah, I have a comp for him. It's one of my favorite players growing up.
Okay.
His name's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, okay.
He's kind of like a more ground bound, less vertically inclined, less explosive, less defensively oriented, better shooting Michael Jordan.
I thought you were going to go to Eastern Europe with your comp. I thought you were going to go heavy with an Eastern European comp there.
Kevicic.
Yeah. Well, don't want to do that to you. I thought you were going to try to throw out like a Drazen comp or something.
Oh my
when you're
God,
going
no!
high.
I tried that
Yeah.
with Grady. I tried that with Grady Dick.
Oh, did you?
It backfired tremendously. There was a month where Grady looked like Dragan Petrovic's like homeless child. That's what he
Yeah.
looked like. He looked, there were flashes of it, but then he went back to looking like Dragan Petrovic's like pubic hair. So
Yeah.
it's not good. But yeah, like honestly, if I really had to think like in my mind's eye, like what is the real comp for Bennett Stirtz? I mean, he feels like
It's tough.
someone
Because
said
it's
splash
so
of Steve Kerr. That's so racist. It's not even funny. Shut up.
yeah, and like
No.
they don't activate their game the same way, right? Like, it's a tricky comp, right? It's a really tricky comp because you have to look at a guy that makes all the right decisions but really shoots it. And I think he will really shoot it at the NBA level. Like a lot of people point to the 3-point percentage dip this year and stuff, and his shot diet was like he had to do everything. He doesn't have the movement skills of Ginobili, right? He just doesn't have
I'm
those
sorry. This
movement
is the
skills.
worst comp ever.
Yeah, like he just like Ginobili was such a great mover, right? Like it's a hard comp because like if he plays off ball, he's small. Like
Mhm.
that's the one knock on it. He's small for an off-ball player, especially on the back 47 feet, right? So,
Mhm.
and that's where it gets tricky. If he becomes an off-ball guy, how does the defense hold up? Um, like I think he's smart enough to like have a chance at neutral defensively. Like I think there's a chance he could be a neutral defender because he is a really, really high IQ guy, but
Yeah.
as a 6'2.5" shooting guard,
We
that's
are
tough.
really moving
That's
him
a tough
down. He's
life.
not playing in bare feet, man. 6'2.5" barefoot is
That's what he
6'4".
yeah, yeah, but that's what his real height is, 6'2.5", right?
He's gonna play.
Barefoot.
He's gonna play in platforms.
Yeah, man,
But
stilettos, but
he's
but
yeah.
it's a tricky comp because like even like I heard somebody say to me the other day on one of my I think it was on
This
one
is
of
a
my
really good
lives.
one. This is a really good one. Jose Calderon with slightly better defensive floor is actually a really good comp, and thank you for having this because I actually had this comp myself. Kevin Johnson is ambitious as hell, but
Yeah, he doesn't have
Jose-
that strength or that burst, right?
yeah,
But the Calderon one, so and especially if you're comparing him to like slightly older Calderon, because like Calderon when he was young had some, and see, this is the
you're
one that
talking about
scares
a
me,
cow.
because like this is the one that scares me a little bit because I have watched him and thought to myself, like, is this Jordan Farmar with a jump shot?
Oy vey.
And now Jordan Farmar with a jump shot is a pretty good basketball player,
Right.
right? But like it's a tricky comp because again, everything is projection because in all of the years of college basketball we've seen him do nothing but be the engine.
I think
So
of
it's tough
okay,
to see him in a different role.
so honestly, like Ben reminds me of Scotty, not as a player, but what Scotty Barnes is to me is like a multiplier of what exists
Yeah.
in some sense as a basketball player. A lot of people call that a connector, but I call it a multiplier. It's the type of player that just ties things together and makes everything around him better. Now, what Ben was asked to do at Iowa and at Drake was to make really non-pro players look like competent D1 players. And really, those rosters were weak as hell. Like, I shudder to think that I could think of two really good teammates that he's had the entire way through. And that's not to disparage his teammates. It's just to talk about the fact that we really haven't seen him play in anything close to the role that he'll play at the NBA level. There's nothing
Yeah.
close to it. Coming off the bench, asking him to run, 15 to 20 minutes, space off the ball, run off, picks, space, provide spacing for bigger wings, be an outlet, when Brandon Ingram eventually traps himself into a triple team. Be a pick and roll partner with Jakob Poeltl. Look, one of the things that I think, and this is my big selling point on Bennett Stirtz, he makes people better than they have any right to be. Jakob Poeltl is an albatross contract, okay? But if Jakob Poeltl was playing with Dennis Schroeder, or if Jakob Poeltl was playing with Fred VanVleet, I don't think people would think of him as an albatross. He'd still be overpaid, but he wouldn't be nearly as bad as he is right now playing with Quickly and Scotty, who just cannot provide the combination of pick and roll navigation, shooting, pull up jump shooting, pocket passing, and accurate dribble manipulation that someone like Jose Calderon could. And I watched Jose for years lead this team in like almost every analytic imaginable, and people just said he sucks. Look, two things can be true. He was a very incomplete basketball player, but he was a very useful basketball player that often provided like a floor lifting and stabilizing balance to the rosters that he was on. Now, he gave it all up on defense, and hopefully that's not the case for Ben. But if Jose Calderon was a good defender, Jose Calderon is one of the better starting point guards in the NBA. He's a great shooter. He was an incredible player. The thing I have with Jose is I don't think he took enough risks.
I agree.
You know, and I do you think Ben takes risks?
No.
Okay.
So no, he's like, it's one of the, when people do the Christian Anderson versus Bennett Stirtz conversation, then inevitably
Christian
comes
Anderson
up.
takes more risks.
And people are like, oh, the turnover rate. So it's like, well yeah, Christian Anderson takes like,
hey, you
Christian
like
Anderson
takes risks. Crazy
high reads, right? Like Stirtz is very A to B, right? It's very functional. Like there is a comp that is, I hate having to use this comp, because like it's just so like you're comparing him to another white guy thing.
Yeah.
But if he moves off ball, I think the idea for him off ball is Jeff Hornacek, right? 6'4" guard, great passing skills, very kind of rudimentary passing skills. Like Hornacek could play, especially when Hornacek was younger, could play on ball and get those minutes and all those things. He was very confident. He would play in pick and roll when he had those opportunities. Excellent three-point shooter in space. Despite the fact that he wasn't like a physical guy, he was able to defend because he was smart, even though he's a bit undersized. Like the Hornacek comps always kind of made sense to me. You know, Terrell Williams, come on, man.
Okay, hold on. Terrell Brandon is a worse comp, just in fairness.
That's too much pop there.
Darren Williams. Okay. Love the optimism, man. Keep it coming. Manu Ginobili meets Darren Williams meets Michael Jordan. That's what we've heard about Bennett Stirtz. So if Bennett Stirtz goes second overall, everyone's on crack. I will say this. Okay, just a couple of super chats here. A little bit of house cleaning here. Is ESPNNeedsIKD said, I trust our front office to take the best player available. They've done it 3 years in a row. Oh, I wish they had done it 3 years in a row. Didn't work with Grady Dick, but he was best player available on their board. Walter was best player available on the board. CMB was best player available. They don't waver on this. Larger philosophical discussion on what best is, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think that if a player is the most talented or highly rated prospect, and that player and their play style and their needs are so counterproductive or counterintuitive to how you play basketball, then quite frankly, you're setting yourself up to marry a hooker.
Yeah.
Right? Or a stripper and you're a jealous guy. If you marry a stripper and you're jealous, you're setting both of you up for failure. Right? So you got to know yourself. If you're a team that doesn't like to play non-defenders, don't draft a non-defender. Don't draft Darius Acuff. If Darius Acuff is there at 19, trade the pick. Okay, because you're not going to like this guy. And I mean, honestly, like take the guy at 19. If Darius Acuff is there at 19, the Raptors don't take him. They're on crack. But frankly, like my view on this is best is very much dependent on the system that you're asking that player to play, and also like the players that exist on your roster. Period. If you take Alan Graves because he's the best player on your board, where is he supposed to play? Next to Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray Boyles. This is a recipe for setting everyone up for failure. And this, I think, is the Bobby Webster failure of roster building, is not necessarily always understanding how players fit with each other.
Yeah, and it's tricky too, because I think the larger conversation, like, so if you look at like my big board, 1, 2 is like 1 through 4 is a tier, but like there's a mini tier break at 3. Like I think 3 and 4 are a tier, and 1 and 2 are a tier. 5 to 14 is a tier. 15 to 28 is a tier. So I may have, LeBaron Philon ranked higher than, Zubi Ejiofor. But they're in the same tier, right? So I don't think there's a large enough divide between those players in that tier to necessarily go, you have to pick the guy that's ranked 16, not the guy that's ranked 19. because they're in the same grouping of players. They're
Right.
very, very similar in terms of ranking for me. And that's where fit comes in. So if a guy from my 5 to 14 tier slides to 19, yeah, you take best fit. You take best player available. But if none of those dudes do, you're just choosing from a large group of dudes in the same tier. And that's where fit comes in. That's where roster construction comes in. So, like I said, if there's a big tier jump where somebody slides to a spot they shouldn't, like I said, if Merez Johnson slides to 19,
Yeah,
you
have to
sprint to the podium, you take him. If
but
Hans
he
Steinbeck
fits. But he
drops, you
fits.
grab him.
Like
And that's
Merez Johnson fits like a glove for this team, in my
but
humble opinion.
even if Kingston Flemings, who isn't the most natural fit to this roster, if Kingston Flemings dropped to 19, you like that talent is so big. He's from a completely different stratosphere of prospect than Stirtz or whoever. For me, at least personally, I know your board's different than mine. Then
you'll be surprised to see how high I have Kingston Flemings. Okay, we have 15 minutes away from the draft.
Yeah, I can stay on for about 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. You're doing your draft show, yes?
I'm not doing a draft show. I'm gonna do a post show. Yeah.
You're not doing a draft show? What are you doing during the draft?
I every year I do the exact same thing with the draft. The draft's a big thing in my household. And I spend it with my sons. Who are massive basketball fans. So that's the one sacrifice I do need to make for now, is that my kids this is our ritual every year, and they're so fired up. They're so ready to go. And so that's the one thing. So I will be on Twitter and I will be talking to people and posting stuff. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, and then I'll be doing a post show after the draft, I'll be hopping on for an hour and a half.
I'm going to drop the link to your channel in the link here. There's a cheap seats 73. I'm going to go through my big board real quick. At 10, I have Hannes Steinbach.
Nice.
Best rebounder in the draft. Incredible, athleticism. Again, I watched him again after, we talked about him potentially being Mo Wagner instead of Franz Wagner, and I still lean more towards Franz Wagner. And I'm not saying it's a one-for-one comparison at all, but I just see a very fluid big who can do a lot of wing things, and I really like that size to skill ratio that he has. And I think he'll be able to shoot it at the NBA level. So if this is the guy that the Raptors take, at 19, if he somehow falls to the Raptors, because stranger things have happened, consider yourself a very lucky person, because you don't know how good you have to be ranked above Bennett Stirtz on my fucking board. Okay? You have to be damn near franchise level down.
Yeah, fair enough.
At number 9, a player that I'm a little bit lower on and you're a lot higher on, and quite frankly, I almost listening to you talk about how good Braden Burries is has almost influenced me to put him above, but I still settle at number 9. I think there is some limited ceiling stuff, but there is a very high floor. There is almost no chance that this guy's not going to be a really good player. At least I would call it like a top 8 rotation guy on a really good team.
What he is to me is he is going to be, like I said, this is not a play style comparison. It's a who the guy is.
Drew Holiday,
Derek White, Drew Holiday. He is a superstar in his role, and his role can be whatever you need it to be that day. And I think that ability to be so versatile and elite with your versatility negates some of the questions about will he ever score 25 a game, right? So that's where I see him as just like, you need him to score tonight, he can be your leading scorer. You need him to distribute, he can do that. You need him to take on a primary matchup, he can do that. And that's what I love about him. He's the mortar, right? He is the mortar of a winning team. He's just that guy that can kind of be so important and fill all the gaps of your roster construction, because you can kind of flex him in and out of any job.
I totally see that. At number 7, I have Keaton Wagler. I've debated putting Keaton as high as 5. I've danced between 5 and 7 the entire way through. The lowest I ever got on him was 9, and that was just after somebody was like, after the draft combine, I wasn't necessarily impressed with how he measured. But I just can't shake the fact that at his weight, with his strength concerns, what he was able to do at Illinois, the pace that he plays with, the feel for the game. It's something that I completely missed Michael Brown Jr. My bad. At number 8, Louisville Cardinals, Michael Brown Jr. The absolute upside hypothetical in the top 8 for me, and the biggest, let's say, like boom bust in this grouping is Michael Brown. Now, I've been as high as Michael on 5. I've been as high as 5. I've been as low as 10. I settle at 8. The upside is so tantalizing. If it works, if his shot selection, decision making, passing, shooting, defense all work out, Brandon Roy, like, my God, like he's so talented. It's insane.
It's
But
just the decision making.
yeah,
It's just the decision making is so remarkably bad all the time. It's just
who
it's
else's
so
decision
tough.
making was really bad though? He played for Baylor. The Raptors passed on him in the Grady Dick draft.
Oh, yeah, George. Yeah, but
this is a bigger, better version of that.
But so here's the thing. George, the decision making took a big jump up this year.
Mm-hmm.
How much winning did that affect? Even when they had their guys together,
they're trying to lose. I mean,
and the defense still, like, you need to. There's a reason they had to go out and get Jaren Jackson Jr. and you're going to have to bring back Kessler, and you're going to have to insulate him with Darren Peterson, who can defend and everything else, because like the holes in his game are still massive. So my thing is, and I'll say this, I think Mikel Brown Jr. is a worse decision maker, but a better basketball player. So the decision making is so remarkably bad, but he's so dynamic that like he can make it work against lesser guys. My question with him is, how often do guys go from not bad decision maker, but horrific decision maker, even to just like decent decision maker? The cases are very low. Like, this is why I had Jalen Green exceptionally low in that draft class as well, was like the tools are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But the shot diet is remarkably bad. The passing reads are just so confusing at times. When I'm cheating in the lane to try to get a steal and get blown by 6 consecutive possessions, the tools are so great. And if you told me that Mikel Brown Jr. won you a fantasy league in 10 years, I could believe it. I just don't know if he's going to win you a title. And that's why I've never had him higher than 8, even after the U19s when he was so remarkably good. Should have won the MVP of that tournament, but I've never had him higher than 8 because it's just like, I don't know how his game, unless he hits his 100th percentile ceiling, how it affects winning.
I think his 90th percentile outcome impacts winning because I think he's a very well-rounded basketball player. And I think, there aren't a lot of holes to poke at other than decision making. But speaking of a player who doesn't have the almost opposite of Mikel Brown is Keenan Wagler, who I have no concerns about his decision making. He is a high field processor, came out of nowhere this year, really, for me. I did not expect him or Kingston Flemings to be as good as they were, and I was shocked. I mean, we're talking about a loaded Illinois Fighting Illini team that made a very deep tournament run, and he was a huge part of it in every step of the way. Didn't finish as well as you would like around the rim, but that's expected. He's like 112 pounds dripping wet, So with added weight and a frame that should fill out and a really humble approach to playing basketball, I could see a world in which in every redraft we do in 10 years, he's a 5th pick in this draft. He really has that like creative gap finding skill. He just probes. He's patient. He doesn't kill his dribble. Like he has, he's a great jump shooter, great pull-up jump shooter from the top. I think he has so many positive skills to talk about. At number 6, I have Darius Acup Jr., the worst defender I've ever evaluated in my life.
Me too.
Including Trae Young, including, some, and I'm not a fan of non-defenders ever. Like, I just don't, I feel like there's a level of defense that you have to play at the NBA level in order to compete for anything. People talk about Jalen Brunson, and they say, well, Jalen Brunson winning a title is a notch in the cap for Darius Acup. And to that, I say, you didn't watch Jalen Brunson at Villanova. He played way better defense than this guy.
Well, and he competes. And
Darius Acup has done himself no favors with all of his interviews after talking about his defense. I just think it's one of those things where you're signing yourself up for a 25-point empty calorie scorer who's going to wow you with a lot of skill and amazing. Number 5, I have Kingston Flemings. This is as high as I've ever seen him on at least anyone I follow's board. I've just been digging into him a lot. And while the wingspan does not wow me at all, pretty much flat wingspan at 6'3", his burst, his creativity, his handle, his productivity, his ability to command an offense, which featured, such a demanding role for him. The fact that, one of the coaches that I trust the most trusted him, uh, it goes a long way. But, early in this draft cycle, very early, we're talking like preseason, we had Erson Demir come on, and he said, "Watch out for Kingston Flemings." And since that day, I've been watching for Kingston Flemings. I watched more Houston games than any other team except for BYU this year. And every time I watched him play, I just squinted my eyes and I'm like, this is an NBA player. This is a guy who's going to work. This is a guy who's going to be great. And right now, it's rumored that the Atlanta Hawks are in love with him, that they are trying to move up. Why are you saying whoa, whoa, whoa? What happened? Okay. All right. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt that Acuff could win Rookie of the Year. He can win Rookie of the Year. That's not going to change my evaluation at all. Number 4, number 3, number 2, and number 1, it is pretty much exactly how I think it will go, and that's exactly how I have it. Number 4, I have Caleb Wilson. I think he's a phenomenal, toolsy defender. I don't know if he's actually a great defender at this point, but he probably has the best tools to be a great defender among this top 4. Just insane motor, great charisma, great confidence, great verve, great transition athlete, vertical pop. Athleticism is truly jaw-dropping, like how quickly he gets up and down the floor and how quickly he's able to, erase shots at the rim, his switchability, his hips, how switchable his hips are. I think he progressed a lot as a scorer, and just again at his size, being able to put up 20 points per game, in such a strong conference, that's difficult. Number 3, I think Cameron Boozer is phenomenal. I think in a lot of drafts he goes number 1. I think he's a great player. I think, I don't buy any of this like low ceiling crap with him. He's really young. This is going to be an all-star. I'm genuinely going to be shocked if any of these 3 guys, at the top don't make all-star. Now I know one of these guys is probably going to fail. Like it's just, but it's not as obvious as it looks. Like, I think for some people, it's like, it's obvious Cam Boozer's going to fail, or it's obvious Darren Peterson's going to fail, or it's obvious AJ DeBoss is going to. It's not obvious who's going to fail. If it was obvious, everyone would know about it. It's not obvious at all. And I genuinely think that he provides you with such a safe floor on what he does well already, that if he expands this further, if he figures out the defensive angles, like, again, I've always been a big believer, if I have a non-defender, let that non-defender be taller than a 6'8". He's not a non-defender, by the way. He's a pretty okay defender. He's not a great defender. He doesn't have a lot of twitch, but he's positional. He's intelligent. He has the highest feel among this group, I think.
You can scheme him defensively. Sure. You need to have the right guys around him, but that's why like the Memphis fit is perfect, because like if he just needs to hold up in what he does, then he's fine. But he's a scheme defender, right? He's fine defensively. It's not going to be wonderful. It's not going to be great, but he's going to be good in the scheme. Right. Like that, and that's what you want from a guy that has his offensive tools, right? If you can scheme him effectively, it's fine.
Absolutely. And at 2 and 1, I have Darren Peterson and AJ DeBossa. Now, I walked into this year not with the consensus. I walked in with AJ DeBossa here, Darren Peterson here. I walk out of this despite the fact that Darren Peterson had a horrible season, as my own brain on the subject has evolved. AJ here, Darren here. It's a very small gap between these 2 players, and I can go either way. The concerns are real on both sides. With AJ, you talk about ball stopping, you talk about, is he ever going to win anything? I watched AJ sometimes this year, and he made confounding decisions.
Yeah.
Like, truly, like, what are you doing? Why? How do you not see that second defender coming? Why are you forcing that completely bullshit shot? It's an abundance of confidence, and if it works, which is to say, if he works, he's going to be a superstar. Yeah. He's going to be an absolute bona fide superstar. But if it doesn't work, he ends up being RJ Barrett.
Yeah. Let me pause you for 1 second, because I got to jump off. Yep. But when are you staying on till?
I am staying on all the way till the end. So
just till the end of the draft, then you're off though?
Well, it's only 1 round.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if you were doing afterwards or not anything.
Well, if at any point you want to call back in for a 2-minute, I can't believe this happened or whatever, just call back in and I'll let you on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might do it from my cell phone.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You make TikToks on your cell phone, right?
Yeah, I do all the damn time. So yeah. But I appreciate letting me pop back up. And for everybody out here, like I said, this is my Christmas day, right? So I appreciate all the love and support and everything that you guys have given me. And Rob, I appreciate all the help you've given me and whatnot, and advice and everything else. And I'll pop back up on some point during the draft tonight. So have a great draft night, guys.
Absolutely, man. And go subscribe to Cheap Seat 73, man. All
Thanks,
right.
brother.
Take care. Okay, Zazu. How you doing, man? Zazu, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hear anything?
You can't hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can't hear anything. It's like I gotta.
Okay, come
Shoot,
out
what
and come back
happened?
in.
Rob, I can't hear you. Give me a second. I gotta back out.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hopefully that works. We got Zazu calling in from Twitter Spaces. Y'all know Zazu. He hosts all the. I dropped a few people the link and I said, hey man, call in. You know, the link is in the bio. If you guys want to call in, you want to talk about it, we can definitely talk about it. We got 370 people in here. Don't let me find out that we don't have at least 300 likes. Come on, man. Come on, like the video, get people in here. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yo, man. What's up? Cheers, man. Let's go Raptors.
I think it's illegal in Eastern Europe to cheers with water. So hold on.
Cheers.
Let me cheers you with coffee. What's up, man?
Man, I just came in here, man. I've been so swamped, bro. How have you been?
I've been great. How you doing, man?
Man, I coached 3 soccer teams, right? So I just been go. I'm like, all right, let's get back to Raptors Twitter. Come draft day, I have no clue what's going on. I saw the Giannis trade this afternoon. I've been gone,
Yeah.
gone.
ESPN needs IKD is telling you, yo, can you tell
I
Zazu for
know.
me
I
that
see
we
him, bro.
don't
What a
want
bum,
DeMar
bro.
back if he gets waived?
Bro, respect the goat, bro. DeMar DeRozan's the goat of the Toronto Raptors. IKD. All right. We need him back to be the 6th man of the Toronto Raptors. Our team would be nice if he comes to be a 6th man. Say no. Say no. Who says no?
Bro, this is a happy occasion. You can't be bringing DeMar DeRozan into this, man. Come on, this is the Raptors draft. What are you looking? What are you looking for from the Toronto Raptors? Although, by the way, emotionally, I would love to see DeMar back. The Raptors really struggle with scoring and all that stuff. I just think it would be a big distraction. And quite frankly, we already have Brandon Ingram, so unless you're getting rid of Brandon Ingram, I don't really want DeMar back.
Yeah.
But what are you looking for in the draft? And
Listen, I always
also,
say this. I'll always say this, and I've been saying this from day one. The Raptors need a rim protecting lob threat center.
okay,
We need a rim protecting 7-footer, athletic lob threat. I don't care how raw he is. Just make him, as long as he's just blocking shots, grabbing rebounds, and can dunk the ball at a crazy velocity, like a DeAndre Jordan type. I need that. If we can get that, it will unlock our offense like no tomorrow. To me, that's priority number one because at the end of the day, if you want IQ or Scotty Barnes to run point guard or even Shed, okay, cool. We can that's serviceable. What is unacceptable is not having a 7-footer on the team that can actually rim protect. That's unacceptable, right?
you could just
Because
bring Ulrich back. Let's bring Ulrich back.
sure, bring him back.
There you go.
Something has to give, right? And
Hmm.
right now, I think if there isn't a talent out there right now, I don't know. What do we go for another shooter, a wing defender?
Yeah,
What
I'm not really looking at wing in this draft, man. I'm looking
look
at
for point guard?
I'm I'm looking for Bennett Stirtz, Jaden Quaintance. I'm looking for Cameron Carr. I mean, Cameron Carr is a wing. I'm looking for Ibuka Corey. I'm looking for Merez Johnson.
You look
I'm
for
looking for.
point guards.
I mean, honestly, Merez is a power forward slash center. Quaintance is a pure, he's a pure 5. Adai, we're not going to be picking high enough. Hans Steinbach is a 4-5. I'm really not position locked. I really don't, because I don't know how this draft is going to break down. And I also really wouldn't mind Chris Cenac. You want a 7-footer with some skill. That's a 7-footer with some
I,
skill.
I don't need skills. I need a 7-footer that can block shot, like can dunk. Block and dunk. Can I get a block and dunk?
He can dunk and he can rebound.
Mm. He's a
Uh,
love threat.
he's a massive lob threat. He has a 7'5" wingspan. Someone said turn on the TV pen. I don't got a TV in here. Y'all gonna have to tell me what's up. I'm gonna turn on Twitter though, so we can follow along. But someone said draft starting. I'm gonna assume that AJ DeBonsa is gonna be the first guy off the board, but that's just my view. Who you rooting for in the World Cup, man?
Go Nigeria.
Nigeria.
We didn't make it, man. We didn't make it, bro.
Go
So
Serbia, go Italy, just go a whole bunch of teams that didn't make it. Okay, cool. I got you.
that's exactly it. I'm praying everyone loses, man. I'm hate watching all the African teams. Um, but go Argentina, really and truly, and I guess go Canada. Um, yeah, the world has caught up. The world has caught up to the talent, man. Brazil is not the same. Brazil I watched growing up. England is not the same England I watched. Like these world beaters are not the same. Germany is not this. Like people have caught up, man. People have
Hmm.
caught up. Technology has advanced everybody. And yeah, it's just beautiful to watch to see that. Like I'm watching this Panama Croatia game. You know, 15 years ago, this is would have been a beatdown.
Right.
Now look, it's still a tie game, right? So again, the world is caught up, and it's great to see the world this just how football has like evolved over the years, and talent is everywhere. And I tell my boys that I train, I coach three soccer teams. The guys like the world, you know, there's no difference between you and the kids who's practicing Brazil. Or you guys all put in the same work. We have the same knowledge base now. Everyone has it. It's out there. Just go
Hmm.
do the work, man. And it's fun to see that the gap has been pretty much almost closed down now, man. Like it's good. Like every year you're seeing new teams pop out of nowhere. Like where's Italy?
Sure. I mean, Italy hasn't made it for what, 3 straight years?
Yeah, right? Like, where's Italy? Like, Italy's down the gutter, like, because other teams are stepping up. They're stepping
Mm,
up. Look at Cape Verde, Haiti.
absolutely,
Like,
man.
these guys are coming out of the woodworks, right? So, yeah, man.
Absolutely. How much do you know about the draft?
Bro,
You just been busy with soccer?
absolutely nothing about the draft. Somebody asked me, Zaz, who we pick, and I said, whoever we pick, I'm gonna quickly look at some quick highlights, and I'm gonna give my take. I'm gonna give my take on him
Okay.
on at the cookout.
I appreciate the honesty
That's me,
because
man.
frankly, that's 95% of Raptor fans, man. That's 95% of fans, period. All across the world are gonna do the exact same thing. They're gonna look at a guy's
Yeah.
highlights. If he dunks within 13 seconds of the highlight, it's gonna be, yeah, we got Vince Carter. And if he don't dunk, if the highlights are kind of mid, it's gonna be like, I can't believe we drafted this bum. And the first thing they hear about the guy is gonna be basically what they think about that guy for 2 years. Oh, zero
Yeah,
level
exactly.
scorer.
For
Oh,
me
he's too
personally, though,
old.
I outside of the top 10, I wouldn't. I can't tell you anybody. Right, that's the only issue because we're on 19th spot. If we were picking early top like lottery, I would have been able to say, you know what, this is what I want. But dude, we're in the 19th spot, bro. Like the amount of talent there, the gap, isn't that much, right? So you pick. Hopefully, you pick the right one. That's the bottom line, right? But
Hmm.
again, I think we need a big man right off the rip, someone who can replace freaking Jakob freaking Poto, bro. I need that guy gone.
The Jakob Pertl hate is forced. Okay, pregame 1905 said, "Where's rookie Scotty on your big board this year?" Now I'll remind you that I was very, very high on Scotty at the draft. I had him number 3 for the
Facts.
Raptors, number 2 for me, behind Evan Mobley. So I'm gonna go and say that rookie Scotty would be number 2 on my draft board this year. He'd be behind just AJ DeBonsa.
You
That's
think AJ Dabasa comes in better than rookie Scotty Barnes?
I
I guess
can't
so.
I can't judge based on what Scotty became. I can only judge based on what I saw
Knowledge, right?
at Florida
Facts.
State.
Okay, that's
So
facts.
so Scotty coming out of Florida State, I would struggle with him going above Cameron Boozer, but I would just do it because I just love Scotty Barnes. And I've loved Scotty Barnes for since he was 17 years old, 16 years old. I've just always seen the vision of the type of player he could be, but it's very Caleb Wilson-esque, right? WISO said, pick is in. Okay, where are the Wizards going? I guarantee that if this goes Darren Peterson, I am just done with this draft right on pick one, because I'm just like, okay, nobody knows what's happening now. Everything's fucked up. Um, there was always some rumors that they would trade this pick. Does anyone know? Okay, FA, what's up, man?
What's up, brother? How's it going?
It is going, man.
You should be clowning FA, man. Ask him where is Nigeria in the World Cup.
We didn't make it this time, so
bro. Serbia didn't make it either. I'm not in a position to clown anybody. Okay.
I gotta jump.
Who is report? Because are any Twitter people who is leaking? Is anyone leaking?
Yeah,
is anyone leaking like the pics?
Shams always leaking pics.
Legion Hoops. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna follow Legion Hoops for this draft, which makes me kind of sad, but whatever. We're just gonna do it. Let me pull that account up. Man, I should have just tweeted they're taking AJ DeBonsa. I should have just fucking tweeted it, because then people would be like, oh, he's a newsbreaker. But honestly, like, it's obvious. I think it's obvious.
Yeah, if they don't go that route, they're screwed, because they already got a big man.
Yeah, I don't think at the top of the draft or really anywhere in the first round you should ever think like that. But okay. So Legion Hoops is saying it is AJ DeBonsa at number 1. Okay, cool. Cam Boozer said many years down the line, people are going to look back and say I should have been number 1. I actually don't even. That's
Kim said that.
Cam Boozer said that. I mean, shit. I'm not mad at it. Do y'all see? Okay, so do y'all see any trades happening? FA, you see any trades happening? In the top.
I think Sacramento might do a trade.
Trade back or trade up?
They're talking to Boston for Jaylen Brown. Sacramento or Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
All right, yeah. I'm gonna jump off and go start that cookout, but I'll see you guys soon. I'll tune back in.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, take care.
Okay. So
who you guys for the Raptors?
Who did I guess for the Raptors?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have a guess per se, but I do have my big board. And
who is the number 1 on your big board? Bennett Stirtz?
Man, give me some fucking credit, man. Come on. I'm not
Stirtz
crazy.
Is gonna be picked. It's gonna be picked before Raptors.
Yeah, I have a feeling that
I think it's coming to North Carolina.
You think he's going? No.
Charlotte.
No, I don't think so. In terms of my board, it's right here. AJ. Well, it's actually on the screen, but AJ, Darren.
Let me remove my glasses and look at it.
Yeah, it's AJ, Darren, Cam, Caleb, Kingston, Darius, Keaton, Mikel, Braden Burries, Hannes Steinbach, and then at 11, Bennett Stirtz. Give me some credit. Number 12, Adai Mara. Number 13.
I think Mara is top 10.
I don't.
13, if Atlanta picks, take their pick.
Maybe. Ibuka Corey 14, Morez Johnson 15, Yaxel 16, Christian Anderson 17, Cam Carr 18, LeBaron Fallon 19, Nate Ament 20.
Oh, I think Fallon is gonna go before, and Fallon and Anderson might be gone before Raptors, and don't be surprised.
I have a feeling Fallon will go 13th, but it's just a personal feeling.
Yeah.
You just get that feeling. So at number 2, it's kind of funny. Like, everyone has just assumed that Utah is going to pick Darren Peterson, and I could see it. But
I can also see them picking Tambuza too.
Yeah, I could too. Okay, FA, I'm gonna drop you for a second. I gotta quickly grab my beer.
Okay.
If you want to hang tight, I'm gonna put the screen, the wait screen, 2-minute screen. Okay.
Sure. Yep.
And the pick is in at number 2. It is Darren Peterson. I am very happy. I did 3 things very quickly. We still got FA here. FA, what's up? Okay.
I'm good. What's up?
Okay, so we are going to restructure the screen. Nope, that doesn't make sense.
Is Sham calling the picks or just Legion?
Is what?
Is Sham Sharandna calling the picks or is Legion who?
Are you saying Shams is, or you're asking me?
No, I'm asking who is calling it.
Well, I just watched it, but yeah, like let's see here. Legion Hoops is calling it. Okay. We have Dewan Tasneem calling in. Dewan, what's up? Am I saying that correctly? Dewan or D1?
Yeah, Dewan's fine. That's how you pronounce it.
What's up, man?
It's good. I'm kind of. What do you think will be the first surprise pick of this draft? Yeah,
Kingston Fleming.
Oh, where do you think he'll go?
5.
I think 5 might be. I think 5 is going to be Brown.
It might be Brooklyn at 6, maybe with Atlanta trading up. It could be Boston trading up to get Kingston Fleming. Like Boston feels like a very Kingston Fleming-y place, but apparently Atlanta's really into him. So if he's there at 8, he's gone at 8. If they keep the pick. If they don't keep the pick, it's probably like a Jaylen Brown trade, right? Bruh. Grange just reported last year OKC wanted to trade 3 firsts to the Raptors for CMB, and they said no. And yet apparently the Raptors were offering CMB for Derek White. So, you know, I mean, who knows? Yeah. I'm not really sure.
CMB with OKC they would have won that championship.
I genuinely agree with that. Yeah. I think that's a fair statement. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just stopped the dynasty. Like giving Colin Murray Boyles to the OKC Thunder is ridiculous. Tariq saying never trust Grange as a source. You know, so you listen to some people, you can't even trust them to source his own takes. So, you know, okay, that might be low hanging fruit. Honestly, at this point, you should probably just move on from that. Okay, yeah, this is a better layout. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, at number 3, I'm fully expecting Cameron Boozer to go off. I mean, it would be shocking to see Caleb Wilson or anyone else picked at that stage. Okay. So I'm just gonna adjust my banner as players get picked off. And I'm just going to edit it down. AJ Devonsa is gone. Darren Peterson is gone. The first 2 players off my board are gone. And that means that the best player available is remaining. And that is Cameron Boozer. So Cameron Boozer is the best player available. Caleb Wilson after that. Kingston Fleming's after that. I genuinely think, like, sorry, anyone who's got background noise, just please mute yourself. Like, someone's got background noise. Oh, WYSO is calling in, but your devices are not connected, dude. Okay, there we go. WYSO, what is up, man?
Hey, I'm coming in with a hot take. Do you think that this would trade for
something wrong with your mic, man? I think you might have the wrong mic connected. It's possible. You sound like you're underwater. Papa Mochi said Carr just fell to 18 on Woo's mock. You might be here. He might be hearing some stuff. Yeah, Sports guy said PC makes me laugh with their takes. Please let's not revisit that. I mentioned earlier I've had a pretty difficult day. I think the panel was difficult enough. Conversation that I had after the panel was even more difficult. So I'm just trying to let that out. By the way, cheers to anyone who's here. Please hit like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed to PENSARE Basketball. I hate to push the whole like YouTube agenda, but we are looking to grow a Raptors community. We will be doing every single Raptors post game live, and we will be here with you all night until the draft is going, and then give you, some reaction. We'll take some call-ins, if there are any draft analysts. I know One of my friends, Erison Demir, who's one of my favorite draft analysts, he's actually in Brooklyn right now. I don't know if he's going to call in, but he has the link, so hopefully he'll call in with his take. And we will have Jake Fisher is leaking everything. Pen Boozer at 3 official. Good stuff. Okay, let's transition over to Jake Fisher.
Is my mic fixed or not?
Yeah, you're good now.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Cam Boozer will be the selection for Memphis at number 3. Sources say perfect. Yep, the draft is falling exactly as everybody predicted, and I think with a draft that has been so heavily scrutinized, I was not expecting any surprises in this group. This felt a lot like 2003 in the sense that the top 4 were absolutely definitive. This is not a Zachary Risache, Paolo Banchero, Jabari Smith type of draft. This is a draft where can we stop spoiling? Why are we spoiling? I mean, if the information is out there. Ray Cusa said, yo, Pensare Basketball, would you still pick Carter Bryant over CMB in a redraft? As many times as I've been asked this question, my answer has never changed, and my answer isn't going to change. I still think Carter has the higher upside.
Do you think Chicago trades down here or no? I'm super high on Wilson, by the way.
So here's something that I pitched, okay? And this is like a very interesting idea. Milwaukee trades Kalel Ware, Kasparas Yakuchonis, 13 and 10 for number 4. Would you do it?
No. I would do it as the Bucks because I'm so high on Wilson. And it makes sense for the Bulls because I don't think Wilson fits next to Mates and Asenge. It's just a weird mix of lengthy, non-shooting wings that they're building right now.
I'm high on Wilson, but I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, so why not? Why would you not trade? Because you're in Carolina right now, so you watched Caleb Wilson a lot more than probably everybody.
I would pick Caleb Wilson number 3 because he's very talented and has very high upside, but that's overpaying for Caleb Wilson. He's still young and he has a high floor though, but I think he has a very, very high ceiling.
I'm just not as high on Kalel. I haven't been since pre-draft. Obviously, I was very against the pick. He's been very productive. I just don't see a player that I'm going to consistently win with. Like, I prefer Colin Murray-Boyles over Kalel like 20 times. Like, it's a big gap. So that being said, you know, Kalel is a hot commodity. There's a lot of teams that could use a big who can block shots and hit threes. It's a very valuable archetype. That being said, 10 and 13, that's 2 tiers down, right? We're not talking about trading the 8th pick and stuff. We're talking about trading the 10th and 13th pick. At 10 and 13, unless somebody drastically falls, I would look at it as Chicago picks Caleb Wilson at number 4 because everyone's picking Caleb Wilson at number 4 unless they're insane. And if someone they really like is there at 10, now I explore the idea of trading down. You know what I mean? Like if Braden Burries, let's just say Chicago's board was Caleb Wilson 4, Kingston Fleming 5, Braden Burries 6, you know, Mikel Brown 7, and let's say one of those guys is there at 10. Well, now you can get like the 5th guy on your board, and you can get a whole bunch of extra stuff because someone else was way higher on Caleb Wilson. So I don't know. But if Milwaukee is just going to burn that 10th pick on Nate Ament, personally, I would just trade it.
Guys, what do you think of Clippers trading for Trey Murphy III? Because I heard that rumor.
Trey Murphy for what though?
I haven't looked at the salary stuff yet to see who could.
Clippers have the 6th pick, so the 5th. Is it the 5th pick?
5th,
yeah. I'm not gonna. I think a lot of people. I like Trey Murphy, right? But I think he's overrated for what everybody's asking for. 3 first-round pick or. I knew him when he was growing up in North Carolina, so I think he's overrated and he's not durable.
Right.
I have a question. Who do you think won't be selected in the first round in this draft that definitely should have been selected?
JQ.
You think Jaden Quain's falling to the second round?
Ain't no way.
He might fall because
I
of
don't. I think his floor is the Lakers. 25. I think that's his floor. I think his ceiling.
Lakers is trying to get out of the draft. So,
well, trade with the Lakers. Trade a future, pair of seconds, and something. Like I would swap Grady Dick for Dalton Connect and the 25th pick.
I would do it too.
100%.
And give them 2 seconds as extra compensation, and just to get that 25th pick.
I'll give them 27 first, lottery protected. Or top 15
for 25.
Yeah. Nah. Next year's draft is not that deep though.
Someone said rumor is JQ is slipping to the second round though. Damn, bro.
Yeah.
His medicals must be freaking terrible. Holy.
I mean, he hasn't recovered as well, and it's been almost a year. So maybe
but if you give it, in Toronto, we can load manage him and we can even redshirt him for the next 1 year. That becomes my 27 pick.
Yeah.
I think Quaden's defensive upside is like generational. I'm so high on his defense.
He just, I have this term, he swallows up offensive players. Pause. He does. Like he absolutely just, the word is envelops. He envelops offensive players. They don't know what to do with themselves. So he is so active, so coordinated out there. And to think that he's doing this as not 100% was kind of crazy. So I don't know, man. If he gets some of that pre-injury athleticism back, it could be pretty scary. But as injuries go with big men, it's scary territory. Because if he doesn't play, like you're just wasting a guaranteed pick, right? It's not like a second round pick where you can negotiate the contract and do like a second year opt out or whatever. No, this is guaranteed money for at least 2 years, and the third year is an opt out. So I think teams are very cap conscious right now. And there's a window to contention for a lot of teams right now, especially teams picking in the 20s. And I just don't see a team like Denver picking him over a guy who's a more sure thing like Zuby Ejiofor and then redshirting him for an entire year, because they already went through that with Deron Holmes, right? So
what of OKC with 2 picks?
Pardon?
OKC, they have 2 picks in the teens. Do you think they want to redshirt another player?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think one of those teams with 2 picks is gonna consolidate. One of them has to. Well, I don't know. I'm being presumptuous, but
yeah,
like Charlotte's. Well, Memphis's other pick is in the lottery, so not them. But
I think Charlotte is taking both of their picks. They want to win now. They don't want any player to. They don't want to redshirt any player.
You don't think they would move up with both their picks?
No.
Now, it's not that I would ever advocate for futures betting or any markets or any of that stuff, but do you realize that if you had guessed number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 exact order, it was $1 turns to $1 for every 162 you win. That's actually crazy, because it was so obvious that those 4 were going to go in that order. To me, it's like almost like they gave free money.
Never mind. Sorry, I thought the pick was in, but it was a different notification.
No, Caleb Wilson is going number 4 to the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, it's confirmed. Oh my god. Okay, I need to switch to Jake Fisher too.
Yep. This is where the draft starts now.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
Clippers are such a wild card, man. I have no freaking clue what they're gonna do.
Well, this is the thing. Their tier is flatter.
Yeah.
Right? Like
5 through like 10, 11 is kind of similar.
Right. And I mean, I know people that have a guy like Cameron Carr or Jaden Quaintance inside that group, right? There are people that have Kareem Lopez in that group, Nate Ament in that group, and then there are people that have Nate Ament two layers below. So this is where I say, like, the Raptors will benefit tremendously if other teams mess up, because unfortunately at 19 you're relying on other teams to mess up, right? You're hoping that enough teams pass on Oh, no way. Acuff at 5? Are you telling me that's true? I don't think so. What?
There's
I could
nothing on
see,
that yet, is it?
I could see it happening, but I mean, I think this is wishful thinking from Sports Guy. If you're going to pair Darius Acuff with Darius Garland, I think you're setting up for possibly the most historically deficient defensive backcourt.
I think that pick is likely going to Sacramento,
Okay.
because they've been talking about swapping picks.
Apparently, Sacramento really wants Acuff, and his camp
Yeah.
really wants him to go there.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Do you guys know why Cameron Carr is falling in like mocks and stuff?
Falling? Don't you mean ascending?
No, he's
No,
falling.
I feel like the recent mocks I've seen, he's been like in the late teens, or he hasn't been in like in the lottery, like top 10 at all.
He's not a top 10 player. I mean, that's my view on it. I don't think he's a top 10 player in this draft. Yeah. Simply put.
Wait, could you explain why? I'm just curious.
Doesn't absorb contact well. Doesn't have a lot of functional guard skills. On a little bit on the older side, and like LeBaron Philon, a little bit on the physically weak side. So,
do you like him over Philon, or?
I had him one spot ahead of LeBaron Philon on my board, so apparently I do, but not by much. I would be fine with either one for the Raptors. I just see the holes of, like, I see what's working in the NBA right now, right? You need strength to play. The Raptors have learned this the hard way with Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray Boyles, the guys who have the strength, to make it. Papa Mochi said, bang, Warriors and Hawks debating whether to use their lottery picks to go after Trey Murphy from Sam Amick. Hey, man, Trey Murphy been long-standing one of my favorite players. I have debated, trading OG for him, debated trading Pascal for him. It was just a very large target. Him and Dyson Daniels were two of my big targets when the Raptors still had all those guys on the board. Also, I just want to say, I have a question for y'all. If Milwaukee had known how this Giannis saga would play out, granted, with the benefit of foresight, do you think the Milwaukee Bucks would have benefited from trading Giannis a couple of years early to the Raptors for OG, Pascal, and a first-round pick, as opposed to the package that they got?
It still depends on
Yes.
Giannis's health, but I think yes.
Also, it depends on the first round picks. Like, I have to see what position those first round picks they got from Miami. So you kind of have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they got
It's
3 first round picks, right? So
they end up with 3 first-round picks, 13th in tonight's draft, and then 2031 and 2033, and then a pick swap in 2030. And I believe it was a second-round pick in 2032. Look, the way I see it is the Miami Heat usually don't tank. So unprotected picks from that team, given it's in South Beach, it's a free agent destination. It's one of the 4 biggest free agent destinations. It's like betting on the Lakers to be bad. Like, it usually just works out badly for you, right? So Milwaukee's holding those picks, but Portland is holding Milwaukee's picks. And I'd rather be Portland in this situation than Milwaukee, if I'm being honest. Rusty Nail said the pick is in. Okay. Jake Fisher didn't spoil this one. Apparently no leaks from the Los Angeles Clippers.
Wagler. Interesting. Your board is
Keaton. Well,
just as planned.
So weirdly
Except
enough,
for Kingston Flemings.
Okay, so this is my Raptors board. I actually here, I'll share something really funny with you guys. Hold on one second. Where the fuck is it? If you had guessed that Keaton Wagler would be the 5th overall pick, hang on, let me just. These future markets are insane.
Absurd money. If you had put like $100 on this, you'd be making bank.
If you'd put $100, you would have won $300 for the first 5 picks in order.
Oh, I thought it was more.
No, I mean, the first 4 were very predictable. The 5th one was a little bit of an outside shot because it could have been Michael Brown or Keaton Wagler, but I had Keaton Wagler at number 5. I've picked him number 5 in a lot of mocks. He's number 7, I think, on my board right now. But yeah, I get it. Look, man, this is a team that has been sworn up and down for passing on or trading away Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They have a chance to draft a guy who has a lot of Shea-isms right now. So yeah, the YouTube expert said 3 times your money. Exactly, man. 3 times your money. If you knew, you knew. Okay. Okay. Let's adjust the board here.
Do you think Wagler will be able to play next to
Kawhi?
Garland?
To Garland?
Yeah, sure, both.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you have 2 pull-up jump shooting threats with those 2. Like, I love this pick for the Clippers. Love it. Absolutely love it. And now the best player available on my board is Kingston Flemings, followed by Darius Acuff, followed by Markel Brown Jr., followed by Braden Burries, Hannes Steinbach, Bennett Stirtz, Adai Mara, Jaden Quaintance, and Ibuka Okori. That finishes out the top 14. 15th on my board is Morez Johnson, who, by the sounds of it, is going to go a lot higher than 15. Teams are piling over themselves to get a shot blocker who can actually hit threes. Yaxel Landerberg, who's probably going to go a lot higher than this. Christian Anderson, who might go higher than this. Cameron Carr, LeBaron Philon, 20th, Nate Ament, and 21st, Chris Cenac Jr., who might be a Toronto Raptor. Dalen Swain, who's wearing purple today, might also be a Toronto Raptor. Look, man, I can sell myself on almost every one of these guys, except for a couple, because I have Terrace Reed at 44 on my board. And
Rob,
if the Raptors pick Terrace Reed, I'm going to fucking flip.
So if they do it, I'm almost positive they're trading down. Also, I really wish you had looked at his film a bit more today before the draft.
Terrace Reed?
His transition speed is crazy. It's like Chomsky-esque. Like, it's fast. Like, he is so quick.
Not Chomsky-esque, man.
Without the blocking, I think his playmaking is great. His speed is amazing.
Playmaking is very good. He's solid. Like, he, as I said, like, Ivica Zubac's one of the best centers in the league. I compared him to him, but there's like he's older, man. Like, you draft a center who doesn't shoot, who's 22 years old. I'm sorry, like, this is a bet on floor instead of upside, and this tells me that this team is looking to compete because he can help you next year. I 100% believe that Terrace Reed can play 15 minutes for you next year. That's not my goal with this pick. My goal is to complement Scotty, CMB, Jacoby with a 4th core piece. Now, if that piece doesn't exist, I could be stupid and wrong, but I genuinely think that piece could exist. And whether Terrace Reed, comes out of the gate and is one of the top 10 rookies and everyone's calling Bobby Webster a genius, you really believe that if we do a redraft in 10 years, Terrace Reed goes top 20?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree that it's a bet on immediate impact. And I think that's what he would be. He's like Zubac 3x.
The Raptors don't need immediate impact, man. Like, I'm honestly, like, I know this sounds kind of crazy. I'm okay with the Raptors taking a step back. I'm perfectly okay with the Raptors getting a little bit worse this year. I'm totally okay with giving Jacoby Walter 30 minutes a night, CMB more on-ball reps, Scotty Barnes, 22 shots a night. I am totally cool with that because these flattened odds give me a lot of hope that finishing just outside the playoffs is actually a really good outcome. So again, I'm not trying to tank, and certainly you're not going to tank with the talent that the Raptors have, but the East is loaded. There's no free wins anymore. So you're not going to be able to pad your stat totals. There's no incentive to be super bad. There's a good chance you could try your best and end up with 40 wins. So why boost that to 43 with Terrace Reed? Like,
you're making very, very good points, and I'm sold on what you're saying. But at the same time, I'm
known for doing that once in a while.
True. I'm just worried that Scotty's gonna get impatient, and like I just think he's entering his prime. It's like, to me, I'm like a all in on Scotty CMB. I want to win now. I want to like make big trades. Like, to me, I think we've had the time to be patient, and we kind of like the Raptors org kind of squandered it. And like, I really want to go all in right now.
The timeline is not fixed. Okay. Like, Scotty is not a free agent for another few years.
True.
And you don't really have to prove anything to him at this point. No offense to Scotty Barnes. He's not Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's not a top 5 player in the NBA. I've never really heard, like, at best, I think the average consensus would be Scotty Barnes is a top 15 player. I don't really hear a lot of teams like bending their wills to the 15th best player in the league. Scotty's still got a long way to go, and he's my favorite player in the NBA, but I can be honest about that. That being said, you mess up on the Grady pick. you completely screw up the return on a couple of your major trade assets, and I'm sorry, like you have to adjust, right?
Pick is in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Number 6, it is. Let's go, Kingston Flemings. Get off my board. Okay.
I got an alert for Mikael Brown Jr.
Mikael Brown Jr. There we go. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Mikael Brown Jr. to the Nets. Okay.
From Legion.
So, Pensare, if what you're saying is right, what you're saying is right, then why not picking
Darius
Cenac?
Acuff is going number 7. I will guarantee it.
100%.
And then that means that Kingston Flemings falls to number 8 for the whatchamacallit?
Atlanta Hawks.
For the Atlanta Hawks. So okay. Okay, let's see here.
So if you're not in a hurry to whether make the playoffs or play in there, why not go for Cenac with high upside and just at 19?
That's exactly my thought. Is at
It
least
seems like Rob has opened up a lot to that in the past couple of days.
Me too. That's what I want.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't necessarily want to be in the business of teaching a guy how to play basketball, but at the same time, like I'm perfectly okay if he's coachable and he's willing to learn. And from everything I've gathered about him over the last few weeks, he's very open, very receptive, very coachable, very good person. So when you get a 7-footer who's a very open to, feedback person, look, man, I'll say this: there's 3 types of people in this world. I said this to my ex-girlfriend this morning. There are 3 types of people in this world: people who learn from their own mistakes, people who learn from other people's mistakes, and people who don't learn from mistakes at all. Okay, you don't want to draft a player who doesn't learn from their mistakes. You don't want to date a person who doesn't learn from their mistakes. You don't want to be friends with a person who doesn't learn from their mistakes. This is the worst type of person to be around. Don't be around these people. Don't get in business with these people. Don't buy a house with these people. Don't marry these people. Fuck these people. Like it's not a good, it will drive you crazy. You will lose your hair, lose your life. Okay. That's like free life advice. If you find a person who makes the same mistakes over and over and refuses to take feedback, just get out. Like straight up.
Acuff confirmed for Sacramento.
Yep.
Not surprising at all.
Not surprising at all. Yeah.
He's sheltered with a little bit of defense. Nick Clifford and Reno. That's more front court defense, but.
Mm-hmm. Are any of you guys in the stock market right now? Just curious.
I just bought some uranium ETFs today.
Uranium ETFs? Cool. FA, you said you're in the stock market?
Too much.
Too much. Okay.
Yeah.
You sound like a chronic gambler. You're like, too much, man. Too much. I gave up my
I'm an active trader. I do options, do cover calls, do everything, ETFs, everything.
Okay. Some quick finance talk. How do you feel about the future of the following 3 companies: Amazon, Nvidia, and Google?
Nvidia is the moat.
Is the what?
The moat, MOAT, the AI giant.
Of course. No, I'm just asking, like, in terms of like near-term target, what do you see for these 3 stocks?
I see, if you want me to rank them, it would be Nvidia or Google, then Amazon. Amazon, they're spending so much on CapEx for data center. So all the companies that are spending a lot on data center, they're struggling. But long term, those stocks are going to do really, really well, because once you build all the data centers, all the GPUs and everything, and then you start running those models, you make a lot of money from tokens, because tokens is the new dollar.
Yeah.
That's the reason why companies like it's not even only data center, right? I think the key right now is not even data center, not chips or data center, but power and memory.
I got one quick question for you.
That's
What
why
do you feel?
MMU, Micron, and Scandies, they've gone over 1,000% in the last how many months?
Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of those companies that have. I think SanDisk grew up like 1,000%.
Over
Um,
1,000%. MU, they have their earnings tomorrow. MU was
um,
$60 a year ago, and now it's over
and
1,000.
what do you feel about the SpaceX and pending Anthropic uh offerings?
And Traffic, they'll do really, really well. SpaceX, I think, is overpriced. Because if you look at their revenue, right,
Mhm.
15 million compared to actually when they came out, when they went IPO last week, actually shorted SpaceX. I made some money. But with Elon Musk, right, you can't do any technical analysis with him. He can boost in stock. But I think that one thing about stocks, once they go IPO, right, they go up a lot, then eventually they come back to their pre-IPO price. Then before they settle down, take off again.
I mean, that happened with Facebook, Meta now, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I remember
It did the
thinking,
same.
like,
It did the same thing with CoreWeave, Nebius, all of them.
dude, I remember thinking at $25, Facebook was expensive back in the day. It was like, in fairness, it was. They hadn't monetized their platform yet. But yeah, like I think with
But
AI,
they're struggling now, right? Because of all the money they spend on CapEx. Like they're laying off everybody,
yeah,
and
and I mean, Google
the
just
more
lost like two of their top guys to Anthropic,
entropy.
right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I hear it. Look, man, I look at the AI, like I look at the AI utility a little bit like cloud storage, maybe a little bit like internet, but maybe more
Mm-hmm.
internet than cloud storage. In that, if I had to say, like right now, where's AI in terms of like valuation relative to where it'll be by 2036? I'm guessing like 20%. Is, if that's fair, like 20%, 22%, something like that. So like, which companies stand to grow the most? Is it like energy companies? Is it, is it chip makers? Is it, semiconductors? Like, I'm not really sure, but I'm looking at it for the first time in a long time. I paid off my second condo. So right now I'm just like, I'm all in on
I
like
think
building.
energy company, right, is big once you have power. That's why companies like Irene,
Mhm.
Wolf, Cypher Mining, then some Canadian companies like Kill used to be Bitfarm, now they're called Kill. Like if you're putting your money, I'll bet on Kill because they're still cheap, right? Like $7, and they've not even announced any contract yet. So they have like 3 contracts that the CEO announced they're gonna announce for the end of the year.
Mhm.
And they have power data centers in British Columbia, Philadelphia, and I think somewhere in New York or Oregon. So what's the differentiator with those 3 areas, right? Those areas are cold in the winter, so you don't need a lot of power to run the data center. While most of the other data centers, they're competing for power in Texas.
Okay.
So, well, I'll ping you offline.
Okay, definitely. I mean,
Mhm,
people came here for the basketball talks, but they got a little bit of finance life lesson, which is pretty cool.
mhm.
Someone asked me in the comment section, what's the most number of picks I've ever gotten right in a row? Honestly, this draft, I'm 7 for 7, and my 8th pick might be the one that breaks me. A lot of people have a Daimara here. I have Kingston Flemings at number 8. Now, some people might say, but Rob, on your big board, you had Kingston Flemings number 5. This big board was from the perspective of what I would do as the Raptors. This is not what a mock draft is. Mock drafts consistently, I've had either Michael Brown Jr. or Kingston Fleming at number 5. Today, I walked in with Kingston Fleming at number 5. So, and my personal mock draft is 7 for 7 right now. And if Kingston Fleming doesn't go 8, I crap out. If Daimara or Morris Johnson go number 8, I crap out. But if Kingston Fleming goes number 8, I'm still alive. And then Braden Burry's number 9 to Dallas, and then number 10 would be Nate
Nate
Ament.
Ament.
That's my mock right now. But let's see if
You
let's
you
see
might be 10 for 10.
Let's see, man. Oh, I wish I had monetized this. Why do I not do why do I not bet? I don't bet. Yeah. So
Yeah, told me I would have bet.
blech. Okay. Not because the Kings picked Acuff. Look, I mean, people saying like, "Oh, I feel so bad for Darius Acuff. He went to the Kings." I got newsflash for you. He wanted to go to the Kings.
He wanted to. Yeah, his whole camp wanted to.
He wants opportunity. He wants the ball in his hands, and quite frankly, he doesn't want to be held accountable. And you know what? 3 for 3. He's going to have every opportunity in Sacramento. And if the news is true that they're thinking about waiving DeMar DeRozan, that paves the way for him to have the ball in his hands a lot. Might become their franchise guy. He just became their franchise guy. That's their franchise player right now, which is a sad realization, but he is their franchise player right now because it's not Domantas Sabonis, who they're trying to trade right now. It's definitely not Zach LaVine, who's on an expiring. It's definitely not DeMar DeRozan. It's not Keegan Murray. It's the guy who's going to put he's going to put butts in seats. I'll be honest with you. He's going to put butts in seats. And, shout outs to my guy, Leo. I used to cover the Sacramento Kings a little bit for Basketball Zone with Leo.
New pick in. I won't spoil it, but new pick in.
Am I right?
And you're going to be a contender for Rookie of the Year.
Drum roll.
Yo, I was right. Okay, Kings and Fleming's off the board. There you go. Okay, we are now 8 for 8.
8 for, oh my God. Yeah, 7 for 7, right?
No, I'm 8 for 8.
No.
This is
8.
Oh
my God.
Okay.
For some reason, I thought Atlanta was 7.
Nope, 8 for 8.
What if OKC trades their pick for number 9 to Dallas? So OKC wants Adamara.
Look, I think the sensible thing here is to pick Braden Burries. However, let's explore some other options for what the Dallas Mavericks could do at number 9. Okay, so personally, right now, I'm picking Braden Burries because that's the best player on my board, and that's the best player, and that's the player I have mocked. However, next to Cooper Flagg, if they don't believe in Derek Lively and they want to trade Daniel Gafford, they could go off the board a little bit and pick Adai Mara or potentially Morez Johnson here, because obviously there's a lot of buzz for Morez at 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay.
And they just hired Michigan coach.
Nate Ament would be insane. Okay. Chris Cenac would be a massive reach. Dalen Swain would be such a Masai Ujiri pick. That would be so Masai Ujiri. But I think the sensible thing to do here is you pair Cooper Flagg with Braden Burries. It makes so much sense. I don't see why they don't do it. But if they don't do it, it's largely because they go for a point guard here. And so, you think about Ibuka Okori, which is interesting because, somebody picked Ibuka Okori to Dallas at number 9, and that was early mock Ersin Demir. He picked Ibuka Okori number 9, and someone's gonna surprise. Like, someone's gonna blow us away. Let it be Masai Ujiri. Now, I will remind you who is running the Dallas Mavericks draft room. It's the same guy who picked Hanson Yang last year. Okay, that guy.
But why pick Ibuka when you have Kyrie? Except you're trading Kyrie.
Kyrie's 34, man, or 33, 34 years old.
That's true.
I don't think they're comparable players in general, but I will say Okori's handle is amazing. I think it's the best in the draft. People say it's Phylon's. Okori's handle blows me away. It's so he has so much control of the ball. It's crazy.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
If they go Adai Mara here, I would call them immediately about Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford, because I think both bigs fit with the Raptors, and that paves the way for the Raptors to take potentially a guard or a wing at number 19. The YouTube expert said Wu has us taking Okori at 19. Okay, so again, to clarify, just so no one tells me after that I'm changing it, Braden Burries number 9 is what I think will happen.
Same,
but with Mike Schmidt in charge, bro, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna lay this out. I was never a big fan of his draft analysis. I know he's a big legend in the space, and I'm in this space, so I should probably just be like, oh wow, one of us made it to the big seat. I was just never a really big fan. There's a few people in this draft space that I really like. There's a few people that I really don't like. Last year, Keandre from Hoop Intellect, he ended up, I think he's working for the Boston Celtics now. I love that guy. I think he's awesome. He's not always right, but I just love where he's coming from basketball wise. I don't really like Mike Schmitz where he's coming from. Sometimes I don't like Jonathan Gavoni either. So I feel like a few of these draft people just kind of rub me the wrong way. I'm not really a big fan of them. So I don't know. So let's see what they do at number 9 is what I'll say. Fleming's pick is in. Mavericks on the clock. Yes. Who won, Croatia or Panama? Last I checked, Croatia was up. Okay.
Someone made a funny comment on Twitter saying Shams not reporting or leaking the picks. A big trade must be in the works.
Maybe. He does love playing spoiler.
Yep. Do you see Yaxel going to Golden State the way most people think?
I think it's gonna go to one of OKC. No, not OKC. Sorry, OKC or Charlotte.
I could see those two.
So I have Yaxel Landberg to Golden State. Yes. Then Morris Johnson to the OKC Thunder. I will be wrong. The second number 10 is off the board. I was pretty sure about top 10. After top 10, I was just throwing darts. Really just darts. Because there was so much intel about Atlanta and Kingston Flemings. And one of the things that I've learned to understand is like, how does every general manager think? It's been a big fascination of mine. Like what does Onsi Soleil think about basketball? And I'm just like, based on what he thinks about basketball, Kingston Flemings is such an obvious pick. So I made that connection. Adai Mara might have a floor at 15. He has a floor at 15, but he has a ceiling at 9. And so it's 9 to 15. If he falls past 15, expect some trades. Barnes Scotty said Onsi is a smart man. Yeah. Guess where he went to school?
I was gonna say all of the GMs have made smart decisions so far. Like there's been nothing like reckless or weird. Like it's all like making sense.
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to Onsi Soleil. Went to University of Alberta. You know, he has his bachelor's from UC. Yeah, he's not technically, is he Canadian? He's American Canadian. He was born in Austin, Texas. But yeah, shout outs to Onsi, man. He's doing great.
Shout out to Onsi. That's my alma mater.
Oh, pick is in, and it's a surprise.
University of Alberta?
Yeah, I went to UFA. I did my master's.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know this about you. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I just got so hyped for University of Alberta, but you know, shout outs to Alberta.
The pick is in.
Okay. Morez Johnson, and my board is cooked. There we go.
Damn, you were close.
I like it. The reason that this makes sense, at least in theory, is
the coach is from Michigan, right? They just hired Michigan's coach.
You know what's funny? Everyone was saying that all day. They were just like, "Oh, does it mean that they're going to pick a Michigan guy?" And I'm just like, honestly, like not necessarily, but they could. But even before the hire, they could always do that. You know what I mean?
But when you hire him, right, he knows his player and he wants to push his player.
I mean, it speaks volumes to how high he is because there's 3 Michigan guys. And by the way, when we entered this draft cycle, Morez was definitely the 3rd guy off the board. But by the end of it, he ends up being the first.
Combine, right?
It's interesting. Sports guy said, "I told you, Penn, Morez was the best Wolverine." He definitely was not the best Wolverine. I don't care what you say about it, but he might end up being the best pro, and I could see a vision for that, for sure. Definitely see a vision for that.
The safe, smart picks continue by all the GMs.
Look, man, like every smart team wanted Morez Johnson. There's a reason for it, you know. Like you can second guess it and say everyone's wrong, but he doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, man.
Will Milwaukee continue the smart trend and not go Ament?
I think they have an opportunity to pick Braden Burris and Nate Ament, and they should do that. They should break their promise to Nate Ament, and they should just pick Braden Burris and then pick Nate Ament. If they do that, however, like, you know, maybe Nate Ament doesn't feel so great, but I genuinely don't care about your feelings at this point. I promised I would pick you. I got a second pick. I pick you now. But Bradenberry's, could Milwaukee also maybe look at Adai Mara? I don't know. Certainly could. Definitely, man. Okay, best players available. Bradenberry's, Hannes Steinbach, Bennett Stirtz, Adai Mara, Jaden Quaintance, Ibuka Okori, Yaxel Lindenberg, Christian Anderson, Cameron Carr. Look, most of the Raptors targets are still on the board, right? And we got 10 more picks to go. 10 picks. So as long as the next 10 picks are not exactly the next 10 players on my board, like we're good.
I'm really hoping for some surprises so that better guys fall to us.
Okay, I need you to say 2 words in your mind. Kareem Lopez.
Yes, please.
And then another one, Koa Pete. Just, and another one, Terrace Reed. Like, please, God.
Rob, I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Do you think Spurs could pick Lopez?
I think the Spurs are very... if I was the Spurs, I would pick Chris Cenac or Jaden Quaintance. I just like the upside of those guys next to Wemby. Now, Jaden Quaintance, bit of a dirty work guy. Maybe if it works out and he's healthy, you move off of Luke Cornett. But I don't know. I like the idea of betting on max upside when you're such a title contender. Now, again, the Spurs may go the other way and say, okay, well, we'd rather go for Zuby Ejiofor or Joshua Jefferson, someone who's more of a sure thing in the spot. Koa Pete to the Bucks prayer circle. I don't think the Bucks are that out to lunch, bro. But if it happens, it happens. And honestly, I think Koa Pete has gone from overrated to underrated so fast. It's funny, referencing that Fred VanVleet quote. It's funny how sometimes you go from overrated to underrated. Yeah, totally happens. 9th pick Merez versus 9th pick CMB. Yeah, man, give me CMB. As far as I evaluated them, CMB was 8th on my board last year. Merez was 15th on my board this year. There's a really good chance that Merez is an awesome player. I think CMB can be an all-star. So, yeah. I felt that way prior to the draft too, by the way. I felt like CMB had all-star potential. In fact, people forget when Colin Murray-Boyles was sneaky still in the 2024 draft, he was my number 2 pick behind Steph Castle. So, yeah. I'm just looking for one player to go off the board who wasn't supposed to go off, just to increase the options for the Raptors.
Same here.
Oh my God, I'm almost out of beer.
Time to get a refill.
I don't have a refill, man. It's all the beer I had. I should have 1 beer. 1 can.
It's good to set a limit, I guess.
WYSO, you're a member, right?
I was. I should resubscribe.
Okay, so if you were a member last month, I had a drunken outburst at a friend's birthday party. So I've been trying not to drink because
okay.
Yeah. Confronting people at birthday parties is never a good idea, even when you feel very morally justified in doing so.
Yeah, there's a time and a place.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Quaintance is going to go to OKC with one of their picks.
I mean, it's largely because they've redshirted a couple of a couple of players like Nikola Topic, and I think people are just human beings are naturally obsessed with patterns. So,
Well,
you
plus
look at it and you say
they love defense. They need a big.
They love value. They love value. That's the thing with the OKC Thunder. They just love seeing value. So a guy like Thomas Sorber, because he was injured, maybe injury concerns, whatever. Did he get injured after or before? He was injured going into the draft cycle. I can't remember right now.
I think he was injured going into it, and then it during practice or something, it got worse.
Maybe. Yeah. Jake Fisher said our first surprise. Dallas is selecting Morez Johnson Jr. Like,
And it's not even that surprising.
it's not that surprising because allegedly, the intel said that teams at 11, 13, and 12 wanted Morez. So I think Dallas just did the thing where you pick a guy 2 spots high because there's no chance to pick him any later.
Oh, Rob, another check
Surprise?
box.
Oh, Nate Ament?
No.
What?
Look, the most recent one there.
The
You have
Bucks,
it there.
one day after trading Giannis Antetokounmpo, will be selecting Braden Burries with the 10th overall pick. Yeah,
You called
good job.
it, man.
Good
Holy
job.
crap.
Good job. Okay. Okay, Braden Burries. Okay.
Which means they're almost certainly looking for Ament in that next pick.
Yeah, Nate Ament is going 13th. Okay. FA, what is up, man?
I'm back.
It's a cold day in hell when the Milwaukee Bucks are out drafting Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sorry, Masai Ujiri. Wow, I just got my Nigerians mixed up. My bad.
So if Nate is going distant, then OKC can get Adamara, right? They want him.
That is kind of scary.
He isn't like. I mean, what as a replacement for Isaiah Hartenstein?
I think he has a much higher ceiling than Hardenstein.
Okay.
I think a lot of people think he's gonna be able to guide Wemby, but I don't think so. Wemby,
I don't know about that one.
Wemby strong.
I am totally
ahead.
ready for the Raptors to pick Tyrese Reed, man. I hate it. I'm gonna be sick. I'm probably gonna throw up on air. That's never happened before. I've never thrown up on air before. I might actually do it, but
Rob, start thinking about who they might trade back with, because there's no way they take Tyrese Reed at 19.
I mean they could. And then Bobby Webster's smug ass comes out and he's just all like, you know, we picked the best player available. That's just what we do as an organization. You know, it's fucking smug. You know what I hate about Bobby Webster, honestly, and I'm not even trying to be negative. He's so smug sometimes. Like he's a smart dude, but sometimes he comes off like he knows. Like he comes off as like a guy who has a secret that nobody else knows, and then he gives Jakob Poeltl an extension, and I'm just like, I don't trust you. That's where I'm at. WYSO, I know you're. Are you a Bobby Webster fan?
No.
Okay, cool. Red Salute is a Bobby Webster fan. Yeah. Tariq saying, don't crash out, Rob. I am going to try my best not to crash out if we pick Tyrese Reed. But if we pick Tyrese Reed over Bennett Stirtz and Ibuka Okori, like, I'm really going to be, like, I might need a mental health day. I'm going to be honest. I might need one. But you know what's funny? I've actually gotten a lot higher on Terrence Reed. I don't think that board necessarily reflects how high I am on him today. Like I could get as high as like 26 on him. I'm not even kidding. Like I see the value. Like that being said, I can't get excited about picking a guy that I have 26 on my board at 19. Like right now he's 44 on my board because that's just like it's honestly an organization error. I probably should change that, to be honest. He's probably closer to 30, but I had a lower grade on him and I just never changed it. That's honest.
Who would trade up to 19 from the 20s? Would Atlanta do it?
Knicks? I don't know.
Would Nuggets or Celtics do it?
I don't know.
Out of New York, 24 and 31.
Oh, that's interesting.
20, did you say 24 and 31?
Yeah, I think so.
For New York?
You get like Baba Miller and Terrence Reed or something.
Sure.
It's interesting, at least. I'm with you. I do not want Terrence Reed at 19, but I'm very open to it if we trade down. Oh, Warriors pick again.
Are you positive that Terrence Reed is a better player than Trace Jackson Davis? How sure are you that he's better? Because you already have
not in his defense, but in basically everything else. I am.
The Raptors need their big to play defense, man. So
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The pick is in at 11. Okay. The Warriors are fielding offers for the 11th pick. Okay, that's funny. Well, I mean, shout out to Yaxel Landerberg feeling really welcome as a Golden State Warrior. Like,
his coach doesn't want him. The Golden State Warriors don't want him.
I mean, his coach.
What about the buzz that Masai wanted Braden Burries?
Hey, man. When you get what you want, you want it more as Johnson. And honestly, like looking at it from the perspective of like value asset management, a big who can shoot and block shots is a very valuable asset if he works out. That being said, Braden Burrs, I would project Braden Burrs to be a better pro than Morris, but they're similar. They're in the same tier for me.
If Nate Ament is there at 19, would you pick him?
Who?
Nate Ament.
No. I mean, he's 20th on my board, man, or 21st. I don't remember. I think 20th or 21st on my board. I struggle with Nate Ament because he reminds me of so many players who flamed out spectacularly. However, that being said, he is very talented, and the Raptors love to bet on size to skill ratio. So I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a brief pause. I'm gonna take a pause between these picks, but hang on one second. I want to put a screen up. I just want to hit up a friend who's very deeply connected with the Toronto Raptors and see if there's any movement. The Raptors do not leak. This person has honestly ever come through for me twice. No offense to him. He's only ever come through for me twice in terms of like free agency, pre-agency, or anything. He was pretty early on the Mamun call for me, and he was early on the Jacoby Walter call. So I'm just going to hit him up and see if there's something there. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Hang on. Y'all are still on, so you can keep talking. But WYSO, FA, you guys are very well trusted. Members of PENSARE Basketball. I'm leaving you on without any.
Don't worry, you're safe. You're safe.
You're not gonna pull off some MAGA, hype or shit. I'm just kidding. I went through that shit on the panel today. I don't want to fucking go through that again, bro.
No, it's not my time, MAGA.
No.
Okay, so guys, there's a pick in.
I haven't gotten an alert yet. I'm keeping my eyes peeled. I'm refreshing my Twitter feed every 2 seconds.
Who are you following? Is it Legion or Jake?
Yeah, Legion and Jake. They're kind of going back and forth between who's going first. It's kind of weird. Like whoever's like leaking the information faster.
Mr. Warriors, they're trying to trade the pick.
That's interesting.
Maybe they're trying to trade the pick to New Orleans.
New Orleans for Murphy?
For Trey Murphy. So who does New Orleans?
Sorry, I thought I got it was a Legion Hoops update, but it's just about AJ Debonsa. It's nothing new. Who
does if it's the Warriors, if it's going to New Orleans, then they need a center, right? So they got Yves Missy, but they didn't play much.
Mm-hmm. Could be like Herb Jones or Trey Murphy plus Missy. For like this pick and a future one or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Celenderberg is still there. If Celenderberg is there at 19 and somebody wants him so bad, I'll trade down to like 21, 22, and maybe get a Fisher first.
Did you see that they took Yaxel?
They took Yaxel?
Yeah. Apparently they're staying put and they're taking him. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's good. So he's not dropping. But some teams were trying to trade up to get Yaxel. So
he's I mean, the whole deal with Golden State is they're trying to still do the win now window with the remaining years they have with Steph. So it makes sense that they want to go for a presence like that who's ready to play.
Wow.
Like he's got that NBA strength. He can probably learn a thing or two from Draymond.
It's already what is it called again? Like a veteran at 24, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So at least you can play him on this rookie contract.
Yeah.
For at least 4 years.
I'm really surprised. I thought there was going to be like a ton of trades and chaotic picks, but it's been really like safe, smart.
I knew it was going to be tough, right? Because this draft is too deep. Some of these players going like 11, 12, right? In other drafts, they're top 5 pick.
Yeah. And I've heard people have the sentiment that our number 19 pick in this draft is more valuable than a top 3 protected pick in the next draft, even with the possibility of us moving up to like the lottery.
That's why I'm open to trading our pick next year to get another pick, possibly from OKC.
Yeah. I'm kind of open to it too, but at the same time, I don't know enough about next year's draft. But based on what everyone's saying, I'm definitely open to it.
But there are gonna be some good tests, right? Because some players that were supposed to be about 6 of them, 5 or 6 of them that were supposed to be in the first round in this draft, they went
Oh
back
yeah,
to school.
who is the center for who's Camboozer's team? Duke. Who's the center for Duke that went back? Ngamba, right?
Ngomba, Patrick Ngomba.
He'll be in next year's draft, right?
Yeah, they have Patrick Ngomba. They have that guy from UConn that went back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forget his name, but Braylon Mullins.
Yeah, there are like 5 of them that are projected.
The
first round
Warriors
that
are
went back.
taking Yaxel Landerberg.
Another safe pick. Nothing crazy happening yet.
I mean, Merez going like 4 spots high is a little bit crazy, but it's not that crazy. It doesn't disrupt the order as much as like taking Kareem Lopez.
Right.
At 12, the OKC Thunder are on the board, and I expect the OKC Thunder to do an OKC Thunder thing. So let's think about what the OKC Thunder could do here. Let's lay out a set of possibilities. My board is completely
Ament or Adamaya.
Come on, they have the 2 best bigs available right now to them in Mara and Steinbach.
That is true.
I don't think they're gonna pick Steinbach after this year's playoff.
Okay, so best player available: Hannes Steinbach, Bennett Stirtz. 2 white guys. That's weird. Adai Mara. Sort of white guy. That's weird. Jaden Quaintance, Ibuka Corey, Christian Anderson, Cameron Carr, LeBaron Philon, Nate Ament. Who will they pick? Who should they pick? They should pick probably Adai Mara here. They should pick him. Will they? It really depends on what the future of how high they are on Thomas Sorber. I think it depends, a little bit. Like, I'm not saying that they would ever pick for fit. They could also go completely off my board and pick Dalen Swain here. Like, that's an outside chance for me. Dalen Swain feels like an OKC pick. Alan Graves also has OKC, he has OKC-isms. Now, with the ascent of Cason Wallace, with the trade of Aaron Wiggins, with the ascent of AJ Mitchell, I don't see a guard going here. And with the pending,
and they haven't even played Topic.
They've played Topic a little bit, and I mean, the returns are mixed right now. Like, I was very high on, I was really high on Nikola Topic pre-draft. I haven't been overwhelmed.
And he just had that back surgery, right?
And also testicular cancer. So
he's been riddled with.
Then he had the back surgery recently, right? Back surgery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they're gonna go Mara or something like really safe and solid like that, and then with their 17 pick, I could see them going Swain or Graves or something like that.
I mean, they could swing for upside at 12, like with Nate Ament, and go the other way. Someone saying any intel didn't pick up, bro. I'm sorry to say, didn't pick up. Oof. Bro fucking me over there. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. If you hear this afterwards, bro, we cool. But yeah, he didn't pick up. So I'm a small fry. I'm a small fry in this guy's life. That's okay. That's cool. Everyone in the world needs somebody that makes them feel insignificant. It keeps you humble, bro. It really does. That friend who's in a front office who takes 4 days to reply to you, that's what keeps you humble. That's really what keeps you humble. It makes you know that, like, even when you got 500 people tuned in on a live to you, we're supporting you with super chats and all that stuff, that, there's an NBA player out there who takes like 6 weeks to respond to you, if he ever responds to you at all. It's cool. Tariq said, Rob, you're meeting NBA players this summer. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You might see pictures from that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be corny enough to ask for pictures. Honestly, I'm not a big pictures guy myself, but yes, there will be a couple of NBA players that I will be meeting up with this summer. It's very cool. I'm very excited for that opportunity. I don't know. My ex-girlfriend used to say, like, she's like, you love being in rooms with people that you feel like you belong with. I just like being in rooms with people that like love what they do. You know, chase their dreams, are excellent at what they do, perfectionists, because it inspires me. It inspires me to be around people who are meeting any NHL players this summer. Nope. Unless, of course, there's an NHL player who lives in my building that I'm not sure about. But honestly, I don't live in a building that would ever house a professional athlete. No professional athlete is living where I live, bro. So,
Rob, did you see the news of that Montreal conglomerate firm buying like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of condos in Toronto?
no.
I saw that news recently. I thought it was interesting. I know because you're investing in condos in the area, so I thought maybe you'd have some insider information or reason why they're doing that. Like, is there?
No, I mean, I invested in my condo and the other condo in 2007, 2006, and 2009. That's when I bought my places. So I was very lucky to get in before the housing market exploded.
Oh, okay. Pick is in.
Okay. Adai Mara to OKC is my guess. Let's see. What is it? Is it?
Adai Mara.
There we go. Someone said Presti is annoying. Yeah, I could see it. I get it. He doesn't overthink it. Sam Presti is a masterclass in general management. Like, I just want to say that, like, straight up, he's awesome. Really smart guy.
Like, the only issue that front office is facing is like, what do we do with all of these salaries? Like, because we're picking so many good guys. And
so three Michigan players went top 12. Wow.
That truly is crazy. That reminds me a little bit of like the WNBA draft when all those UCLA players went like top 13. Did you see what Paige Beckers? Did you see what Paige Beckers did to the Seattle Storm last night?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
She's good, man.
15 points in 6 minutes, man. That shit was entertaining. Paige Beckers won. Paige Beckers, legitimately, after Scotty Barnes, Paige Beckers my favorite basketball player in the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know you said it way back, right, before she was even drafted when she was in UConn.
Oh, you know what's crazy? I also love Isaiah James, and she hooped out last night. And I also love AZ Fudd. So it's like, damn, Dallas Wings really got all the girls that I love. I love Juju Watkins as well, though. But yeah, like, for real, like, if they end up with Juju Watkins somehow, it's not gonna happen. But if they did, holy shit. Someone said 2 7-footers. Fuck OKC. OKC is an embarrassment of riches, man. Not only in terms of front office, but in terms of star talent, in terms of development, and it's just such a, I hate to say it, it's such a perfect organization, man. And I root for them so much. You know, I didn't root for them against San Antonio because, you know, I got a friend on the San Antonio Spurs. I got a couple of friends who work for the Spurs. So to me, it just felt like it would be betraying a friendship to root against them. And I love the Spurs, but like, holy shit. OKC is great.
I was rooting for them against San Antonio.
Tariq said, Penn, I thought Angel is your favorite WNBA player. No, Angel Reese is the WNBA player I would marry if I could marry a WNBA player. Paige Becker is my favorite player in the WNBA.
Rob, you have a girlfriend?
Not anymore.
Wow.
OKC wasn't able to consolidate and trade up because every other front office has Sam Presti's number blocked.
that was what happened with Masai, right? When you're so good after a while, nobody wants to trade with you because they always lose.
Yeah, that's you funny. Just can't risk answering that call.
That's funny. That is hilarious.
Do you think they're gonna? I think they're gonna trade the other pick. I would. Raptors should.
Do they even have the roster spot to make that pick?
They don't. I think they're likely gonna.
I know they just got rid of Wiggins, but
I think they're trying to get rid of Isaiah. Isaiah Joe.
Another decent role player that most teams could use.
Okay.
Brooklyn Nets is not that bad anymore. Michael Brown, Ego Deming, Michael Porter Jr., Julius Randle, and Daron Sharp.
It's not bad.
Right
The
on.
East is gonna be.
Okay, we got Okan calling in. Okan, what's up, man? We are inching closer and closer to the Toronto Raptors draft pick.
He's got the Stirtz in Jersey.
Damn. Is this a Pensare basketball influence, or is this like you just watch Iowa tape and you're like,
well, you have a lot of influence as well, obviously.
Okay.
This is the year that I have watched the least amount of college basketball, because also like I don't live in the US, so it's kind of hard for me to follow anyway. But like I started looking for the prospects like a month ago, and man, I really like Sturridge, man. He will fit in like perfectly.
I agree. I look at character fit, synergies, and most importantly, I always value character fit with your top player, right? I have a weird feeling that Bennett Stirtz can revive the career of Grady Dick by giving him an example of what a great white shooter actually looks like. Okay. I have a feeling that Bennett Stirtz can emotionally calm down Scotty Barnes and bring out the best in him. To be honest, like, I mean, we've seen so many examples of this throughout NBA history, but the greatest example is probably Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash. Like, those two got in the gym together and made each other better, right? Every day they would lean on each other. Everybody needs somebody to lean on when they're struggling for PT, and it's just like you want a good person to lean on. Carter this year consistently leaned on Dylan as he was struggling, you know, and it helped him a lot. So it's just like I look at that and I'm just like, who does Grady have to lean on? Well, he had Ochai, and the year that he worked with Ochai, they both got better, right? The offseason that they worked at Kansas, they both got better. Ochai shot better. Grady was, you know, he came out of the gate. He was amazing. So it's just like I think Grady needs somebody that he can just kind of like ping off of, and because both these guys kind of come from a similar background, I'm not just saying because they're both white, but they both come from like a similar background in terms of like they're both, you know, considered unathletic, both dynamite shooters. I think they kind of form a tandem for the Raptors off the bench. Should be kind of cool, you know. And again, it's just like what Bennett Stirtz could do for Jakob Poeltl is like amazing. What he could do for Colin Murray-Boyles, amazing. This roster is built for Bennett Stirtz to be a point guard. So
it's so crazy to me that a Grady Dick 2.0. What number did we pick him at?
13th.
13th. It's so crazy that a Grady Dick comp in this draft could be going in the second round. In Richie Saunders.
Richie Saunders is so much better than Grady Dick. It's not even funny.
That's crazy. I believe you.
But he's older. But the Grady pick was hypothetical. It was a hypothetical bet on it was a bet on upside, playmaking, athleticism, fluidity, size to skill ratio. Once again, it's like the Raptors are obsessed with these 6'8", 6'9" playmakers, which is what gives me a little bit of pause with will they actually have the guts to pick, you know, the right player when he's eventually there. But I mean, right now we got 13 picks to go. Hold on. Nate Ament to Milwaukee at number 10. The Bucks are going to make good on their interest in the Hennessy product at number 13. Okay, there we go. So Nate Ament is number 13, which means, yay, a player that kind of sucks for me is off the board. That's the first one. That is the first player that is below 19 on my board that goes off the board. Let us pray more players are below 19 go off the board. Because honestly, like I'm at a point right now where if 3 players that I'm kind of lukewarm on all end up at 19, I'm willing to look at trades. I'm willing to trade down with Detroit to get an extra asset, or maybe even to get Isaiah Stewart. You know what I mean? I look at it that way. But okay. So Nate Ament was always going to be, unfortunately, a Milwaukee Buck. And that means the Milwaukee Bucks, that's interesting. It's an interesting draft for them. Braden Burries and Nate Ament. That's not bad. That's a good safe floor, and that's a good bet. You know what Nate Ament and Braden Burries reminds me of? Ousmane Dieng and J-Dub. for the OKC Thunder a couple of years ago. I'm not used to giving the Milwaukee Bucks kudos on a job well done, but you know what? Cool. You like the guy, draft him. You promised him, so keep your fucking promise. But I mean, it's definitely not the player I would have picked here.
Usman Cenk is in Bucks right now, right?
Pardon?
Usman Cenk is in the Bucks.
Ironically, Usman Cenk is a Buck. Yes, you are correct. That is funny. But I mean, hypothetical upside, man. It gets people fired. It gets people hired. It keeps people their jobs. It is what it is. Okay, so best available players. Hannes Steinbach. There is still an outside chance that Hannes Steinbach falls to 19, and we are all like so happy.
That'd be awesome. Do you think Hornets could take him next, though?
Yes, absolutely.
It seems like
and they should. The Hornets should take him. The OKC Thunder should take Bennett Stirtz or Jaden Quaintance. Ibuka Okori could also go to the Hornets as their second pick, which would leave the Raptors with Christian Anderson, Cameron Carr, LeBaron Philon. See, the Philon drop is real. Like all the mock drafts that had him 19 knew something. You know what I mean? So is it right or is it real? We'll find out. We gotta wait a couple of years into his career, but there's a world like I just never listened to anybody who said LeBaron Philon is like a surefire lottery pick. I just never bought it. Even last year I had him as like an 18th pick. I had Bennett Stirtz last year as the 14th pick. So, before he went back to school. So, yeah.
What about Kareem Lopez?
I just don't like Kareem Lopez. So if the Raptors pick Kareem Lopez at 19, I'm gonna be pretty devastated.
Same
to be
here.
honest.
Repeat.
Pardon? FA, say that again. Oh, I think we might have lost FA for a second there. Okay. I mean, someone said no reaches so far. I would say Ament is a pretty big reach, personally. But yeah. But like Nate Ament came into this draft cycle as like the 5th or 6th overall pick. So, oh my God, we always have to have one of these people in the chat. Caden said, and I quote, "Cuck, and it Stirtz, older than my great grandma, and isn't a good basketball player."
Hello guys, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
I got a call coming in. I said, what if we pick Coapit at 19?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm not going to crash out. Caden said, as he said, I just want to. I post this comment on the screen for you to know this is what a Bennett Stirtz hater sounds like. That's what I said. My fault. I couldn't type. I was in landscape. Okay, well that doesn't excuse your Bennett Stirtz blind hate. Have you watched him play, Caden? How about this? Call in and explain to us why Bennett Stirtz is not good at basketball. I implore you. I would love to hear this.
Cheap Seats is worried. He said it on his thing earlier. He's worried that he's going to take the ball away too much from Scotty.
Cool.
Stirtz.
What? No. Bennett Stirtz. Okay, look, here's the thing. There is a, and this is no disrespect to anybody. There is a certain level of projection you have to do between the role that a player plays in college and the role that a player will play in the NBA. Grady Dick, Scotty Barnes, all these guys, they play a fundamentally different role. Scotty went from being a first or second option in Florida State to a 5th option. Again, problem solving is the golden skill that's going to get you through this transition. Okay, some players, they can't transition. Okay, shit. Like Cam Thomas can't transition. He's a first option, whether he's next to Shea, whether he's next to Giannis. He thinks in his mind he's the guy. That's not good problem solving to me. Problem solving is looking around the room and realizing, you know what? There's 3 better players on this team than me. Let me find something to do to help them. To me, RJ Barrett's a really good problem solver. I'm not particularly high on RJ Barrett, but like he's a really good problem solver. He figures it out, and to me, I think Bennett Stirtz is the same way. Like if he just figures it out, he's gonna know right away. He's not the best player on this team. He's going to know he's not a top 10 player on this team, and he's going to work so that he is, and it's just like I listen to these draft interviews, these pre-draft interviews, especially these deep podcasts that go like 2 hours, and I listen to them intently because I'm waiting for a slip. I'm waiting for like somebody to like reveal something about themselves that they didn't mean to reveal. And with Ben, you know, the only thing that made me kind of concerned was like the homesickness part, like the emotional, the need for consistency and the resistance to change. Like these are the red flags for Bennett Stirtz. Athleticism, no. Shooting, no. Defense, no. These are not red flags for me. My only concern is he going to be too far away from home in Toronto and get homesick and then tank his career? Like it's a crazy thing to say, but like, you know, it's possible.
He seems mature enough.
If
But I'm
Bennett
not
Stirtz
worried
or
about that.
Phylon is there at 19, who would you pick?
Pardon?
If Bennett Stirtz or Phylon they're there at 19, who would you pick?
If Phylon and Bennett Stirtz are there,
Yeah.
I mean, look at my board. Like clearly, I pick Bennett Stirtz 10 times out of 10.
I'm taking Phylon and
Yeah, I know that. Like
Oh,
most people would.
We got the new pick.
Okay, and at 14, Hans Steinbach. There we go. Let's
Yeah.
go. The board is succeeding so far.
Yep.
With the exception of, I mean, honestly, Nate Ament. Like we knew Nate Ament was going to the Bucks and they were gonna fuck everything up. But apart from that, pretty much everyone's off the board who I thought would be off the board at this point.
I also don't get the like argument of Sturz being old. Like he isn't that old. Like when we drafted Pascal and Norm, he was in the same age as them, and also
I think the thought process is those guys were picked a little bit later in the draft, and people are used to that. But like to me, like age is relative. It's relative to where you are in your basketball journey.
Fair enough, but like even if you think of like point guards, especially like let's think about why point guards like Steve Nash was also 22. John Stockton was 22 when they were drafted, and they were also like around the same.
Steph Curry was older.
Yeah, like
you know,
I don't get that argument. Like his play doesn't really, like the age doesn't really matter considering his play type.
It has to combine with other stuff like maturity and all that stuff, like with the Axel, I guess.
Papa Mochi with a great super chat, with a great chat here. And the Thunder turned Paul George into SGA, Jalen Williams, Thomas Sorber, Brooks Barnheiser, a Daimara, and a protected Kings 2027 first round pick. Oh my god, that is such highway robbery is ridiculous. And I just want to let you know that Kawhi Leonard made that happen. So you know you're welcome. Sturtz is safe, but we need to reach a bit. I think I okay, you know, like Ibuka Okori, Bennett Stirtz, Chris Cenac. I'm happy with any one of them. Phylon, I'm fine. Terrace Reed, you need a CAT scan. Okay. That's just where I'm at right now. Sturtz is Grady all over again. I don't understand people making these comparisons.
Yeah, that's not fair. Not a comp.
It's not. It's there. These are not comparable players, man. Like Bennett Stirtz is so much better than Grady Dick was in college, and just watch him play. He's not Grady Dick. Like, you know what you can do? Like watch some of his game tape and turn the color like inside out and just pretend he's black. Just pretend, or pretend he's Asian. You will not see Grady Dick anymore. The only reason you see Grady Dick is because he's a Midwestern kid who's white. That's it. That's the only comparison you can make. They can shoot, and he's a white guy. A white guy who shoots. So what? We should swear off of all white guys who can shoot. So if Pedro Stojakovic was in this draft, you'd be like, fuck Pedro Stojakovic. Come on, man. Mike Miller was in this draft, you'd be like, fuck Mike Miller. Reminds me too much of Grady Dick. Like, I just don't understand this, man. Like, what? So if Pascal Siakam had not worked out, you would pass on every African prospect after that. It doesn't make sense to me how people think about this stuff, to be honest. Like, it just, you know, Daryl Morey used to have this rule when he was running the Houston Rockets, which is like all of his scouts, if they came to him with a draft comparison, it couldn't be a draft comparison of the player with the same color. You had to compare him to a different player. You know, sometimes it's hard. It's very, very difficult to find a white Michael Jordan, you know, but hey, man.
You got to look at the lengthy movement off-ball shooters in this draft, and it's like Isaiah Evans and Richie Saunders and guys like that who are more comparable to Grady.
Caden, who has, graced us with his presence in the chat and has told us that his uncle would test better at the draft combine. And has suggested that Bennett Stirtz could be available tomorrow in the second round.
That is insane.
Caden would like to call in. I feel like we need to hear from Caden. So yeah, call in. The link is in the description, man. I'll give you 2 minutes to explain to me why I'm stupid about Bennett Stirtz.
How would you react if we drafted Christian Anderson?
I'm fine with it.
I think that's an amazing pick. I'm really worried about Okori though. I don't think we will take him, but his interior game scares me. Like, I don't think he's got the speed to get by. Like, I know his initial burst is good, but I don't know. I just don't think his game is going to translate to the NBA.
I could see it.
Okori scares me, and he's got a really crazy shot diet. And I know it was because he had no one to take the pressure off of him. But yeah, there's way too many unknowns with Okori in the NBA, I think.
Who do we expect with Chicago picking?
Okay, let's see.
Everyone's predicting them to go Cam Carr, but I think it could be someone else.
Okay, we've got Caden calling in. Caden, what's up? Tell us why Bennett Stirtz is trash.
Okay, bro. To me, he plays like he's like in high school. He plays like he's just, like he's not that advanced.
Okay, what's not advanced about his game? Is it the shot selection? Is it the passing?
Bro. He's just like
passes?
he's not gonna he's just gonna slowly dribble up the court and like play like James Harden in like the playoffs where he dribbles the clock, pulls up with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Are you aware that was their entire scheme? That was coach mandated. He was asked to do that. He wanted to run, but his coach didn't want him to.
So that wasn't him doing that.
No.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then you know what? Maybe like I'll hear it out.
Okay. Yeah.
But
I think speeding up.
what he's doing.
Look, when I look at a player, I look at the speed of your release, the speed of your decisions. I don't necessarily always look at the plays you call or the lineups.
Oh, wow.
Dalen Swain. Yeah, baby.
Dalen Swain.
Yeah, I get it.
I love that for us. Oh,
I feel like
God.
he might get bullied in the NBA, but I feel like maybe that's just a rookie thing.
Shout outs to Dalen Swain off the board. I really like Dalen Swain. I negotiated him as high as 10 at various points in this draft cycle.
He's Samson Folk's guy. Samson Folk really wanted Dalen Swain.
Cool. Yeah. I, for one, am getting very excited about the number of options that the Raptors have, but also kind of scared because I know who's making the decision. So yeah, I'm really. My guy is not off the board yet, which is cool. My second guy is not off the board yet, which is cool. My third guy,
all of my guys are on the board still. My top 3 are Stirtz, Quainans, and Carr, and they're all still there. This is exciting as hell.
I feel like Cameron Carr. Okay, let's try to project the next few.
So we're speaking next, Memphis, right?
So I don't want to take a big.
Sorry, what would you say, Efe?
We're speaking next. Is it Memphis?
Yeah, Memphis.
Maybe Memphis will go. They'll go with the point guard.
So it's Memphis
with the point guard.
So it's Memphis, OKC, Charlotte, Toronto, San Antonio. That's the next 5.
So Anderson or Bennett Stirtz or Final will be gone next, I think.
Yeah.
With Ja Morant.
Yeah.
So they're trying to trade Ja Morant, right? So they need a point guard.
But Alan Graves feels like a guy that all 3 teams would be pretty high on. So I'm not expecting him to go off the board here, but that's an outside, like, could it happen type of pick, right?
Alan Graves could be like their Cam Boozer off the bench.
Yeah, but they don't have a point guard, right? They're trying to get rid of Ja Morant, so.
I could see them going Christian Anderson or Ben Stirtz for sure.
Yeah, I think.
Or even Okori.
I think they're going Christian Anderson.
The Raptors are really going to pass on Bennett Stirtz, aren't they? I'm going to be sitting here heartbroken, just like I was with Carter Bryant.
How would you feel if they pass on Stirtz and draft Karim Lopez?
Oh my God!
I will end the stream. Honestly, like, I will straight up end it. I might end this channel. Like, I'm just fucking done. No, I mean, honestly, man, like, I'm at a point right now where I'm like, okay, draft evaluation is like so deep. It's like an iceberg, right? There's what you see on the surface, there's the numbers that I can access, there's the athletic testing that I can access, and then there's a whole there's 3 layers below that. There's meeting the prospect, calling their family, calling their friends, getting all the deep intel. With Kareem Lopez, I mean, we're talking about a guy who played in the NBL last year. I don't know enough about Kareem Lopez to make an educated opinion. And I'm not about to sit here and be like, Kareem Lopez is a bum. Kareem Lopez is the worst pick in Raptors history. I'm not doing that shit because, quite frankly, like, just because I'm not high on him doesn't mean some other people aren't high on him. And if the Raptors did their intel on Kareem Lopez and they come to the conclusion that Kareem Lopez is a lottery pick and he fell to 19, I'll listen to the justification. I'm just not going to be super stoked about it. That's just where I'm at. You know, yeah, like, again, like, I am known to get emotional about certain prospects, and I'm very aware of that, right? Like with the Toronto Tempo, I wanted them to take Flage. Kiki Rice is probably a better prospect than Flage, but I wasn't invested in Kiki Rice because I didn't see her on America's Next Top, American Idol or whatever the fuck, Flage was doing. I don't see her rap music. So it's just like a very stupid reason to pick a player, right? Because they're a really good rapper and they're a really dope person, and you watch them win a national title as a freshman. Kiki Rice might end up being a much better player than Flage Johnson. Like, I'm gonna have to trust that the Tempo Brain Trust did their job, right? Just like last year, I wanted Carter Bryant. They picked Colin Murray Boyles. I would put them in the same tier as prospects, so I wasn't too mad about it at all. If you go back to my reaction, I wasn't mad at it at all. I love Colin Murray Boyles, but maybe there's something about Carter Bryant that they saw that I didn't. Now, the difference with Carter Bryant is I actually got to know Carter Bryant a little bit. So that's a little bit different. But yeah, that's how I feel. Swain high up on the Raptors board. Now I think they will take Carr if available. Why are you so fixated on them taking a wing? That's my question. Bigger question.
Carr is the only wing I would want them taking because he has defense and shooting at least.
Wow, this is a take. LeBaron Philon is SGA 2.0.
What?
No.
Yeah, I don't see it. But you know what? I'm not going to sit here and say that makes a lot of sense to my brain, but I get how you got there. If that makes sense. Like, I understand it. He's crafty. I get it. A crafty player who's, but he doesn't have 6'6", 7 foot wingspan. If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 6'2", he's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I have a hot take comp that most people aren't going to agree with. I think Keaton Wagler is Kasparas Yakuchonis 2.0. I'm really low on him, and I don't think his game is going to translate to the NBA. I know you're also still kind of high on Kasparas, despite him not having a great rookie year.
Kasparas' rookie year was better than every single year of Grady's career.
I don't know about that. Wasn't Grady's second year pretty good?
No.
At
his first 20 games was pretty good. Kasparas Yakuchonis shot 40% from 3 and 61% true shooting. I think the Raptors would kill for Grady Dick to have that type of shooting prowess. Kill. And he did.
But it was low. It was low volume, wasn't it?
I mean, relative to minutes played, he played less than 1,000 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I mean, he's not exactly in the most like spaced out offense, but if Kasparas Yakuchonis had played the same role as Baylor Shireman or someone like off the Boston bench, like, I think he would have done way better. I'm not like, I was never like a lottery guy with Kasparas Yakuchonis, but I certainly saw like a high first round grade on him, and I understand like the value. And ironically, like, who Bennett Stirtz really reminds me of a little bit? Goran Dragic. And I'm a really big Goran Dragic fan. Like, legit, Goran Dragic is one of my favorite players in NBA history. People in Raptors land hate to hear that.
Raptors legend,
Goran Dragic. And Scotty's, if Scotty had to pick his top 5 favorite teammates ever, I would be willing to bet money that Goran Dragic would be one of those 5 players. People don't want to hear that, but it's true. Like, Scotty and Goran were like, that was like his guy. So, I love Goran Dragic. He's awesome. Oak Tree said, not gonna lie, I hate Goran. Bro, he had higher aspirations. Let him be. People have higher aspirations sometimes than being on a rebuilding team. That's fair. Fred VanVleet threw Dragic off the team. Did he? Bro, I feel Carr is gone soon. I feel that too, and that would be great.
OKC and Hornets probably take him.
Yeah. Okay, where are we at right now?
Yeah, no trades yet. This is crazy.
I mean, the trades could be announced after, right?
True. Yeah.
Comment of the day: Kawhi had aspirations too.
He wanted to plant some trees.
Yeah. No, Rob, please stop. Stop what? I have a feeling Sturtz is gone soon.
I don't think so.
Someone
I
said
think he's gonna
Zuby
fold this.
Ejiofor. Oh my God! Please let Zuby Ejiofor be off the board right now. Please, God, let that happen. No, sports guy is just he's our resident psychic. He just loves to psych us out. He's not psychic, he's psyching. He likes to psych us out so that we have to refresh. He just screams random names. No name screamed is going to be as crazy as the name that Chilltown Hoop screamed today, though. Just want to throw that out there. He had us all very confused. Does anyone remember the name that Chilltown Hoops screamed out? Daryl messaged me right away on Facebook, and he said, Toby Awaka. You should have seen my face, man. Chill picked Koa Pete and got him confused with his teammate, Kobe Awaka. And we were all sitting there like, bro, this is how people felt when they called Bruno Caboclo. Like, what? I didn't know he was in the draft. I genuinely had to do a double take because I'm pretty sure that Toby Awaka did not declare for this draft. But damn.
It is my first time hearing that name.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Shout outs to New York legend Toby Awaka. Honestly, Toby might be in this draft. I don't know if he went back to school. I genuinely don't know. I don't have a first round or second round grade on him, but you know, shout outs to Toby, you know, 6'8". The pick is in, you say? Okay.
This pick is in.
And starts. Fuck.
Is it confirmed?
Is it? I haven't seen a notification. Please no.
Where did you see it?
In the chat.
Please, yes. Please, yes.
I think the chat is lying. I don't see it.
Ben, are you okay?
I think you're good. I don't think anything's in yet. Oh my God, it's in. Oh no. Shit.
What did I pick?
They pick Stirtz. Oof, that's tough. Yeah, he's good. There's a reason he went that high. He's good.
He had a great workout.
Yeah, they must be very low on toe pitch. Wow, that sucks.
Well, we still have good options. So
Yeah, I can't believe Phylon is falling to us.
yeah, we got Phylon, Christian Anderson, Kemkar,
Quaintance.
we still got Cenac.
Yeah, I think we got
someone said
we got great options.
OKC picked traded for 2 seconds. What? I will kill somebody. Hold on. That's not a good thing to admit on the live. But what? Okay,
what did I say?
What?
They said Bennett Stirtz has been traded to OKC for 2 seconds. 16 pick to Oklahoma City for 2 seconds.
Oh my God.
What?
Wait, what?
Okay, I just want to be clear about something, okay? Make something clear. I was high on a Daimara last year. I've been high on Bennett Stirtz all fucking year, okay? The best general manager in the league just picked both. So here's my middle finger to anybody who thinks I don't know ball. I know ball, okay? I hate that I know ball, and I hate that Sam Presti knows ball better than me. Fuck.
2 second rounds?
I can't believe I fucking victory lapped on the most heartbreaking moment.
How can you trade Bennett Stirtz for 2 second round pick?
What is even the justification for that?
So OKC. And OKC is picking next, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if Shams corrects this tweet and adds in that there's additional parts of this. It doesn't make any sense.
Maybe
16
there's a
goes for
swap.
2 seconds. If there's a swap, it makes sense. But if OKC is picking 15 at 16, well, then now they're geniuses for trading Aaron Wiggins and making room for 3 first-round picks. Memphis will draft number 17 now via OKC. Okay, there you go. So the Grizzlies get 2 second-round picks and swap 16 for 17. There you go. That's the full deal. Now we make sense. Memphis did not want Bennett Stirtz, so OKC loved Bennett Stirtz so fucking
Memphis,
much. They traded
Memphis
up
is gonna
to get
trade.
him.
They're gonna get Anderson now, likely.
Sports guy, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Victory lapping on my misery. Go fuck yourself. First of all, honestly, I promise myself I'm not gonna crash out. Yes, Stirtz is gone. Enjoy Bennett Stirtz dropping 25 fucking points on your team every single night that you face him. I guarantee you this guy is going to be good. Guarantee you this guy's going to be good.
Yeah, this
You're
is depressing.
Fucking nuts. If you are victory lapping on Bennett Stirtz not being on the board, you're insane. Fuck out of here.
There's a reason the best GM in the entire league just traded up to get him.
For real. Like, fuck off, man.
This is crazy.
A famous TV series quote says, "You can't keep getting away with this."
Does anyone remember my draft
Just
night reaction? Does anyone remember my draft night reaction to the Raptors picking Grady Dick?
No. Was it similar?
No, I put my head down and I couldn't breathe and I had to gather myself and I said, oh no. And I just like went off camera and I dipped my head and people made so much mockery of me out of it. Like, oh my God, Penn is so negative. Penn is so negative. Fuck up, man.
I think I was there that night.
You were definitely there.
Yeah.
I was there as well.
So Raptors have the option of Anderson, Phylon, Cenac, Cameron Carr. Wow.
Okay, Phylon is still a great choice.
Stirtz going to be in Taiwan in a couple of years. How much you want to bet?
Hell no,
How
bro.
much do you want to bet on that?
Is a really
I will
good
bet
player.
you any amount of money on the planet that I actually own that dude is going to be an NBA player for like the next 7 years minimum, unless he gets injured. This is
I think
crazy.
he's the right team for him, right?
I actually feel like 90% of people who like evaluate players, if they like him, they think they're going to be really good, and if they don't like him, they think they are going to Taiwan. I don't get this. Like, if you think that he's not going to be a special player, he might still be a decent player, but no one tells that.
People only think of things in black and white. And
yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. I don't get it either. Like
the worst that Stirtz is going to be a great like 6-man. Like that's the worst he could be, in my opinion.
You just think about it. A team that already has
they're all from Taiwan.
Jared McCain, AJ Mitchell, Kaysen Wallace, Nikola Topic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just decided to trade up to draft Bennett Stirtz.
Yeah.
And imagine Stirtz giving alley-oop passes to Adamara. Wow.
Christian Bertrand says, how many guards does OKC need? As many as necessary.
They're not going to be able to.
They ran out of guards last year.
They won't be able to extend AJ.
I mean, I think they can, but I mean, this does open up some possibilities. They also still have Isaiah Joe. I think this means you trade Isaiah Joe, to be honest.
100%.
Bennett Stirtz is going to work in OKC. He's a perfect fit. I mean, it's just such a good fit. I mean, maybe I should start talking about how these players actually fit into the teams that they're getting drafted to right now, because that's probably what y'all are here for. To some extent, at least you're here for that.
I think that everything, it fits like a glove so far.
Yeah. Man, I really, this is going to be a kick in the pants. We really picked Tyrese Reed. I don't know like what No Ceilings was trying to put out there by saying we're going to pick Tyrese Reed, but like, man, Cenac said, Rob, will you crash out if we take Cenac? Absolutely not. No, I will not. I will not crash out at all.
Apparently another trade.
Oh boy.
Look at Jake Fisher. He just said an ominous, like vague post. He didn't put any details.
How many windows y'all got open, man?
I've got like 3 open right now.
Okay. We've got another trade, he says.
What does that mean, man? The Raptors have just traded up to get Bennett Stirtz, and OKC changed their mind.
No, that's never going to happen. Because Sam Presti is not stupid enough to give up what he already earned.
I think we should trade, if we can trade to 21 and get more assets. I wouldn't mind.
Someone said Okori to Memphis. I'm hearing. Oh my god, I'm sick. I like
Detroit Pistons trade.
What?
Grizzlies are trading with Detroit.
So they're trading 17 to 21, 20 to 21.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the Pistons are taking Ibuka Okori or LeBaron Filon, right?
Or Christian Anderson. Yeah, one of these three guys.
Ibuka Okori. Ibuka.
Okay, there we go.
Still is Kim Carr.
It is
So
time.
he's going to Detroit. So maybe they know Raptors want him badly, right? So they don't want him to go to Raptors or Charlotte.
So 100% Ibuka Okori is off the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So it gets more interesting, right? We got Anderson.
Okay, so the best players available: Jaden Quaintance, Christian Anderson, Cameron Carr, LeBaron Filon, Chris Cenac Jr., Alan Graves, Zuby Ejiofor, and Sergio De La Rea, for me at least. But for some people, it'll be Koa Pete, Joshua Jefferson, and Henry Visar, Kareem Lopez, Bruce Thornton, Richie Saunders. Yeah, we can go down the list. Emmanuel Sharp, Baba Miller, et cetera. Trevon Brazile, Isaiah Evans, Malik Thomas. So, I mean, the Raptors have a pretty good glut of players to pick from here. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's not the worst situation now. John Hamilton said Topic will be traded now. Here's a hot take. Bennett Stirtz is a better player than Nikola Topic. There's my hot take for the day. He is significantly better than him right now. And you know what's funny? I've been so biased towards Serbian prospects in my life, and I've been so biased against North American white prospects that for me to say that Bennett Stirtz is better than Nikola Topic, you would have to believe
it's really saying something.
It's really saying something. Okay.
You mean Topic today or Topic as a prospect?
Topic today, because of how much his development has been derailed.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
We've still got some great players on the board. Filon, Anderson, Quaintance, Carr. Like, I'm happy with any of those.
So Okori is 100% off the board, right? We're
okay. He's already gone.
Okay, so Ibuka Okori. Oh, three. What the fuck? Okay, so Memphis is trading 17 to the Detroit Pistons to move back to 21 for 3 second-round picks. Shams is the worst. I just want to say that it's just the worst. Like he has these pump fake deals. The reporting. Okay, still working through the picks, but the Grizzlies are moving down again, trading 17 down. You know what the Grizzlies are doing? They're operating this draft like I operate 2K. This is what I do in 2K. I'm not even kidding. I have the 12th pick. I trade down to 14. I get an extra conditional first-round pick. Then I trade down from 14 to 17. Then I get like 3 second-round picks. Then I trade all of that down to 20. I get an extra first-round pick, and then I pick my guy anyway. That's funny.
Normally
that's smart.
I try to avoid doing that because it's unrealistic, but somehow it became realistic in this draft.
You know who should have done that last year? Portland. Instead of picking Henson Yang at 15, they could have done this. They could have done the same thing. They could have accumulated a boatload of assets. And again, like, I think the Memphis Grizzlies are betting on second-round picks becoming valuable assets.
The Nets could have probably done that.
Okay, this is your final warning, sports guy, because you're kind of pissing me off at this point. Please stop doing this. I know that you want Zuby Ejiofor off the board. Just please stop doing this. I'm very calmly telling you, please stop randomly. Just how about this? I'll make you a concession. This is called a compromise. Something, certain people in my life don't fucking understand the concept of a compromise. Just write, I want Zuby Ejiofor. That way, everybody, 800 people don't have to fucking be like, oh my God, is the pick in? Because what you're doing is like toxic. It's pump faking 800 people at the same time. It's weird. Please stop doing it. That's what I'm saying. You've done it like 6 times. Yeah. Like the next time you do it, you're gone. Cool. Okay. That is the calmest crash out in my life that I've ever had. So yeah, I didn't raise my voice once. Didn't refer to any names. It's cool. Okay. Draft Filon, trade quickly. I wouldn't be so quick on that, but yeah. No pump fakes, LOL. I mean, that's really what you're doing by yelling out a person's name. That's what you're doing. I just blocked sports guy. Yeah, you and me both, man. Okay.
What are the Hornets going to do here? Are they going to take Carr?
Yes. My view on this is they probably take Carr. Who'd they go with the first pick? Hannes Steinbach?
Yeah.
So I would doubt they go double big here. So Phylon or Carr? I would think here. That would be my guess.
And then we will be left with Anderson and whoever is remaining and Cenac.
Yeah. Of the picks that have gone off so far, is there one that's like, wow, that's such a good
pick is in?
Is it Anderson?
Yeah.
Please be Anderson. 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 Yes. Okay. Cool. Okay. I don't know why I'm rooting for Anderson. I could have easily.
I'm not thrilled. I think he was the best fit remaining for us, but
I mean, this opens
his
up
shooting and
damn, Anderson is gone. I really wanted Anderson for us.
I think he would have fit the Raptors really well.
Well, the shooting, the passing, wow.
Okay, so now we have the Toronto Raptors are on the board. There's almost 1,000 people in here. Please like this video, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Do all that stuff. We have Jaden Quaintance. We have Cameron Carr. We have LeBaron Phylon. We have Chris Cenac. We have Alan Graves, Zuby Ejiofor, Sergio Delaria, and Kareem Lopez, Koa Pete, Joshua Jefferson. Guys, who do you want? Just let me know right now. 19, who do you want? And and trade down is an option, by the way.
I'm going with cheap seats on this one. Let's go for Carr.
Okay. So we got one for Carr.
I would say Phylon or Carr.
I'm actually going to run a poll. That would be good YouTubing. Hang on.
Yep.
Let me run a poll.
I think I want Phylon at this stage.
I'm honestly equally happy with Phylon, Carr, and Quaintance. I'd be happy with any of them.
Quaintance is not an injury. I want Phylon.
Like for me, I had 4 options in my mind, and it was like Phylon, Carr, or Sturtz and Anderson. So now I think I'll be happy with either.
If we go Graves, that's my version of Terrace Reed for Rob. Like I will lose my mind if we go Graves.
Oh yeah, man, it's so stressful, man. So stressful.
Lopez. Oh man, or do we trade back? What happens here? So many options.
Okay, the poll is up. I've given you 4 options. Unfortunately, I can't give you more options. There's a lot of options for the Raptors here. LeBaron Phylon. Did not give you a Luka Corey as an option. Or probably could have. Gave you Jaden Quaintance as an option. Probably shouldn't have. This is a L poll for me, but you know, it's where we're at. So far right now, it is a Carrathon. Y'all want Cam Carr. So you have really bought into cheap seats and what he thinks. Cool. I get it. Cam
I have
Carr
a feeling most fans are going to be wanting Phylon here. Like most casual fans, most like just the general Raptors fandom, I think is mostly going to want.
I want a Buka Corey.
Oh, Corey's off.
Oh shit, he's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, Cameron Carr technically is the top guy on the board, barring that Jaden Quaintance didn't pass his medicals. It's Cam Carr, LeBaron Phylon, or Chris Cenac. I'm cool with either or. If we go further than that, Zuby Ejiofor, Alan Graves, I'm gonna have some issues. We go Koa Pete, Joshua Jefferson. If we go Henri Visar or Taris Reed, I'm not gonna be happy. Please don't tell me Kareem Lopez. I'm gonna fucking flip, bro. Just don't.
Same here, man.
Just don't.
Apparently the Grizzlies got 5 second rounders. That's crazy.
Please mute the background, please. Okay. Someone said, no. Don't do that.
No,
don't do that. Don't do that. Please. I promise you will be banned for life.
I can't take that right now.
No pump fakes, guys. No pump fakes. If we take Quaintance and Silver Fox fixes him, oh my God.
The defensive upside is crazy. Him, CMB, and Scotty on the floor is immediately the best defense in the NBA, in my opinion.
Yeah.
with obviously healthy Quaintance.
Yeah. Well, the cool thing is, someone said Scotty Barnes. I don't know why that is. Is Scotty Barnes on the screen? Is Scotty Barnes at the draft? No. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna hit my guy
Man.
up one more time because I want to know like 10 seconds before everyone else does. Just tell me.
I'm terrified right now. Please be Phylon Anderson acquaintance. Please, 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 please. Or Carr. Sorry, yeah, no, not Anderson. Phylon Carr acquaintance, please.
If I had told you 2 weeks ago that these would be the options, would you be happy?
Yeah, not thrilled, but happy.
I will be happy.
I'll be thrilled.
Because we don't have Bennett Stirtz on the board? Yeah, I get it.
No, not
Yeah,
that.
but still, you still got good
Kamka and
options.
Phylon. I wanted Anderson really bad though.
I'm really surprised by how much Carr is falling. And Phylon.
I know, right?
I'm genuinely not. I get it. I understand the concerns with him. Message me back, bro. Stop big timing me.
One minute and 40 seconds.
Man. I'm about to have an aneurysm right now.
There's a trade alert. What is this? Oh, it's the same one.
Okay, just wait. Okay. Man. The most disastrous pick here would be like Isaiah Evans or like Trevon Brazile. I don't think my heart is going to be able to handle that. But like Terrace Reed, I'll have to like, you know what? With Terrace Reed, I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain from a reaction with Terrace Reed. I'm just going to, because if No Ceilings is saying like, oh, I'm hearing Terrace Reed to the Raptors, that probably came from Terrace Reed's camp. Where
I just really, really, really don't like that at 19. I like the pick, just not at 19.
Okay, you guys are actually watching the live feed, right? I know Dalen Swain was wearing purple. Who else was wearing purple?
Oh, Corey.
Ugh. Okay, well, they're both off the board. Doesn't matter. At this point, I would rather pick Alan Graves than Terrace Reed. I'm not even lying. Like that, at least.
It looks like Phylon is crying, or his eye is just upset.
Phylon is being zoomed in right now, but
Death 4K. That's your final warning. Go fuck yourself. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna abstain from banning you until the Raptors pick. If they actually do pick Lopez, I extend my apologies, but I think we've all been warned enough times at this point. That
we are going to pick, guys.
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
Oh my god, man, I'm stressing out. Surely it has to be Phylon or Carr. Come on.
Yeah, but they zoomed in on Phylon for too long. Hope it means something.
Cenac or Phylon?
Cenac, Phylon, or Carr.
Cenac.
It's not gonna be quick. It's not gonna be
Cenac,
quick things.
Phylon, Carr, or Quaintance. Cenac, Phylon, Carr, Quaintance.
Seriously.
Cenac, Phylon, Carr, Quaintance. Please.
Oh man.
The anxiety is killing me, man.
This is brutal. Why is this
longer
than
Alan Graves.
No.
Alan Graves.
No, man.
Alan Graves.
Oh my god. I'm muting myself, sorry.
Alan Graves. Analytics.
No, man.
Alan Graves. Analytic darling. Bobby
Swipe
just
a cam saying yes.
Bobby's computer.
Swipe a, I'm gonna be nice to you and just say go to hell on this one, because I know what you're doing right now. You want Cam Carr to go to Denver. I got news for you. He's not gonna fall to Denver. But for us to pick Alan Graves here is harsh. That's harsh, bro. Okay. So let's find out about the newest Raptor. Give me 1 second to pull up my notes on Allen Graves.
Is an analytic darling.
Okay,
Who
I will
cares, man?
just say one thing. I will stay upset.
It's like Kevin Love, great defensive player,
I
but it's
will stay
very
upset
slow.
for the next 3 minutes and then just try to be positive about him.
Sure.
That's the best way to approach, in my opinion.
Okay. So here's the rundown on Allen Graves. Okay. This is a freshman. He came off the bench. He shot 41% from three, 51% from the field. Very low volume player. Pros, incredible playmaker, incredibly positionally versatile, one of the best defensive playmakers in the draft. Okay. Absolutely incredible.
My son just called me, say that you all got a steal.
Okay, so there's a version of this that works incredibly well for the Raptors, in which case you got a very, very good shooter who replaces some element of what Sandro Mamukelashvili brought.
So Mamu is gone.
Why did we just draft a bench guy at 19? I can't get over this right now. I don't see him being
he's
an
not
NBA
necessary. You don't see him being an NBA starter. So
it's like Kevin Love light.
The best version of this is a souped up Kyle Anderson, Boris Diaw clone. Okay.
Please tell me there's a trade coming, man, for Terrace Reed or something. Please tell me.
Oh my God, please stop. The Terrace Reed. I said it before, just before the pick. I would rather we pick Allen Graves than Terrace Reed, and I stand on it. He's got a lot of pros. So I want to read some of the notes from No Ceilings here. Graves is a confident passer with both hands. So I'm going to make this small and make myself a little bit bigger. Hang on 1 second. Where are we? Where? Oy vey. That's not it. Okay, I'm going to pull you guys off. You guys are still on, but you're kind of off screen right now. So Allen Graves, welcome to the Toronto Raptors. I get it. I understand it. I kind of felt like the Raptors were leaning in this direction, but I didn't want to believe it. But I genuinely felt like OKC, Memphis, Charlotte were all teams that might lean Allen Graves. This is a very, very big bet on very limited sample. But what is in the sample is one of the best defensive playmakers that I've ever evaluated. This has shades of Colin Murray-Boyles, except the jump shot is not as big a question mark with him. He is a really good shooter on very low volume. The athleticism is what kind of stymied some of the potential talk and steamroll. I think what I would say is Allen Graves walked into the draft cycle as a potential top 13, top 14 pick. After the combine, a lot of people muted on that. He had a 34-inch vertical. He had a 3.18 shuttle run. The testing numbers just didn't match up. Okay. But basketball is not played in a simulation. Basketball is not played on a test. And quite frankly, Colin Murray-Boyles did not test very well athletically last year either. I think the Raptors have kind of proven at this point that they don't care about these numbers as much as the average fan does. And if a lot of people started to overthink Allen Graves because he played against lesser competition, because he played in a weaker conference, because he came off the bench, I'll remind you that this Raptors front office drafted Scotty Barnes, and he came off the bench for a large chunk of his season at Florida State too. The Raptors
But that's the same team that Jalen Williams came from, right?
Yes, Jalen Williams came from Santa Clara. And that program, I believe, and here's my belief, okay? And then this is, I think that Allen Graves is going to be a really good basketball player.
I think he's going to be a really good player, yeah.
I think he's going to be
from Santa Clara.
I think he's going to be a 10-year pro. I don't think he's going to be a superstar. I don't see an all-star. I don't see a starter, perma starter. I don't see, all NBA, any of that shit. Okay. And yes, there were higher upside bets at this position. There was Chris Cenac. There was, LeBaron Philon. But every one of these players has concerns. There's no perfect prospect at this point. If you are looking for the perfect combination of size, skill, defense, upside, Allen Graves is your pick. I understand.
And it shot 41% from three.
Absolutely.
So you can spread the flow.
To me, this signals that we are in win now mode. And to me, it signals that we'll probably make a big move with our starters this summer. Like there's no way this is all we do. We draft Graves and go into the new season with no other changes. There's no way.
So if you get, are you going for my stunner if you pick Alan Graves? I don't think so.
A number that I'm often clowned for looking at a lot, and a number that I have said many times the Raptors really value is box plus minus. Okay, I just want
He
to
had
share
one of the best plus one of the best.
ever. Okay,
Mm.
I just want to show you something here. Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm going to put this on screen. This is from No Ceilings. This is from their draft guide. Hold on. I'm going to pull the banner off so you guys can see this. This is who he is from an analytics perspective. He had an 8.7 offensive box plus minus. This is some Nikola Jokic, if Nikola Jokic went to college type of shit. Okay, I just want to throw that out there. I want to show you a shot chart.
NBADraft.net gives us A minus that we drafted one of the best analytical data in this draft. Excellent value for 19, offers significant upside, fits well with the Raptors' long-term development approach.
Absolutely. He has a lot in common with Jonte Porter. He has a lot in common with Trace Jackson Davis. He has a lot in common with Jonathan Mobo. This is a player that the Raptors are obsessed with because they know what the upside is when a player like this actually works out. Now, I just want to say that to everybody out there who really, really, really loves bets on upside and athleticism, this is not a non-athlete. This is a functional athlete. He has some of the best hand-eye coordination I've ever seen in my life. When I watched his tape, the first thing I thought is, this doesn't look real. There's something wrong with this. It's something I've never seen before from a freshman. That level of coordination on his hands, like he was able to get his hands on just about every single loose ball.
Spurs got Jaden Quintans.
The Spurs?
If Quintance pops off and becomes like one of the top 10 defenders in the league, I am
my God.
not a Raptors fan anymore. Like I am going to be so livid.
So here's the thing. The Spurs keep picking my guys, right?
Yeah.
They pick Carter Bryant, they pick Dylan Harper, Victor Wembanyama, Steph Castle, and now they pick Jaden Quaintance. Obviously, somebody in the Spurs front office thinks exactly how I think.
How you going to score against the Spurs? Wow.
Oh my God, man. The only Wemby stopper in this class is now on the Spurs.
Yeah, so
and somebody mentioned that sometimes the Spurs might pick him so that nobody picks him.
So you know what's funny? There is no time in the last 4 years that the Spurs have picked anyone that was not my best player. But every time they pick a player, it's the top player on my board. Every time. It's never happened that it's not happened. Steph Castle was a top player on my board. Carter Bryant was a top player on my board. Dylan Harper was a top player on my board. Jaden Quaintance right now goes off as a top player on my board. I need to get a job with the Spurs.
Joshua Primo
legitimately just need to. Okay, Joshua Primo was not the top player on my board. That's the lot. And I mean, since the Wemby draft onward. Okay, I'm gonna pull Jaden Quaintance off. I'm gonna pull Alan Graves off.
This is what Basketball University says about Alan Graves. Alan Graves is sick, one of the most insane possession game monster in NCAA history. Raptors stacking 6'9" guys that have game-breaking defensive playmaking and passing rebounding for their size. Going to be one of the most interesting teams to watch in the NBA.
Hey man, Vision 6'9" is live and well.
And the funny part of it, Masai did the same thing too, right? Vision 6'9", both sides.
So now you know who the real author of Vision 6'9" was. Look, I just want to say this. A 13.4 box plus minus, even contextualized in a weaker conference, is absolutely unheard of. It's unheard of. You can't find a single player in NBA history that did this at Santa Clara. Not Steve Nash, not J-Dub, nobody. Nobody has ever done this. So what you
I think there's gonna be CMB all over again, where everybody.
Well, I don't think so, man. I don't think his upside is anywhere close to CMB's.
And it doesn't need to
is
be.
Is the 19th pick, right? 19th, yeah.
That's
and
a good point.
It can really shoot the ball with Scotty and CMB in the bench, right?
The only reason I feel a little bit of relief right now is because this feeds into my vision that we're like trying to win now. That's the only reason I feel kind of happy about this. Like the vision in the front office is clearly not to to choose something like a high upside pick that we can mentor and train and whatever. It's like we're trying to win now.
Okay. I'm gonna pull something up on here and hopefully we can hear it. I hope this does not get this stream banned in any way, but we're gonna see the live reaction of him being picked. Hang on one second. Gosh. There we go. Bear with me for a second. Here we go. Come on, man.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Alan Graves from Santa Clara University.
Santa Clara has had several notable.
I think the first reaction is if you just see his build, you think he's kind of fat, but I know he's a strong guy.
Alan Graves, the West Coast Conference 6-man.
He's definitely not fat. What I will say again about Alan Graves is we'll do a members live where we watch like maybe more game film of him either tonight or later tomorrow. We'll do one maybe tomorrow afternoon. I don't think I'm on the panel tomorrow. But what I'll say is, and I'll get back to the rest of the draft in a moment and we'll recap like what's happened, but just want to take a moment to just pause and talk about this pick for the Raptors. My feeling when I listened to his interviews was this is a guy who just was born to play basketball, loves to hoop, great problem solver. A lot of the same reasons that I like Bennett Stirtz are the same reasons that I like Alan Graves. There's same concerns too, by the way, athleticism. Unlike Bennett Stirtz, however, this is a guy who's legit 6'9", and he is a dominant defender. This is one of the most positionally versatile defenders. Like, you have a chance to run out a lineup of Scotty Barnes, CMB, and Alan Graves as your 3, 4, 5 defensively and just suffocate teams. I don't think enough people are realizing what a great defender you just got in this draft. So look, I'm not going to change my tune. I still think Jaden Quaintance is the higher bet. I think Cameron Carr might be, potentially a higher bet. I think Chris Cenac would be a higher bet. This is a bet on floor. This is a massive bet on floor, right? And it's a bet on growth. This is a bet on trajectory. This is a bet on character. This is a bet on pedigree. This is a bet on intel. This is a bet on his coaching staff that vouched for him tremendously. This is a bet on all the research that came back in terms of his family and the type of person that he is that you're bringing into this organization. And I will say this, like, again, as a feel from listening to his interviews, I cannot tell you like what a good person you've gotten into Toronto right now. Like I'm genuinely, I get it. I absolutely get it. I get this pick for the Raptors. It's not what I would have done. And I want to be clear about that. It's not what I would have done, but I know why they did it and I get it. Kareem saying Graves sucks. Let me bet that you haven't watched one game of him play all year.
He doesn't suck.
He does not suck at all.
I'm livid right now, but he does not suck.
Wait till the summer league, and then let's just see how well he blends in with whatever we like put out there in the summer league floor.
Yeah, so here's a concern with him. He's not the greatest finisher. So this is going to be a work in progress for the Raptors. They're going to have to get him stronger, right? They're going to have to get him stronger. They're going to have to finish some of his, craft at the rim. He struggled tremendously against length. Bigger teams, bigger conferences, they gave him a lot of trouble, okay? But in terms of defense, great timing, great verticality principles, insane IQ. He has a supercomputer for a brain on defense. His anticipation is the best in this class. Jaden Quaintance has a higher ceiling as a defender. Yes, 100%. Okay. There's guys with maybe more utility skills and maybe less athletic concerns. But in terms of if I could put any brain in if I could put a brain in who's the best athlete in this draft, like if a Cam Carr, if I could put Alan Graves' brain defensively into Cameron Carr's head, you would have a top 5 pick. That's the gap. That's what I would say. This is one of the smartest defenders. And look, like Scotty is a really smart defender too. CMB is a really smart defender. Those guys maybe have tools that this guy doesn't have, but athletically. But you're talking about a guy with a 7-foot wingspan. The Raptors like to bet on that. He's got plus size. He's about 230 right now, 230, 6'9". You're not taking an undersized player and asking him to play up. This is a guy who could legitimately play center for you, maybe someday, right? But more than likely, he's gonna play forward for you. And I like the idea of putting forwards on this team because that means maybe there's a chance that Scotty gets more opportunity to play guard. So personally, one of the things that I was asking the Raptors to do is to lessen Scotty's defensive workload. This is an immediate defensive upgrade over Sandro Mamukelashvili. This is an immediate, defensive upgrade over RJ Barrett. This is an immediate defensive upgrade over half your roster right now. Straight up, he's walking in on day one as your 5th best defender, maybe your 4th best defender. And by year's end, if he develops correctly, maybe takes some G League run, maybe he's your 3rd best defender by the end of the year. Now you have now you have the type of insulation for a non-defensive guard to be on your team. Now you can actually insulate, a one-way guard. Now maybe you could have drafted a Darius Acuff, you know what I mean, and still been okay. I think the Knicks just kind of showed the value of this type of player, to be honest with you. And Alan Graves has plenty of OG Anunobyisms in his game. He just has a very funky jump shot. I'm not sure it's gonna pop on tape for anybody else, but
the one positive thing I can say about his game is people do have the athletic concerns. I don't see that. I think he's reasonably athletic for his build and what he can do.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that. I think athleticism is so much more than is Nikola Jokic athletic? Is Luka Doncic athletic? Like if you go down the list, how many of these guys are athletic per se, right?
Even CMB did not test well athletically at the combine.
He was fat.
He was fat.
CMB was fat as fuck.
Couldn't even move. It was bad.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find some high school highlights of Alan Graves and just quickly put them up.
He can really shoot the ball. He can shoot the ball. I think that's what we need.
I'm not sold on that. I think Joshua Jefferson is going to be a better shooter than Alan Graves.
Alan Graves shot 41% from the trees in college. What do you want again?
I just don't trust the form. It's too slow. I don't know. I don't trust
What of Tyrese Halliburton's form?
No, I agree with you. Look, this I think
if it works, don't fix it. Just continue.
Okay, don't ask me how I know this, but the Spurs were really high on him. Really high on him.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I thought they were going to take him at 20.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He got a promise from the Spurs. Like I was reading that there's no way he's gonna drop past 20.
Okay, would y'all be interested in watching a little bit of a draft interview with him?
For sure.
Yes.
Or a pre-draft interview. Hang on one second. I'm just gonna pull this up, and we'll all just
watch it.
Don't judge me too hard for not having YouTube Premium. My bad. I tried.
I credit that to how much would going back to Louisiana for you, your family, everybody would that?
It'd definitely be big thing coming back home. Coming up raised from Punchatoula, 35 minutes, 40 minutes from LSU's campus, but a lot goes into the decision, not just home. Because I've been away from home since before, so a lot goes into that decision. But most of the time, my priority right now is making it.
Seems like a really unique game. How would you describe it?
I'd say I'm a very high IQ player. I like to say I have a good feel for the game. My knowledge of basketball has been pretty good. Just being able to grow up around it, grow up in the environment. Like my brother played at LSU, sister played at Auburn. Just being able to be around the environment my whole life has been great. Just high IQ player, feel for the game, and then make all the dirty plays. Be a hustle player. Be that glue guy kind of that I describe myself as, going to get the offensive rebound and going to getting steals, creating a possession battle.
Have you gotten feedback from teams as far as things that they still want to see you work on?
Yeah, just getting my shot quicker, making sure that NBA level shot, and that's what I've been working on this pre-draft, and then also showcasing I can guard. A lot of our coverages this year were plugs or different things like that, not switching, but being able to show that I can play the 4 position just as well. I can play the 5 position in college.
What happens in that red shirt year for you to take off like this and Because I think you shocked a lot of people
Yes, sir.
With how you played at Santa Clara.
Yes, sir. Definitely just developing my body, really getting my body right. Diet habits. Coming from Louisiana, a lot of good food down there.
My wife's from there. I know
Yeah, a lot of good food down there. So staying away from certain foods, fried food, stuff like that, bread, a lot of bread, and then just making sure my diet's right and then getting my body healthy, making sure longevity is, my body's my career. So making sure my body's healthy and just getting it right. And then also the experience part of it, that redshirt year, I was 17 going into college. So just being able to have the experience of practicing with those guys, seeing them play on the court and just developing that while I still, come out this year.
I'm gonna flash to some high school tape
What led
of
you to
him.
go out there?
LeBron Fallon is going to the Sixers. How many guys are they going to get?
How many good guards are they going to stockpile, man?
Okay, so this is the form, at least as it was in high school. You can see that he kind of just doesn't look like an NBA player. Just straight up. He looks like a guy who plays in your JUCO runs, right? Or maybe a guy who, like, you see where he started, and I think high school tape is important to watch, right? With certain players, but
To
you
show
see
trajectory,
you see the feel. Well, of course, trajectory. As I said, in my members live, I don't know how many people watch the members live. I said prospects are almost impossible to evaluate. If you're going to bet on a freshman who had a 13.4 box plus minus, I think you're showing some vision here. Straight up, I think you're showing some vision. I think you're showing some creativity. And yeah, it feels like, okay, you're overlapping on the same player type, but you keep doing it until you get it right. Right. And again, you just have to read the feel. Now, of course, like you would think an NBA prospect would slam that, right? You don't need to slam it when you're 6'9". This is like, okay, you want a really weird comparison for him? Smaller Nikola Jokic. There you go, with great defensive feel. You know what I mean? Like, is he ever gonna have the post game that Jokic does? No, probably not. He's not gonna be as big as Jokic. But this is a guy who has a really sneaky chance to stick in the league for a really long time. Okay. He has so many Boris Diaw-isms, but granted, older Boris Diaw, not young springboard, fresh out of international play Boris Diaw, who was 6'8", and more athletic. I mean, this is just a guy who kind of slow grinds his way. And there have been players like this. Look at this. Like, this is a transition play, pass up, and nothing special. He just makes the right play. And look, I've watched Scotty Barnes play with a lot of dumb players. I watched Scotty Barnes play with Precious Achiuwa for 2 years, okay? I believe that you owe Scotty smart basketball players who understand what he's thinking and can read his mind in transition. So if you're look at the, and again, like this is where I say athletic testing sometimes does not quite capture the functional, how basketball is actually played. How quickly do you get up? How do you time your jumps? Look at him containing this smaller guard on the perimeter. He looks like he should have no fucking chance at all against this shiftier guard who's like 5 inches shorter than him. And look at that recovery on that. This is a high motor kid, and again, the pedigree of like his whole family playing basketball. Is that shot sexy? Is it perfect? No, but it goes in a lot, right? I'm sorry. I cannot hate this pick. I can't hate this pick. Jigsaw Puzzle saying basically getting a low ceiling player. I reject the idea that this guy is a low ceiling player. The growth that this guy went through from 2024, when I first heard of him, till 2026 is crazy. Crazy. Okay. So yeah, like I'm all in that the Raptors have made some sense with this pick, that it does potentially, if it works out, alleviate some of the defensive responsibilities on Scotty Barnes. It provides spacing in the front court, which I swear to God, everyone is fucking like, oh, get Miles Turner. You have a guy who's probably a better defender in a couple of years than Miles Turner right here, who can shoot threes.
So let's do a
But
comparison.
we still got that Pirtle contract.
Sure. Yeah. Jack saying, I'm fine with Graves. I just wanted a guard. I mean, you basically got a guard. The way he sees the game is like a guard. You got a guard and a 6'9" body. Rejoice. I almost want to know, like, how high or low did Cheap Seats have Alan Graves? I don't think he had him high at all.
It was low, like low first round.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like low 20s.
Yeah. No, man, he's good. Look, the way Darko wants to play, he wants to switch everything. We saw it with Colin Murray Boyles. We love the idea of being able to smother offensive players. I think you cooked defensively. Like this is a team that finished 5th defensive rating, and you just got probably the 3rd best defender in this draft. This is a great comparison. Shout out to San Antonio. Jorge Garbajosa is the perfect comparison. This is Jorge Garbajosa. Yes, this is a very Garbajosa-esque pick. The perfect glue guy who ties everything together, and if it works out, he's probably adding 7 wins a year for the rest of your life. Like he's just, I don't know why Jorge Garbajosa is good at basketball, but watch Jorge Garbajosa and tell me he's not good at basketball. Okay, like it's the same concept. Okay, and ironically, this is the same concept as Carter Bryant last year too. It's a guy who came off the bench. It's a guy who had a diminished role. You know, Garbajosa is a great comparison. Shout outs to you, San Antonio. I don't know why I was going all over the map with Boris Diaw and Nikola Jokic. Yes, Jorge Garbajosa is awesome. Please talk about LeBaron Philon. Again, as I said, I wasn't as high on LeBaron Philon as everybody else. I had him 19th on my board. He was ahead of Graves, but honestly, like I was as high as 12 on Graves. I should have fucking kept that. I could have kept that grade, but I didn't. I got as high as 11 at one point, and then I moved him down to 16. I think if you remember my last mock draft, I think my last big board, I had him at 16, and then I ended up fucking moving him down like yesterday. Shouldn't have done that. I feel stupid now.
Jacoby, Shed, and Quickly are gonna have to go absolutely crazy on their perimeter defense with Philly now.
Well, I will share something with the 880 of you watching right now. Jacoby Walter is going to be one of the most improved players in the NBA next year.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Was so great at the end of the year.
Jacoby now is sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say I think Jacoby right now is getting close to what the heck's that guy's name? Pope, Caldwell Pope. I think he's like at least can fulfill the Caldwell Pope type role.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, let's finally stop. You know, I hope people aren't upset about this, and I hope people give him a chance. Look, I promise you the intel is wrong. Like whatever you're hearing about Alan Graves right now, he's not athletic, he's a terrible player, whatever. They're wrong. This is a really, really good bet on upside here. You see diminished upside because you don't see obvious athletic potential. I promise you there's so much athletic potential. You cannot defend the way he defends and not be a good athlete. It's impossible. I say this as someone who was a so-so athlete myself and played basketball. When I went up against higher levels, I was completely out of my element. When I went up against athletes who were just a tier above, 2 tiers above, Division 1, Division 2, pro in Europe, it was overwhelming. The physicality, the speed. He did not look overwhelmed at all.
Just picked Zubi as your 4.
No way.
Atlanta?
What? Yeah.
With what pick?
23.
23.
Oh wow. Okay.
Carr is falling so much. Oh my
God.
Cheap seats, man. Yeah.
Because I think Carr is like Terrence Ross, because when you saw Ross try to defend against us in the transition, and then the guy was like weak as a straw of hay, and then you just like you can actually blow by or just power through him anytime you want. And he's not really a strong defender. He was never a strong defender.
Yeah, I think the defensive stuff on Carr is I can see it. Sleazy TY, I can see this. I can see Cameron Carr going to the Lakers. That could definitely happen. But this also means that Jaden Quaintance is falling. And at this point, if I'm the Toronto Raptors, dude, wait, did Jaden Quaintance already go? He went to San Antonio. My bad. Chris Cenac is falling. Oh my God.
Cenac, Carr.
Dude, trade right now. Okay, let me adjust my board and let me get some guys off the board here. Can y'all remind me who went? So it was obviously Alan Graves went.
Kareem Lopez.
Kareem Lopez? Oh
yeah.
Yeah, to the Grizzlies.
At what, 21?
21, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Cool.
I mean, there was a reason they were just trading their pick down.
Because they knew that they can get him later.
Yeah.
there was some early buzz about Kareem Lopez potentially going in the lottery, and I guess like the Grizzlies kind of bought the hype on that. Okay, so LeBaron Philon's off the board. Yep. Okay. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I got way lower on Cameron Carr last few weeks, but then I saw Cheap Seats had him 7th, and I was like, you know what? Maybe the Raptors have him a little bit higher. I haven't spoken glowingly about Cameron Carr over the last couple of weeks, and I don't intend to anytime soon. He's fine. He's fine. He's
He might go to the Knicks.
I have a feeling he's gonna have a crazy rookie year, depending on what team he goes to.
I don't think so at all. I think this is a long-term bet on upside, and I could see it working. Like, you know, if you're gonna bet on a player, like bet on a 6'4" player with a 7-foot wingspan who can shoot the way that he can shoot. Yeah, absolutely. He pulls from deep, but his basketball IQ is shocking sometimes. Shocking. I'm sometimes, okay? I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes. So New York is trading number 24 to the Los Angeles Lakers for 25, according to Alexander B., our resident newsbreaker. Okay, cool. So, okay.
Imagine
That
if
has not been
Queens-
reported anywhere else.
Yeah. Imagine.
That's what I thought.
This is the comment of the night.
That was literally my first thought when I first saw him.
You know, when an insult is so accurate, it's just too funny to not laugh off of. I like it. That's not bad. I like it, man. Yo, we drafted Jack Harlow. I get it. Jack Harlow's career might be fucking off the, not doing so well, but he did a music video with Doja Cat, and you ain't done a music video with Doja Cat, so don't hate.
Well, like when I first saw him, he obviously has the curly hair and the beard, but then he just spoke in an interview after being drafted, and I was like, holy shit, that's Jack Harlow.
There you go.
Penn, it's not always your, analytics and wisdom that gets to me and like rubs off on me, but sometimes it's just your like vibe and aura, and how relaxed and calm you are about this Graves pick is putting me a bit at ease. But man, I'm not nearly as high as you are.
Terrace Reed would show a lack of creativity and bet on upside. I wanted a massive bet on upside at 19. This was my whole thing. I want a player that has a 1% chance to be an all-star. Okay. Now, whether you think that Allen Graves has a 1% chance to be an all-star or not,
no way.
Terrace Reed has a 0% chance to be an all-star. So
fair.
My view on this is you have picked, like, you ever heard the phrase, when you get up in life, you get to pick your problems? The better you get in life, the better you get at the game of life, the better you get to pick your problems. So, for instance, if you get really, really good at life, right, you get to pay $780,000 in taxes every year. That's not a bad problem to have because you have the income to balance it out, right? It feels like a problem when you're paying the tax bill. So, okay, well, I got 5 cars, or maybe I'm not an idiot and I have 2 cars, like 2 great cars, I got 2 Lambos and they got custom price. These are problems. You get to choose the problems. So you can either have the problem of I can't afford Chef Boyardee, or you can have the problem of like my car costs $50,000 to repair because all the fucking parts are custom. I think the Raptors get to choose problems at 19. You either get to choose the problem of having to teach a guy how to play basketball, or you get the problem of having to teach a guy how to hit the weight room and learn angles at the rim. I'm going to trust the guy with a 7-foot wingspan with 6'9" frame in a league that just drafted Cameron Boozer. You know what this is? This is discount Cameron Boozer.
So Cameron Carr is going to the Lakers.
There you go. Cameron Carr to the Lakers. Called it. Knew it. Okay. The Lakers just love picking whoever is falling. They're the most uninventive, uninnovative. Even if they got the pick right, I genuinely don't give a fuck. They're the most uninventive. Okay. Dalton Connect was supposed to go top 10. Dalton Connect falls to 17. Oh, let's pick Dalton Connect. They did the same thing in the Grady drafts. Who the fuck they pick? Y'all remember who they picked? What's the name? It's coming up. He was a big point guard. Fuck was his name? FA, you were high on him, weren't you?
He got traded to Dallas.
What was that?
Nick Thomas. What is up, man? Talk to me about Allen Graves. And please tell me you're higher on Alan Graves than you were on Colin Murray Boyles last year. We got Nick Thomas calling, draft analyst. Can't figure out his camera setup. What is going on? Okay, we're gonna give Nick a moment to just set up. Jalen Hood-Schifino. There we go. Jalen Hood-Schifino. FA, you were high on Jalen Hood-Schifino. What? Ouch! What?
Yeah, I like Jalen. Sometimes the team you go to affects your play too. So
Jalen Hood-Schifino was trash, bro. Like, let's just be real. He could have gone to any team. He was gonna be trash. Like, that dude was like overhyped to fuck because people just overbought onto they over-indexed for big playmakers. It was a vibe. It was a verb. People are like Luka, Cade, Jalen Hood-Schifino, not realizing he's not Jalen Hood-Schifino. Like, Jalen Hood-Schifino is not Luka Doncic. Like, this is what I'm saying. When people become obsessed with,
but was the same thing with Keontae George. Now I like Keontae George that year.
You
did
did like Keontae George, and I like
Yeah.
George Hawkins. And between the two of us, you are the genius, and I am the idiot. But I can own up to that as long as you can own up.
No,
to
but
that.
I think Hawkins is still good, right? Sometimes it depends on the team that drafted you.
Mm-hmm. Papa Mochi said Knicks just traded for Carr. What? Really? No.
Traded away.
They traded away.
No. Papa Mochi. It's the other way around.
Yeah.
I think. Okay. So look, I just in terms of best players available, let's see.
They got still Cenac.
Chris Cenac, man, he is fallen. And I think
I'm not surprised at all by this.
Part of the reason he is falling, in my opinion, is Nick, you ready now? Nope. Still sputtering around. Part of the reasons why I think he's falling is because I don't think that his college coach, Kelvin Sampson, gave him necessarily the most glowing review, unfortunately. He did say he loved him, but then he declared for the draft, and then he didn't love him so much anymore. So that's unfortunate, but I think Chris is cool, man. Maybe the Raptors wanted to take one last look. It kind of gives you an idea of where the Raptors' heads were at, with this draft pick, right? You have Chris Cenac, Alan Graves. They wanted front court help, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. If they're going to lose Sandro Mamukelashvili and they know that, getting another backcourt player just kind of crowds your backcourt. You have Jacoby Walter, Jamal Shed, Emmanuel Quickley. If you want to play Scotty Barnes in the backcourt, you have RJ Barrett potentially for now. You may have a deal on the holster right now for RJ Barrett for a backcourt player like a Malik Monk. I just feel like, yeah, size is not cheap in free agency is what I'll say. Someone said Graves is like 6'7". He's really not. I think he measured in a 6'7.5" barefoot. That's the same size as Scotty Barnes, dude. Hold on. Oh, wait a second. I want to see how big Graves' hands are. The Toronto Raptors have an obsession with big hands. No, pause on that one, but they do. They just almost always pick. Okay, so Alan Graves being 7'7" is insane. He measured 6'8" barefoot. Come on now. 6'7.75" barefoot is 6'7". See, people, you know what people always do? When they hate a prospect, they always state the barefoot.
They round down and state the barefoot.
If you hate a 6'5", if you hate a guy who measured 6'5" barefoot, you're going to tell me he's 6'4". If you love a guy who measured 6'5" barefoot, you're going to tell me he's 6'7.5". I don't like that. I don't like that. Alan Graves is 6'9" in measured shoes. He had a 7-foot wingspan. He has an 8'10.5" standing reach. He had a 34-inch vert. How many of you guys have a 34-inch vert? Shut up. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Alan Graves, yeah, I think he measured. He didn't test well in certain regards, but he measured pretty okay.
His hand width is 9.5 inches, and the length is 9 inches.
That's not necessarily crazy big hands like Scotty Barnes, but okay.
What Scotty's?
I don't remember, but it was like 10. It was 10 plus, or almost like 9.75, 10, something like that. Okay, here are NBADraft.net's notes. A highly skilled big forward, low center of gravity.
But the Barnes is 10.25 width, then 9.25 length.
Okay. So, I mean, these are not small hands, but big hands, do tend to do well in basketball. But it might be in his benefit that he doesn't have super big hands, because that's why
he can shoot better.
Exactly. Someone said that hair makes him 7 feet. Facts. Nobody talks about the hair. He is 7 foot tall with hair.
And that's enough to scare the opponents.
I don't mean to be mean, but some of y'all don't have hair, so you don't know about that. But he has hair, and he is 7 feet tall in hair. Okay.
In the playoffs, right? Last playoffs,
thing.
right? Jalen Brunson fouled somebody's hair, remember? So we can get some fouls there.
There you go.
Steph
Yeah.
Castle's hair.
Castle, yeah.
Big impact.
Jalen Williams.
Jared Allen is an exploiter of the hair height too.
True.
That's true.
So was Ben Wallace.
Rob, I gotta say something. This pick to me is like the physical manifestation of what the Raptors front office has been doing for the last 4 years. And that's why I don't like it. It's, you know, you've said in past podcasts how they've been 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and they haven't really committed to a direction. And I agree with you that Alan Graves does have upside. I just don't think it's nearly as monumental as some of the other guys who are on the board. To me, this is like the safe pick. It's like not really choosing a direction. It's like this represents what the front office has been doing the last 4 years. And that's kind of what
I just want to show you his stats. Okay, this is per 100 possessions on his team. Ignore guy who played 9 minutes. He was the top scorer on his team per 100 possessions, which is very impressive. Just want to throw that out there. On 14 shots per game, which is even more impressive. That's so efficient. 6.7 3-pointers attempted per 100 possessions, which means almost half of his shots were from three. Think about what I'm saying. 8 free throw attempts out of 29 possible points is incredibly good. 16.6 rebounds per 100 possessions leads his team by a whopping margin. 2.4 blocks, not the best mark on his team, but definitely the only marks that bested him were actually big centers. And the steals
Servo Delaria is going to the Knicks.
Absolutely mental. Sergio, I like that. Good for them. 4.9 steals per 100 possessions. Okay. Now, on the other side of this, I am actually going to put up OG Anunoby's college stats, and I want you to just really observe how. I'm not going to say how similar they are. Actually, it's how wildly different they are. So OG Anunoby, granted, OG Anunoby played stronger competition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But just look at OG as a freshman. Okay, so this is, we talked about per 100 possessions. OG Anunoby as a freshman, 20 points. So not 29, right? Per 100 possessions, 3.6 3-point attempts. Alan Graves doubles that. Okay, free throw attempts. Alan Graves knocks that out of the park. He had an insane steal rate at 3.4. Alan Graves is at 4.9, man. So it's just what I'm saying is pretty simple. This is a massive bet on upside. It is a analytical massive bet on upside. Okay, we got AG calling in. AG, what's up? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, boys. Great show, by the way. Yeah, I was just about to agree with what you're just saying right now, Rob, because the guy prior, just previous to when you spoke, was like, this is a safe pick. I don't think so at all, actually. I think this is a risky play for most traditional basketball scouts and stuff. Like the eye test would tell you that there's not many flashy things about his game, but the analytics are just crazy, right? Like his box plus minus and just the things that he does on especially on defense is so unheralded, right? But it's really impactful. So I think this is like you just said, it's a massive risk on his not risk, but a gamble on his upside, especially on the defensive end. I really like his game, by the way. I watched a bunch of his tape for the last half an hour and stuff, and just to refresh myself. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I actually want to give him a chance. I think he's going to end up being really surprising by the end of the year, like CMB was.
Okay, so a lot of people have been saying Cameron Carr is a really good defender. I just want to show you Cameron Carr's numbers. Per 100 possessions, Cameron Carr averaged 1.5 steals per 100 possessions, 2.3 blocks, which is excellent for a wing, 9.2 box plus minus in his third full season. Now, understandably so, the Big 12 is better competition than Alan Graves facing Santa Clara. But honestly,
I think that's crucial.
I don't think you can factor this much out. Okay. Now, the Raptors have always believed in big time potential. I want to tell you that Jonathan Mobo led the Mountain West Conference in box plus minus with 11.1 as a senior, 5th-year senior. Okay. Alan Graves is doing this as a freshman. He's a arguably per minute better player than just about anyone in this draft, minus 6 guys, maybe 5 guys. This is a massive bet on upside. I'm sorry. It's a bet that could fail because there's verticality issues. As I said, you're picking problems. You are betting that you can get this guy in better shape. You are betting that, unlike David Roddy, who, by the way, David Roddy is kind of similar. Just want to throw that out there. It's a little bit of a comparison. That bull in the China shop strength that David Roddy had was unfortunately packaged in a 6'4" frame. This is a 6'9" player. That's a different equation. There's a 7-foot wingspan. That's a different equation. So again, there's a player out there in the world that works at 6'4" that doesn't work at 6'2". There's a player out there that works at 6'5", but he doesn't work at 6'1". So those extra inches, they change he's taller than Colin Murray-Boyles. He's taller than Scotty Barnes. Just in case anybody realizes. Y'all are perfectly fine with having Colin Murray-Boyles play center, and you have a guy right here who's bigger than Colin Murray-Boyles, but you don't want him to play center. Colin Murray-Boyles is not someone who tested well athletically. People were okay with having him. Alan Graves had a better freshman season than Colin Murray-Boyles. Throw that out there, So look, and he's a way better shooter than Scotty Barnes, and he's been a better shooter for the last 3 years. This is not a 1-year fluke. He was a better shooter in high school too. The form is a little bit funky, but who am I to say it's funky if it goes in? Koa Pete's form is funky. It's functionally wrong though. See, there's certain things about basketball, so there's an old adage that one of my coaches used to say, jump shots are like snowflakes. Not one of them is the same. And I've never seen 2 jump shots that are exactly the same. No matter, even if a player literally patterned after his big brother, there's slight variations in that jump shot.
The one thing that's interesting about it, and you did make the Jokic comparison earlier, is it is a very high release for someone so big.
Yes.
He launches it like vertically. Yeah.
And I mean, like, look, Darko is a player that I trust immensely in this department. If you have, and this is where I say, you need to bet on youth and upside here. You need to bet on this. You have a guy like Jackson Lindenberg, who is 23.7 years old, or 23.5 years old, dominating college competition of guys who were basically 18, 19 years old. On the flip side, you have this guy who probably had a per minute impact that is greater than Jackson Lindenberg, granted against worse competition. And he was 19 doing this against guys who are 20, 21. So frame this correctly. This is a bet on yourself. To borrow a term from Fred VanVleet, this is a bet on your own development staff, your own draft department, your own internal culture, your own team dynamics, your own system, that you're going to turn this guy into a way better version of himself than he would have been otherwise. And honestly, I get a feeling that he's going to be really happy here. He fits in very good from a personality standpoint. You know what? The more I hear about it, the more I think about it, the more I look back on just how I felt about him all year. I like it.
I put a link in chat for his first words to the Raptors org.
Okay, I'm going to actually pull that up, and we're all going to be able to watch that together. Thank you for sharing that, and it's going to be absolute fluff, but cool.
Rob, I'm going to head out. It's 5 a.m. here, so I'm just going to go to sleep, but have a good stream. Good night to you.
Good morning, man.
Thanks.
Okay. Y'all will love this little video. Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait, but before you play it, Rob.
Yeah,
hold on.
Let's go. You see the. Let's go. I'm so excited to be a Toronto Raptor, man. Oh my gosh, I'm just highly blessed, highly favored. This is crazy. I love this, man. This is what I live for. This is what I work so hard for. Can't wait to come meet y'all. Can't wait to be a Toronto Raptor. Man, let's go.
Infectious personality, cheap seats. How you feeling, man? We passed on Cameron Carr. How do you feel? And the smartest general manager in the world fucking traded up for my guy. How do you feel?
We'll see how that fit works. Yeah, I just put I'm lukewarm. You know, it's not even the player. I think the player fits in the system. You know, he can run that Mamu role because, like we talked about earlier, Mamu's probably gone. Somebody's going to pay him.
He's better than Mamu. He's going to be better than Mamu.
Yeah, like he can play the small ball 5. My thing is that processing wise, I love the processing. He sees the court beautifully. He's a good passer. I think he will shoot it. He's a little bit trigger shy right now.
Dude, he shot 41% on 6.9 attempts per 100 possessions.
Yeah, against lower level teams. When he faced Ken Palm 100 teams, the steal block rates went by half and the 3-point rate dropped through the floor. You know, so the thing is when I did my tape review of him, and I've just reposted my scouting report on him on like Twitter and stuff. And the thing that I saw frequently against higher level competition with Graves was that he would process a read defensive. And I am speaking defensively because that's the whole X factor with Graves is the defensive output. That's why the analytics guys love him so much. The problem was that he continually saw the read, reacted to the read, but couldn't get to it. And that's the concern for me. It's just that there's probably not the requisite level of athleticism to make the plays he was making in college at the next level. Now, could he improve his foot speed to a degree? Yeah. At the end of the day, he is a 6'7 3/4, 226-pound center in the NBA on defense. And that's a concern, right? So I have concerns about not about the processing, not about the player, not about the skill set fitting in the scheme, because I think all of those things work. It's can he physically get to the reads that he sees? And in his tape review, and I watched, I think 17 or 18 of his games, the continual issue was that he would see a read and an athletic guard or an athletic wing or a larger big or a back cut would get there and he wouldn't. So that's my one concern. It's just like I'm not saying
17. He put up 17 points and 7 rebounds against Kentucky.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like he's a good basketball player. Also, this Kentucky team was not good. Right? Like let's just be real. Like Kentucky's got a great name.
What's the best team would you say that he faced all year? And I understand the competition is sparse, and which is why he was available. Because let's just be honest, if he had put up this statistical profile in the Big 12, he's going top 6.
The best team that he faced, like he faced Gonzaga. St. Mary's is okay.
He faced the Zaggies 3 times.
Yeah, and he faced St. Mary's a couple times, and it was a real mixed bag against St. Mary's. And they've got some guards that attack really effectively. Outside of that,
he shot 40% from 3 against St. Mary's in 3 competitions. He shot 45% from field.
Yep.
He had 21 rebounds in 89 minutes, which is probably
quickly, folks. Spurs just traded for Tyrese Reed with Nuggets.
Spurs traded up 9 picks to get Tyrese Reed Jr.
Yeah.
Interesting. Denver punted. They really need to save money though. Their cap sheet's a mess right now. So
you know what's really funny? I have been saying all year that Victor Wembanyama is a 4. Everyone says, "Oh, they don't have a power forward. They don't have a power forward." I'm like, they don't have a center. He's playing center out of position. He's not built for that position. And now they just drafted Jaden Coyntons and Tyrese Reed.
I think the other thing this does is they're aware that in the next year, money is going to become a little bit more challenging. Like if they want to have access to MLEs and stuff like this. So this now gives them the opportunity. If they wanted to move off Cornet, they can, and they can save that 11 million or whatever. You know, so that's a big piece. You know,
completely different.
Tyrese Reed is pretty NBA ready in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think Tyrese Reed can step into that backup center role right now, right? Like Wemby's going to play center at the end of the day, but I think that Tyrese Reed can, especially with the passing. I think he's just a super underrated passer as well. But yeah, I think this gives them the flexibility to move off the Cornet money, save a little around the edges on that, because we saw Cornet obviously in the playoffs had real hard time staying on the court.
Sure. Is Chris Cenac still on the board?
Yeah.
Yes, he's still on the board. Maybe he's going to Celtics.
Is Zuby Ejiofor off the board? Or is Zuby still on the board?
No, Zuby got picked up and it got traded to Cleveland. Or Cleveland. No, he came from the Cleveland pick and that was given to
Zuby went to Atlanta.
Koa Pete is still on the board.
Yeah, Koa's still sitting there.
Damn, bro. I really feel like that jump shot is really getting people to overthink who he is as a basketball player. He's a pretty damn good basketball player. Jump shot's
With
freaky,
Koa?
funky,
Yeah, it's
but
just
yeah.
Yeah, it's a full rebuild, right? Like he's got to that's from the studs. He's got to rebuild that thing. But you know, he's a good basketball player. It's just you need to find the right team and the right scheme. You need to have the right players around him to be able to utilize what he does. And like that's why I really thought Philadelphia and
Celtics
Cleveland
picked up
were
Cenac.
the two teams. Yeah, that tracks.
Brad Stevens is a freaking genius. See, like, okay, again, I'm not even trying to pat myself on the back, but I really am low key. My best player available always goes to the best general managers. Sam Presti, Brad Stevens. These guys know what they're fucking doing. Like, they know how to bet on upside. Hugo Gonzalez was pretty high on my board last year too, initially. I may have moved him down to like 29, 28, but okay. Chris Cenac, finally, he's been the best player available for like 7, 8 picks right, or 6 picks right now. He's off the board. What's your biggest surprise of the first round so far that the Raptors passed on Cameron Carr?
No, that's not an overwhelming surprise to me because like I've said for weeks, I thought they were going to go with a big, right? Like we had the conversation about the small guards. I've never seen the fit for a small guard. They love Shed. They're not going to pick up somebody that's going to diminish his value. They're not going to play him off the court. And you can't play Phylon or Anderson or Stirtz with another small guard. Like it makes the lineup construction so hard. So like at no point during the draft process, I've really thought that a small guard was a possibility because it just didn't fit with what their clunky roster construction is right now. You know, so biggest surprise. Well, like the Carr slide is a surprise for sure. Nothing's
was Merez at 9 or 10 surprising?
Not with Dusty May being hired by Dallas. Like I said, I was watching with my sons, and I said to them, I was like, you know what? Like I've picked Burries to go into that spot. I think 5 or 6 consecutive mocks, but with May going there from Michigan, Merez Johnson was the leader of that team. Like he was the glue of that team. Like Dusty May's acknowledged that, and the rumors about them wanting to move Gafford. So that kind of all that tapestry kind of fit together where it's like, okay, Merez Johnson could be a real opportunity here. I have Merez ranked super high as well. So that one wasn't shocking to me personally. But like Burries was the guy that I had mocked there several times.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to quickly read No Ceilings draft evaluation of Alan Graves. Just give this a full, read through. The proliferation of advanced statistics in basketball has had a ton of downstream consequences for not only how the game is played, but also how prospects are scouted. While it's hard to replace the eye test and the importance of intel, checking in on advanced numbers for more obscure players can help you find diamonds in the rough who have slipped through the cracks. That's what happened this season with Santa Clara's Alan Graves, those whose redshirt freshman season became too potent for even the staunchest anti-analytic stalwarts to ignore. Graves was a fixture for the Broncos this season, playing a forward hybrid wing role where the ball was often in his hands. He was a threat to score from multiple spots in the court, showing nice touch on his jump shot from deep to force defenders to respect him from everywhere on the court. Graves also had a deliberate and creative approach to his passing, setting up his teammates for lobs, threes, and cutting baskets. While he wasn't always bringing the ball up to start a possession, it was more common for Graves to finish a possession positively. The same was true on defense, where Graves patched up whatever holes appeared in Santa Clara's defense this season. Graves had a nose for nabbing steals this season, whether it was playing the passing lanes, digging on drives. Graves did a great job on the boards for the Broncos, out-hustling and outlasting opponents for offensive rebounds to get more possessions and shutting down those opportunities for opposing teams. Graves didn't have the best combine from a measurements or athleticism perspective, which does raise some concerns about his game. While he showed a versatile arsenal on both ends of the court, it's worth wondering how he'll continue to make his name at the next level when he plays a more athletic conference than the WCC. His offensive versatility is also dependent on his shooting, which has been sterling so far, but acts as a counterweight to his athletic qualms. Despite the concerns some could raise, it's hard to find holes in Graves' draft case as a first rounder, especially with the litany of other talented players who opted to return to collegiate ranks. So again, the Raptors have drafted in the WCC before. Jonathan Mobo. It didn't work out so well. I was high on Jonathan Mobo too. The box was minus. insane for Jonathan Mobo. The analytics, insane for Jonathan Mobo. Big difference. Oh, by the way, also undersized a little bit for his position. Massive wingspan. Another, 7 foot plus wingspan guy. Big hands. Grew up playing point guard. Ended up playing forward. Played a little bit of center. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities to Jonathan Mobo. Big difference is he can shoot.
Well, and the other big difference is Mobo was a premier athlete, and Alan Graves is, athletic testing ranked out at 12th percentile amongst power forwards, 19th percentile amongst centers, I believe.
But know that Colin Murray-Buss tested really poorly in the athletic
not this poorly. And like in terms of things like lateral mobility and stuff, like if you want to look at lane agility and stuff, like Colin Murray-Buss was a high performer, right? So they're and like just on tape, there's just such a big difference on, like, Graves was very rock solid in his role defensively, and he was allowed to just kind of roam and get hands in lanes and do that stuff. And again, this is not me saying that the player's not good or anything like that. Like, I like the player. I had him graded as a first round grade. And I know that there's a lot of smoke about San Antonio grabbing him potentially at 20 was something that was like, let's say like loosely reported or whatever. It's a reach, and he is a super high floor player. The ceiling isn't sexy. And like, this is not to disparage the player as well, because there is a chance that he turns into a really nice player.
I'll give you a draft comp that came up during our chat, and you might like it. Jorge Garbajosa.
Yeah. There's some functional similarities there for sure. Jorge could at least, like, I think there was a little bit more ball skill there. Obviously he came in as an older player though as well.
He's 30.
The one that scares me a little bit is when I watched his tape, and this is me comparing to prospect, not to NBA version. It's a really similar college tape to George Niang.
Yeah.
And it's very similar measurables and a similar kind of body type and the mobility stuff and the 3-point shooting and all of the same kind of curve appeal.
But if Niang had that kind of defensive floor,
Niang was like an active defender in college, though.
He wasn't this active.
No, but
he was good, but he wasn't this good. Like, okay, here's the thing. I don't think, and I said this earlier, you get to pick problems at 19. You don't get to pick solutions. Okay. You get to pick older guys. You get to pick young, unproven guys. You get to pick fucking Chris Cenac and try to teach him how to play basketball. You need to, you pick up LeBaron Philon or, Cameron Carr and pray that they live in the weight room for the next 2 years. Or you get to pick Alan Graves and pray that it translates. My view on this is, if it works, it's going to be fucking awesome. If it doesn't work, it's going to fail pretty spectacularly. And worst case scenario, though, he's a third string big who has a lot in common with Trayce Jackson-Davis. Unfortunately, there's elements of Trayce Jackson-Davis here, and it's like the Raptors have kind of already bet on Mobo, Trayce Jackson-Davis, Jonte Porter. There's such similarities between these players that it's like, okay, these so athletes, and maybe Graves.
But the difference is both of those can shoot the ball. Like
Graves.
Well,
Joshua Jefferson just went to Minnesota. Yeah, and
okay, good pick.
Jaden Quinton said he still has pain in his knee, and he's going to have another cleanup procedure on his meniscus.
So the thing is that, like, again, those are all fine players to compare it to, but those are guys coming in on undrafted deals, second round pick deals. Those are guys that are back end of the roster guys. At 19, they're still quality talent. And in this draft at 19, they're still very, very good talent.
Yeah, but
Alan Graves is also 19 years old, right? Compared to the others that came in at
20 years, a couple days. And like, I get that side of it. If you don't have the record, like, again, the thing that I will always go to is state the case of when it's worked. So 6'7" center with.
He's not 6'7".
6'7" 3/4 barefoot. That's what his measurement is.
That's 6'9". He's taller than Scotty Barnes.
It doesn't matter. It's the same height as Scotty Barnes, right?
Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes 6'7" flat.
and Scotty Barnes has the athleticism to play the 3. Right. So
you don't need this guy to play the 3.
What? No, this is what I'm saying. So they're the same size, within 3/4 of an inch of each other.
Okay.
He's 226 pounds, 8'10" standing reach, 7-foot flat wingspan, limited mobility. State the case of that working as working as a 5-man in the NBA, because like defensively he has to play the 5.
He doesn't
defensively.
He can play 4. I think he can play 4
on the perimeter against who? Fours in this NBA play on the perimeter. They're running off pin downs. This guy had a hard time countering slow-footed bigs. Like this is the, and again, you can scheme him with CMB and Barnes on the court, but he had a hard time dealing with the mobility of slower-footed bigs in a mid-tier conference. Right? Like this is the difficulty. I love what he's going to be able to do offensively, but the sales feature is the defense. He needs to improve his athleticism so much to be able to play on the perimeter. He is going to get put into switch on the perimeter against athletic guards, athletic forwards.
I don't think that this needs to be like Alan Graves needs to be a DPOY or a first team all defender for this deal to work. He doesn't need to be. What he is an insanely smart team defender. Okay. Like he's good in the gaps. He has enough size and enough length to rebound the basketball. He can shoot the basketball, and he's a great connective player as a passer. I think what's getting missed here is when you think of a guy as a defense first prospect, you tend to over-evaluate defense. Just like when you think about a guy as a shooter and he shoots 34%, the whole value tanks. Alan Graves is a really functionally sound Darko offensive player in a 6'9" frame with a 7-foot wingspan who happens to be an awesome college defender. If that college defense translates even 50% to the NBA, he is an awesome system defender next to Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles. Does he give you the rim protection that you would ideally want next to those guys? No, but you're maybe not wanting to bet on Chris Cenac learning how to block shots and rebound and chew bubblegum at the same time. Maybe you don't want to bet on the health and upside of Jaden Quaintance. Maybe your medical team just said no to this. It's always going to be a medical issue. And the other guys are all older, man. And this is what I think. I was very against the idea of picking a senior here. I did not want a senior. That was my one thing. Other than Bennett Stirtz, where I think
I was just about to say, I was like, you can't
your
play
favorite
that
player of
card.
the whole draft is a senior. Yes.
Yeah.
But when Bennett Stirtz went off the board, when the smartest man in the world picked him at 16, okay, just want to be clear about that. The smartest guy in the world picked him at 16. I was pretty much all in on go for Chris Cenac, go for Ibuka Okori if he's on the board, which he wasn't, or go for Alan Graves or something of this variety. And it's not because I think that someone who's 19 has necessarily got a greater upside than someone who's 22. My view on this is you've invested so much in Jamal Malalela, you've invested so much in Darko Rajakovic, you got this guy to develop players. So give him someone who can actually develop. Stop fucking trying to develop Jonathan Mobo, who's 22 years old, and Grady Dick, who just doesn't want to work. Okay, cool. Like Jamal Shed was 22, 23 coming out of the draft. Like, okay, Zixel Puzzle, he's 20 tomorrow. Dude, he still can't drink in the United States for a full fucking year. Okay? Scotty Barnes was 20 at the draft too, pretty much. He's the same age as Scotty was when he was drafted. Scotty was 20 within a month of being drafted, right? So, look, I think you need a guy. Okay, there's so many things that you need out of a 19th overall pick. You need a guy who's going to be cool with G League run because he's definitely spending some time in the G League. You need a guy who has some upside. You need a guy who's a system fit. You need a guy who fits next to your best player. You need a guy who fits your culture. You need a guy who's a worker. You need a guy who functionally works in your system as a defender and an offensive player. This might be like one of those like jack of all trades, master of none situations where maybe there's nothing that sticks out to you and says that's an amazing thing that he does. But point to the not so amazing thing that he does other than not being able to switch out to wings. Because if he's guarding fours and he bulks up, let me give you a case. He bulks up to 250. Okay, so he puts on really solid mass over the next 2 years and he ends up 250. At the age of 22, he is a 250. Let's just say hypothetically he grows another inch because guys are known to do that between 19 and 21. Sometimes you get another inch. There might be a certain player on this team who I'm not at liberty to say has grown maybe another inch over the last, last couple of months. And let's just say that he ends up at 6'9.5" instead of 6'9" in shoes. He's 6'9.5". That's the same size as Jared Allen, man. Jared Allen has what, a 7'1" wingspan? He's a 7-foot wingspan. Maybe he's gross to 7'1". Okay, cool. So at that point, at 6'9", how different is his frame than Cameron Boozer? Frame wise, he's gonna get more coordinated. I think he's gonna you can make this. I don't think he's in the greatest shape. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't think he's in the greatest shape. I watched him in high school and he looks fucking tubby as shit. Okay, this guy might be like a guy who's still wearing some baby fat on him. So that's my case on him. Is I think you can make him more athletic.
But this is why, like I said, like I didn't say this is a D-.
What's your grade?
It's a C+. It's fine.
Okay.
It's like it's Luke. It's bathwater. You know what I mean? Like it's fine. It's a player that can play.
Mm-hmm.
There's very limited upside. It's safe. It's safe.
I agree.
Like it's safe. This is a here's a guy we can plug in that we can do certain things with, and that's what he is.
I thought CMB was safe.
I don't think the upside is limited at all. No, you
don't
what?
think this is
no. I don't think the upside is limited at all. I think the upside is tremendous.
Wait, how? He already shoots, so shooting's there.
I think his processing is on another level.
Oh,
I think his hands.
If his processing was that high, I don't think you would have ranked him at 26 coming into the draft class.
I didn't rank him at 26.
I thought you had him at 26 when you did the big board earlier today.
I thought I had him at 24. And
Even
by
then,
the way, I've had him as high as 13, but the athletic stuff scared me.
I had him at 16 until I did my full video study on him.
I had him at 16
and it dropped to 19 and then 22 and then down to 28. And it's just like I said, there are things you can improve on a basketball court 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You've got two ways to go with them.
I had him at 23.
So he's already slow for a big. Amongst centers, he's already not mobile, even as an undersized center. And the solution is we're going to put 25 pounds on him.
Not bad weight, good weight. Not
but you can say, you can say the same thing about Nikola Jokic, right? Even Marc Gasol.
Everything you're saying is exactly what they said about Garbajosa when he went undrafted, Marc Gasol when he went to the second round, Jokic. All these guys had crazy analytic, tracking numbers. Like if you look at the hand-eye coordination of Marc Gasol at 18 or 19, it was pretty insane. Like there was potential.
He's not let's not do that sales job. He's not one of these guys.
How do you know?
Okay, so George Niang was probably one of these guys too.
Hell no.
But no. Like let's just. But let's not do the. You never know. Let's cross our fingers. He could be Jokic thing. Like you know what I mean. Like that's disingenuous.
Okay, let me just say this. He's not Jokic.
He's not Jokic.
Not even close to Jokic.
This is an acceptable player with some functional upside.
Mm-hmm.
But let's be rational.
Okay.
The upside because of the athleticism, he's not Jokic, he's not Marc Gasol. Right?
Okay.
Like
I want to show you George Niang's numbers in college. Okay?
Yeah, Iowa State. He was player of the year, man. Like you know what I mean? Like
okay, cool. So as a freshman,
yeah,
I would just throw this out there. George Niang, fantastic.
Pete went number 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. So Allen Graves scored more per 100 possessions. I'll say this: the steal and block rate are not even close.
No, the steal and block rate aren't.
1.5.
This is the sales pitch.
1.1, 0.1, 1.5. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, if I added all those numbers, that does not even add. Okay, so let's here's a fun little thing here. Allen Graves averaged 4.9 steals per 100 possessions. Again, very limited sample size. Is less than 1,000 minutes. I get it. Okay, if we add 1.5 plus 1.5, that's 3. If we add 3 plus 1, that is 4.1. So 5. So in 4 years, this is not a way to do analytics at all. In 4 years, per 100 possessions, George Niang averaged 5 steals per 100 possessions, and Allen Graves averaged 4.9. These are not comparable players. I'm sorry, they are not. I
was comparing them athletically comparable players.
But okay, if a guy is comparable athletically, then how does one guy have 4 times the steal rate? Unless, of course, you're accounting for the. And again, this is like the Jalen Williams argument, the J Dub argument. Was that he is undersized for a combo forward.
And he plays the 2-3 in the NBA, so he's fine because wingspan and still 6'5.5", right? The thing is again, and this is where like I said, like I urge people to just go watch Santa Clara tape and go watch what Alan Graves is schemed to do on the court. Because the other thing is, go look at their team statistics on and off. Then, if you want to do the analytics argument, go look at their versus Ken Palm teams against top 100 ranked teams and see where the analytics argument goes. Because these are all things that I've done as well, right? Look at their rim protection numbers when he's on the court versus when he's off the court. These are all numbers that got worse when he was on the court, right? So his numbers are great. The steal and block, no player's ever had a 4.9 rate in steal and block in one season. Never happened. It's unbelievable. He has unbelievable hands, but go watch the scheme that they built there and his role inside that scheme, right? There was a lot of creation in that. Right. So I'm not saying he's not good. Like I said, I'm fine with the pick. It's an okay pick. It's good. Like I said, but I urge people to go watch the Santa Clara tape because, again, as an analytics guy, I fell in love with Alan Graves and went, holy shit, I need to do this tape study because these numbers are nuts. And I watched it and went, oh, okay, he's a system guy. He still executes within that system and structure, but he was very narrowly schemed in that team, especially on defense. Again, my argument's not the offensive side because I like the offensive side.
This is my favorite comment of the night. Alan Graves is so smooth. He looks slow.
Yeah, no, he's just slow. He is smooth, but he also is just slow.
Honestly, look, I have the same concerns. His finishing rate wasn't great. He struggled against length. These are concerns. But I've had concerns like this about certain prospects. And once again, I'll give you the same pitch that I gave for Bennett Stirtz. The same reason that I like Bennett Stirtz is the same reason I'm sitting here defending this pick right now. Alan Graves is a great problem solver. I understand that sounds like a platitude to some people and just sounds like cope. And there are people in the chat trying to cook me right now and saying Rob's a fucking idiot because he is trying to defend this pick. This was not my pick, just so we're clear. Alan Graves was 23 on my board. I got him as high as 13 at one point, and I moved him down to 19, I think, on my first board, or 20 on my first board, and he moved down to 23 on my final board. I am not sitting here saying this is what I would have done. I'm saying this is in the spirit of what I would have done. In fact, I'll argue that halfway between Bennett Stirtz, aka analytically sound, super problem solver, and something like Chris Cenac and Jaden Quaintance, which is a bet on youth and upside, is Alan Graves. They went halfway between my two ideas, which is I wanted a front court player specifically because I hate the idea of Scottie having to play in the front court. Look, if the worst version of this guy is a way better defender than George Niang. Do you fight that?
I don't disagree. But okay. Again, it was the athletic
George
profiles.
Niang, okay, so if George Niang was a 45% better defender, let's just say that's the floor. Let's say Alan Graves' floor is 45% better George Niang, but equivalent or somewhat equivalent to him on offense with slightly better passing chops. And you may disagree with that, but I think he's got some pretty. He made some really special reads this year.
Yeah, I really like the passing. I'm not gonna lie. The passing is my favorite thing about his entire game.
So George Niang with 40% better passing and 40% defense, in my opinion, is fucking not George Niang.
So you just described. Actually, it's funny because you just described a very specific player who was my comp for Alan Graves, which is Kyle Anderson.
Yes,
right?
and that was my comp too. But
here's my question for you. Okay, so here's my question for you: is Alan Graves the better version of Joshua Jefferson?
No,
because Joshua Jefferson's on the board, and I know he can pass. He's a better passer than Alan Graves. Right, because he's the best passing big in this draft.
Now you are giving away those 3 years of development, and you're taking it away from your development. And this is where I say those years are so crucial. You're a coach, man.
Sometimes
dude, all the time they're crucial. Whether they're used or not is irrelevant. They're always crucial. I say between the ages of 5 and 20, 5 and 22, that age right there, 5 and 22, and different peaks and valleys throughout that growth, there are pockets of opportunity to implement unbelievable spurts into a person's understanding of the game in terms of their skill development, their conceptual, their functional athleticism, their dexterity, their proprioception. By the way, one of my buzzwords, proprioception. I find Alan Graves to be a pretty good proprioceptive athlete. Throw that out there.
So you would take Cenac over Lindeborg then?
That's different.
No, it's not different.
It is different.
Why?
It is different because
record, production, long track record,
and by the way,
prospect.
I'm not hype. I'm not hype on either. By the way,
but
I'm not high on either. But let's not pretend that Chris Cenac and Alan Graves are the same quality of player.
Where do you have them ranked?
I had for my
where do you have them ranked? That's is Cenac not 2 spots higher on your board?
Wait a second. We're conflating ideas here. Having someone higher does not mean I think they're better. It means I have them higher as a prospect. Like, I can agree that Joshua Jefferson is a better basketball player than Chris Cenac. Half the players on my board are better than players than Chris Cenac. Chris Cenac was not a great basketball player last year. Nate Ament is 20th. He is not a top 45 player in this draft. There's plenty of seniors who are better than Nate Ament, but I have him at 20 because I'm trying to balance out a cocktail of ideas here.
Absolutely.
And those ideas are personal, but they are also, growth, trajectory. I'm looking at where you were ranked. I'm looking at your basketball trajectory from age 14 till now. I'm looking at how you fit with this roster. I'm looking at your measurables. I'm looking at your athleticism for sure. But dude, there were so many teams that were high on this guy. He worked out for everybody. OKC, I heard, was pretty high on him, but I also heard they were really high on Morez Johnson. They were high on Bennett Stirtz. Those were the guys that I heard they were super high on. Memphis was high on him. San Antonio was super high on him. Toronto was super high. Basically, every front office that genuinely knows what they're doing between
Can I give a common denominator amongst those teams?
They all made a power forward.
Memphis, San Antonio,
sure.
Right? They all have absolute erasers on the back end who can play and insulate him.
Okay, absolutely.
That's the primary
what
thing,
you
right?
need to get. So now, so this is the best player available argument. We are not looking at this as a functionally full roster. You're looking at him as what you were hoping Jonathan Mobo might become. What you were hoping Jonte Porter might become, what you were hoping, or what you saw Sandro Mamukelashvili be. There's no way that I can make an argument that Sandro Mamukelashvili, the one that I saw in collegiate basketball, is a better player than the Alan Graves I saw last year. I'm sorry. I had Sandro Mamukelashvili somewhere in the 40s as a draft prospect, and he has massively exploded past those expectations, and he's outperformed. He went 54th, right? So he was a Seton Hall, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not losing my mind. Okay, so I remember him. So I look at a guy like that and I'm like, okay, I see a guy like Alan Graves and I say, this is a top 9 player in your rotation. Okay. If it works out well, if it leans more George Niang plus a little bit of passing and plus a little bit of playmaking and, something similar as a shooter and a slightly better defender, that's still a really good winning player. That's going to move mountains for you. Now, what you need to pair with both him, CMB, Scotty Barnes, is a rim protecting big. We've known this, but Scotty and CMB are really good rim protectors. And quite frankly, if you're going to play a guy who doesn't necessarily explode at the rim really well, it might as well be with 2 forwards who do. Brandon Ingram improved a lot as a shot blocker too. He might protect Brandon Ingram a little bit.
Well,
I like his low center of gravity, man. I like his low center of gravity. I love his hands. I love his hand-eye coordination. I love his basketball IQ. I love his personality. I love the fact that he comes from a basketball family, that the whole thing is just like that. There's a genuine joy for basketball that I love. I guarantee you Darko was sitting there being like, pick this guy, pick this guy. This is such a Darko Marjakovic guy. I love the system fit with the Raptors. And I like the fact that he's 19. I was sitting here literally at the draft. I was like dreading. I'm like, please not Terrace Reed. Please not Terrace Reed. In my head, I was having a fucking full-on panic attack.
The Spurs traded up 10 picks to get him.
I get it.
There's got to be something to it.
No, Terrace Reed is cool, man. Terrace Reed, Zuby, Ejiofor, all these guys, they are good basketball players. They are better basketball players right now than half the players picked in this draft, and they're going to be serviceable on day one. But once again, I am saying Jama Malela, Ivo Simovic, Darko Rajakovic, I trust these guys to develop the right people. Okay.
But you've also just named off a whole lot of players that they weren't able to develop from this mold.
Who?
How many times are they going to do it?
You just named off Mogbo and Jonte
Mogbo was
Porter
23.
and
Jonte
no, but
Porter
you
was
know what
25.
I'm saying, right? So like again,
Jonte was thriving with us. He ended up on a betting scandal. He did really well with us.
He didn't do very well. he was almost unplayable defensively. He has some fun moments or whatever.
What?
But
am I losing my mind? Jonte Porter
again,
is good for us.
he had a couple games where he put up good stats, but like again, we're not playing fantasy basketball here, right? Like this is the, you know, like I said, if stats are what we're doing, like I said, when you're a big, you have to be able to defend your home, and that's like the Trace Jackson Davis thing, right? Like Trace had one huge stat game, and Raptors fans were like, "This is our starting center."
He's had like 100 good stats games in Golden State. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and he can't play a lick on the back end. He blocks a shot here and there. It's cool. You know, again, I'm going to choose the guy who can really defend, right? The block shots and the steals, they're cool.
I don't know how much weight you put into these numbers, and I just want to be clear about something because I really thought I was losing my mind here for a second. Jonte Porter, at the age of 24, played 26 full games for the Toronto Raptors. In those full games, he shot 33% from three, which is not bad. He shot 45% from the field, which is not bad. He had
That's terrible for a center.
He's a jump shooting center. So, I mean, he's taking a ton of jump shots. He was taking 6 threes a game. I actually don't think that's that bad. And the true shooting percentage was 51.4%. Context dependent. It was a terrible team. A 1.7 box minus is actually not that bad, if we're being honest. That's amazing and a 1.9 defensive box minus. I understand defensive box minus is a very noisy stat, but honestly, like my eyes told me this guy was a very sound positional defender, and he guarded his yard pretty well. Like he was not erasing shots at the rim, but like, man, like what are we doing here? No, Jonte Porter was a functionally decent defender, in my opinion. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I may definitely disagree on that one. Cool. You know, and like I said, a center 7% below league average in true shooting, right? Like he like I said, and when did he play those games? You know,
yeah, I mean, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so like, but again, we're getting off the topic. Again, I like Alan Graves. I think Alan Graves is fine. I think Alan Graves can play in this system. I think he can play in the scheme. Like I said, I like the ball movement stuff. I think he can shoot it. I trust the shooting for the most part. It's just the mobility. You have to scheme him very, very specifically, right? And that's the difficulty I have is you are drafting a guy who you have to insulate on a team full of guys you have to insulate.
This is an underrated comment.
That's
the same thing about Hannes Steinbach. Look,
they're not comparable.
Like, I agree that Hannes Steinbach is a way different class of athlete. I get that. But Alan Graves is an awesome rebounder. Okay, so here's the thing. If George Niang, let's use George Niang as a base since you compared them athletically, right?
Just athletically.
Yes, athletically, because that's the big concern with Alan Graves, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give George Niang a 30% boost on playmaking, a 45% boost on defense, and a 35% boost as a rebounder.
But you're basing that off of college statistics in very different conferences. Right? Because you know what I mean? Like him playing at a national level at Iowa State versus him playing a bench role at Santa Clara is not the same thing.
Jonathan Mobo was a 5th-year senior
at San Francisco.
Still the WCC.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same thing, right? Like this is what I'm saying. So it's like saying that, okay, so Alan Graves per 100s are better than Caleb Wilson's. So that would mean that there's a debate that Alan Graves is the better player than Caleb Wilson.
Not, because like if we're not with Alan Graves and Caleb Wilson, we're not arguing apples and apples. We're arguing apples and Lincolns. Okay, like we're not in the same class. Okay, Alan Graves to me belongs in a class of players that could have gone anywhere from 13 to 24 in this draft, and it's a big tier. Okay,
yeah, I agree with that.
Tier includes guys like Adai. That includes guys like Cameron Carr. That includes guys like, it just genuinely speaking. Look, Cameron Boozer was not a great athlete coming out of Duke.
Significantly better athlete.
Okay. I mean, okay, Zazu, what's up, man?
Bro.
Give us your take after watching 30 minutes of Alan Graves highlights.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Bro, man, listen up, man. What a pick. I love the pick.
There we go.
I love the pick.
Cheap Seats is disappointed in you. Okay.
Not disappointed, not pissed. It's lukewarm.
Let me break it down. Okay. Like, first of all, you know, I really sat there and reflected with people and said, like, if you were to get another guard,
I'm sorry. You said you sat there and reflected, and my thought process was like you went into a deep meditation, like a cope like meditation, and you had like shaman visions of like, I see what the Raptors are doing. They're putting the most switchable defenders in NBA history all together.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that. Well, not only that, like he's a high IQ player, right? Like, you know, it's you look at the NBA and you look at the players who are the most successful ones, right? And those are the ones with high IQ. Like, look at Darian Fox. He's all athletic, has all the speed, super gifted, but sometimes he's just a bonehead, he's just dumb, right? Imagine
you could have picked anybody else. You went for De'Aaron Fox.
I mean, like, just because it was recency bias, right? Like,
absolutely.
I
mean, Kelton Johnson was standing right there, bro. He's on the same team.
Right. But the play, like you can have all this skill set, all this athleticism, and not, if you don't know what to do with it, then it amounts to nothing. All right. And so if you look at even Jokic is not as athletic, right? Just super uber high IQ player. Knows how to put the game the right way.
Go
right?
Fifth Jokic mentioned tonight. I swear to God, if I had a drinking game for every single time Jokic is going to come up over the next 24 hours, I might actually die.
Let me pin another picture. It's fine. Let's put Jokic off to the back burner. Let's look at a player like CMB. CMB is not the most athletic, but man, does he have a high IQ?
Jamison Battle has significantly outplayed Grady Dick. Jamison Battle sucked as an athlete.
Right,
he's not
but
a
he's high
functional
IQ.
great athlete. Another George Niang carbon copy.
There you go. High IQ.
Yeah.
Right. Scotty Barnes, high IQ. If you put these high IQ players together, let's see how it pans out. Like, you know,
I don't
what
think
I really
it's
do like about this kid though is he's a really good
Zazu,
rebounder.
you got background noise, bro.
Oh, hold on. It's my TV. My bad. Give me a second, man.
Zazu's so
Hey, Google.
funny, bro. I'm gonna mute you. Okay.
He did lighten the mood immediately when he came.
Absolutely. Yeah, the energy off him is awesome.
Okay. Yes. Look, man, like we do this all year. We watch these players. I didn't do it all year this year. I did it over the last 3.5 months on a speed run.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, tell Google to mute the TV, bro. All right, listen. Bottom line is with Graves, here's the thing with Graves. Graves, this guy, literally, he's a good rebounder, right? He moves the ball. He's not a black hole. If we're really trying to build around Scotty Barnes and Cole, think about it. What? There's only one basketball on the court.
Connectors, right? Dirty work guys, rebounders, defenders, gap help, shooting, spacing, connected passing. Yes, that is
19th pick. Exactly.
Yes.
19th pick.
Here's
what
what
are you trying to do with a point guard? What are you going to do with a point guard?
Give me, Zazu, I think you're going to appreciate this reference. Give me a fully running Toyota Camry over a fucking broke down Tesla any day of the week. Okay. If I need to get to the grocery store, give me the fucking Toyota Camry, bro.
Perfect analogy. But please, Rob, acknowledge what I said about this pick is a manifestation of the front office decisions of the last 4 years of us not really picking a direction.
I don't acknowledge that because this legitimately is a direction. Like, you're picking a direction to put the ball in Scotty Barnes' hands more by not picking a LeBaron Philon, by not picking
but we could have gotten a guy like that in free agency or through a smaller trade. Like, this is
I'm sorry, 19-year-old players who. And again, like, I understand that everyone is just able to discount this and say, well, he played at Santa Clara. Okay, who's the last freshman in WCC history who put up numbers even close to this? Nobody has ever done it. I venture guess 40 years of history go through. There's not one. When a person is a statistical outlier, it is a good reason to become very dubious and very cautious about what you're watching, right? What you're possibly watching is a small sample size bias, a string of lucky games, what Cheap Seats described, which is, you know, an imbalanced schedule in which, you know, like we're talking about really elite performances against weaker competition, worse performances against more length. I can definitely contextualize that. I one of the reasons that I was lower on him than I would have liked to be, because I love high IQ defenders, like straight up. He's like my dream basketball player. One of the reasons that I was very low on him was, by the way, one of the reasons I was low on fucking Colin Murray Boyles last year is I really wondered if he would have the, like, if Colin Murray Boyles was 6'9", I would have had Colin Murray Boyles fucking third on my board last year. Because he was 6'6", and because I saw early evidence of him struggling to finish around length, I was like, "Uh-oh, we got Jonathan Mobo again, where we can't fucking finish a floater." So here, I'm gonna bet on touch, I'm gonna bet on development, and I'm gonna bet on strength to create the space and advantages that you need. Because the most important thing in basketball is, do you get to your spot?
Well, here's the thing about this,
Impossibly
Rob.
important.
Here's the thing with this guy, Rob. He could shoot.
Yeah, he can. Cheap Seats, you were saying?
So the one counter to that, because we're all making that argument.
Sure.
Of everybody in the draft sphere that really embraces the CMB skill set and the connective skill sets, has anybody that you are aware of ever ranked Colin Murray Boyles higher than me on a draft board?
Nope.
I'm the guy that loves these players. I had a top 5 grade on Case and Wallace, right? Like I am the guy that loves connective skill, right?
Okay.
Look at who my number 5 was on the board this year. Braden Burries, right? I don't care about being an elite talent. I care about the ability to fill gaps. And even with that as my personal mentality and personal mantra, I still had a hard time seeing it with Graves. That's where my concern comes in. Is this on paper is everything I love about a basketball player.
Okay.
But you have to be able to get to your spot. And you just said getting to your spots is worth its weight in gold, essentially.
It is the most important thing in basketball. It's why I've projected Scotty Barnes to be a go-to scorer.
And
a lot of people didn't see that.
The difficulty with Graves is when the competition level got better, he couldn't get to his spot.
I fully hear you. And
that's the issue.
Yo, like Cheap Seats, if he solved the problems that you're suggesting right now that he has, he's a lottery pick.
But how does he solve them?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So we're talking about a player that's coming into the Toronto Raptors to go to his spot. Where would his spot be?
His spot right now would be the exact same spot that Colin Murray Boyles navigates on offense, but except for he'll be a pick and pop versus a pick and short roll.
Exactly. So he's already, like, the pick and pop is going to be so easy for him because he's creating space already for Scotty and or wherever.
How do you like his screening? How do you like his screening, man?
I think the screening's fine. I don't think it's great. You know, he obviously, it wasn't something that he did, and like he screened a fair amount, and he didn't have unbelievable guards to activate and screen. So it's a little bit challenging in that side point. The issue is that, like I said, he's going to be able to space, but he's going to have to space to corners. If Murray Boyles is on the court with him, you're going to have Murray Boyles as the activator at the nail, not Alan Graves. That's the challenge, is that, like, whereas Barnes and Murray Boyles, the reason why I was so confident in that pairing is because when they activate on a screen, they're activating it from opposite sides. Scotty Barnes is usually the play initiator, right? Murray Boyles can set the screen and then work from the nail. The difficulty with Graves is that now you're moving CMB is now the guy that's standing in the cutter or is standing in the dunker spot. That's his new role. So you're gonna start to emphasize Alan Graves and his pick and pop ability, and Murray Boyles is now, you're just going, okay, you're now the 5th option on the court 50% of the time if Graves is on there. But
what if long term Scotty is a guard?
It's still the same issue. You're not gonna run staggers all game.
What if long term Colin Murray Boyles is a small forward?
He's not.
What if he is?
I love him, but he's not. Like he like he can do some of that initiation, like he can defend at that level for
Drives
sure.
like RJ Barrett. If RJ Barrett is a small forward, Colin Murray Boyles, he can guard. Look, Hubie Brown once said, "You are what you guard." Colin Murray Boyles is therefore a 2 through 5. He is more 3 than 5 to me. He's probably a 4. I get you, but at 4, he's always undersized. Can you imagine this guy at a 3? If he can figure out the jump shot. My long-term vision for this team is legitimately a dynamic guard next to Scotty Barnes in the backcourt, Colin Murray Boyles at the 3, and something incredible in the middle, like a dunker spot, like a Nick Claxton archetype, but a better version of that player. And a 4 that kind of glues it all together like a Mamu Kelishvili or this guy is a really cool idea to just space the floor around it.
So how do you get those players?
I mean, through trades, man. You got Brandon Ingram on the team. You don't want him here. I barely want him here. You got RJ Barrett on the team. We're both on him, I think.
Who are those players acquiring? They're not getting star players. You know how you get those players? By shooting on upside.
This is
because you're not picking in the top 5. So if you want those dynamic guys, you shoot for dynamic skill. If you want guys that are going to fill a role and be a solid player, then we just picked one. And we have a team of a bunch of guys who are solid in their role and none of the dynamic talents that you just outlined that we needed. So again, if we're not going to tank and try to get a top 5 pick,
I don't think a 19th overall pick has to be a starter for you going forward. I think he could be a solid, as long as he fits into the top 8 dynamic of your roster. And because of his positional versatility, again, it's theoretical. It was at Santa Clara. It was a West Coast. Okay, cool. Hypothetically, he can guard at least 2 positions. He might be able to guard 3. I like how he switches out to guards, man. In high school, okay, yeah, sometimes it looked rough, but these are angles. And once again, there's an I think basketball. Okay, first of all, intelligence is the great amplifier in basketball. It's one of my big, stating points. There's no way in hell, cheapsies, that you could have watched Scotty Barnes at Florida State, clunky as fuck, falling all over his feet, his clown ass feet in Florida State, unable to put 2 moves together, and could have said that what he did in the playoffs this year was possible. There's no one on earth, because I was higher on Scotty Barnes than fucking anybody on earth, and even for me, what he did in the playoffs this year was staggering. But what I knew with Scotty was there's an unknown with Scotty, which is intelligence and work ethic and hand-eye coordination and all the things that he brings to the table with those big hands and his athletic testing and all of it. Now, this is not Scotty Barnes, but he's not the 4th overall pick.
But again, it goes to the same thing. If you're not going to be a team that gets the 4th overall pick, how do you get the elite talent, especially when you're locked into long-term expensive contracts for players who aren't overly tradable?
Okay, well, Trey Murphy Trey Murphy was a 17th overall pick. OG Anunoby was a 23rd overall pick. Pascal Siakam was a 27th overall pick. Draymond Green was a 35th overall pick. Hitting on these types of players. Rudy Gobert was a 27th overall pick. Hold on. Nick Claxton was a late 1st-round pick, if I'm not mistaken. Ivica Zubac was a 2nd-round pick. Marc Gasol was a late 2nd-round pick.
So your stance is that you take long shots on guys who don't seem like they have high ceilings in the hopes that 5 times in 35 years they hit.
No, my view on this is when,
because I can do the other thing where I list high level athletes who were picked late who turned into great players, right? To count, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be a little bit of draft luck, right? But
let me ask you a question. Yeah. How confident are you, like on a scale of 1 to 100, how confident are you that Cameron Carr is going to have a better career than Alan Graves?
Better? Like
better career. Better as in he will be more productive. He will have more win shares. He'll have a higher WARP. He'll play more games. He'll play more years. He'll make more money. However you define.
Very.
Okay. 1 to 100.
85.
85.
Yeah. Again, though, you're talking about somebody that has an incredibly high ceiling on Carr, right? So that's kind of an unfair one because, like, honestly, it might be 95, right? Like, it's a player who I'm very, very sure of. And that's why I had them graded so differently, right? If you ask me that question about Josh Jefferson, the 3 years later, it might be a different answer where it's like, okay, I understand those 3 years, similar kind of skill sets. Well, Cenac, I'm low as shit on. Like I'm not a
barely had a 1st round grade on him.
Okay, yeah, I barely had a 1st round. They're in the same group. I had Cenac and
LeBaron Philon. I mean,
Ament.
these are all players that the Raptors passed on. LeBaron Philon. How confident are you that LeBaron Philon is going to have a better career? And again, these are both younger players, but Philon was a second-year player. Let's say how confident are you LeBaron Philon is going to be better for Philly and better in his career than Alan Graves?
Pretty solidly confident. Now, again, both these players in a weird way actually are very similar, right? Like Philon is a substandard athlete with incredible craft, right? Who plays a very specific role on a team as a pick and roll point guard who can't really play off ball. Right. He's, so like in a lot of ways, like Philon and is kind of a guard version of of Graves, right? Like in terms of like athletic profile versus position, and very, very niche in terms of what they can do. And that's the only thing is like in a situation for me, and this is just like personal draft philosophy for this Toronto Raptors team, is in a situation where you're salary locked, like you are locked on salary. There's no cap room coming. You're not willing to tank to get better draft picks. So the only way to really shoot for the moon is to go after guys who are viewed as ceiling prospects, right? And there are ceiling prospects there. And that's why, like, if they would have drafted Cenac, I wouldn't have been pissed, because I'd be like, you know what? He's going to spend some time in the G League. He's going to develop. Maybe he can shoot. Maybe he can do this. But if it hits, there's a ceiling there. The problem with my issue with Cenac is that there's no floor. Right, he's a guy it's probably going to either work out really, really well, or he might not get a second NBA contract. Right, like that's the profile. So it's that cost benefit analysis of like how risk averse are you at 19, and at 19, I would rather be more aggressive trying to search out elite tools, rather than this is a guy we can scheme
and this is where you,
because I don't think this is the best player available. So
this is where I say I think Alan Graves has massively outlier traits. Size to skill ratio is off the charts. Advanced knowledge and IQ for the game at 19 years old is absolutely insane. Analytic production or offensive upside, whether you believe it to be, against worse competition or not, I promise you, even against good competition, he wasn't a bad player. He was just worse than the best player in the conference. I'm being a terrible person right now by not reading these super chats. I just want to get through a couple of super chats here. Where was rookie Scotty on your big board this year? I already answered this. Could be wrong, but Quainton seems like the Raptors pick. From the future, you were wrong. Christian Burton, how many guards does OKC need? As many as you can get, man. Guard room is massively important. I think the Raptors will find that out this year. They don't have great competent guards, so I understand the rationale for the Baron.
If only we could have gotten one. Yeah.
Hey, man. You I'm gonna make Chiefs mad by saying Alan Graves is more guard than wing, but okay. He processes the game like a guard, is what I'm saying. Like I really like this archetype. I have a personal affinity. Ever since I watched Anthony Davis, I've fallen in love with this idea of like guys who grew up. Anthony Davis, Scottie Pippen. There's so many guys. Scotty Barnes. When you learn the game from the point guard position and then you go forward and try to play the power forward or center position at any point, I think to me that's a very interesting, unique wrinkle in your development. Vince Carter also played a lot of big, in later in high school, and I think that really helped him. When you can learn the game from multiple angles, it's really good. That's the thing that kind of scares me with sometimes these undersized guards is they only played one way and one position their whole lives. And to me, Alan Graves doesn't have that problem because he's played like 4 different positions. And the Raptors really value that. They like the fact that he came off the bench because that's actually the role that he's going to be in. You don't have to guess how this guy's psychologically going to deal with coming off the bench because he already did it. And a lot of guys didn't do it. Okay. Bennett Stirtz has not ever done that in his life. Araf Haroon said, if Scotty is your point guard, then you need a 3 or 4. Your prayers have been answered. Christian Burton said, you did say the Raptors love connectors, Rob. Yes, I did. I did say that. Thank you very much for the super chat. 319 gift said, makes me feel like we're trading for Sabonis. Oh, please, fuck God. No, please, God, no.
So Rob, though, like at the end of the day, let's just look at this on paper, right? All the things on offense that you love about this guy, then why don't you love Sabonis? You have to insulate him defensively. He's an unbelievable rebounder. He's not going to protect the rim at the NBA
very
level.
Similar to Sabonis, with the exception that he is a much better defender, in my opinion, than Sabonis. Now, again, this is theoretical.
Yeah.
Okay, totally. But I watched Sabonis as a collegiate player. He's better than Sabonis as a defender in college. Is he not? Like,
yes.
Can
Now,
we be real? Okay.
Within this scheme, would it be better for the Toronto Raptors to have another switchable defender, or to have a truly elite defensive rebounder?
Who have the Raptors targeted? They've tried to get Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah.
They've tried to get Domantas Sabonis. Okay, cool. If those rumors, and by the way, they have tried to get Derek White. This team is desperately looking for connectors, not creators, around Scotty Barnes.
Yep.
Okay. Now we can argue that Jaren Jackson has more creation juice than the other two. That Derek White's going to be a better player than Allen Graves ever was. That Domantas Sabonis got MVP votes a few years ago and literally finished 7th in MVP voting, but that's complete nonsense and hooey. But the reality of the situation is, man, the difference is 19th overall picks don't make $45 million a year, aren't 30 years old, and frankly aren't injury prone at this point. If you tell me Domantas Sabonis 4 years ago, I can get on board with that. I don't love it because now I have to insulate him a little bit more on defense. And Domas legitimately cannot play outside of the center spot. Domas is useless as a small forward defender. Domas is useless. The lack of positional versatility. Look, one of the biggest reasons I hate Jakob Poeltl on this team is because he's landlocked to guarding centers. They try to switch him onto a big, and it doesn't work. The reason I loved Colin Murray-Boyles in place of Jakob Poeltl this year is because you can't scheme him that way. Now, I'm not saying his hips are as switchable as Scotty Barnes, Jonathan Mobo, Colin Murray-Boyles. Okay, cool, man. But he knows how to play angles defensively. He knows how to play angles. He cuts off passes. He chops his feet. He reads and he anticipates really well. He boards the shit out of the basketball, so there's immediately utility there. He plays passing lanes, as I mentioned. Look, man, and he makes quick reads in transition. He's going to get your transition offense going. He's not going to get your offense stuck. Like you probably are the biggest Brandon Ingram critic in Toronto, that I've seen. What is it that we don't like about Brandon Ingram sometimes? The ball gets really sticky.
Yep.
Allen Graves is not a sticky basketball player.
Not sometimes.
All the time.
Yeah,
okay.
All the time.
Derek C 9234 with a $10 super chat. I appreciate you getting big numbers there. Raptors got great value. Cam Boozer. Shout outs to great value, man. Great value is for all of us who can't afford the premium brands. Shout outs. I see what you're saying. Cam Boozer's a way better basketball player.
It's not even in the same stratosphere, right?
I agree. It's disrespectful to Cam Boozer to say this, but that being said, Allen Graves is better than I think people are giving him credit for right now. ESPNNeedsIKD said, I was shocked they passed on Phylon Jr. and Carr at that spot, not going to lie. But he fills that Mamu void, plus better defender and rebounder, in my opinion. I do think this signals Scott, Graves, CMB as a 3, 4, 5 long-term. Can't see RJBR long-term. I don't think so. I think this signals that Scotty Barnes is a backcourt player going forward. Now, this is wishful thinking on my part, but Scotty did make an all-star team playing next to OG Anunoby at the 3, Pascal at the 4, and Jakob at the 5, which means by default, Scotty was the 2 in that lineup, and I think he played really well off of it. This will require Scotty to be a much better shooter, but you're putting in, look, for years, the Raptors have picked one of 2 players, okay? You know what this is? I'll tell you what this is, actually. I'll tell you what this is. I'm gonna take Jonathan Mobo, okay, Colin Murray-Boyles, Grady Dick, Scotty Barnes, okay, and I'm gonna feed all of their data and all of their traits and Jamison Battle, okay. I'm gonna take all of their traits and I'm gonna feed it into an AI model and say blend these 5 players and spit out a player who kind of reminds you of all 5. And it's going to give you Allen Graves. You get the small conference play from Jonathan Mobo. You get the jump shooting, early jump shooter, 6'8", 6'9" jump shooter who can do a little bit more in Grady Dick. You get the George Niang body build from Jamison Battle. You get the grew up playing point guard and can speed up the offense. And you get the insane defensive, at least theoretical upside of a Colin Murray-Boyles or a Scotty Barnes without the athletic build. So I don't know, man. I
me say
hope
this.
that I'm right, and I hope that you're wrong. And as a Raptor fan, I think you hope you're wrong too, right?
So, but here's the thing. What did I grade this pick?
C.
C plus. C plus.
Okay. C plus.
So
the
the thing that we're disagreeing on is literally you're agreeing with me. This is a C plus pick.
Yeah, I think
I don't give this a C plus.
But you just said hopefully he turns into a top 9 rotation player.
Top 8.
Hopefully he turns into Mamu. Like, are we really hoping
that's
for
a C
backup?
plus pick? That's the definition of a C plus pick. Like a guy who's just going to be like a good rotation player.
Okay, so we asked the chat to grade this pick. 19% of you so far. There's 150-ish votes that are in. 19% of you graded this an A. 48% of you are taking the coward's way out and grading this a B. 26% of you agree with Cheap Seats that it is a C, and 7% of you said D or F. Now, granted, I slanted this poll by giving D or F as one option and not giving D and F as two options, but it's interesting because D or F it could be actually a huge portion, right?
You know, I would like to see what this poll would have been if when we were on the other day, if we said, what happens if the Raptors draft Alan Graves at 19 when Phylon and Carr and all of these other players are still on the board?
I just wasn't as high on. I wasn't as high on Phylon or Carr. Look, I want to tell you this. If Bennett Stirtz was on the board and they picked Alan Graves, I would have ended the stream and fucking drove myself to a cliff. Okay, that's not even overreacting, and I would have sobbed under that cliff or on that cliff for the next 7 hours because I'm going through a lot right now, and honestly, I can't take Bennett Stirtz being passed on. If Jaden Quaintance's medicals were completely clear and they passed on Jaden Quaintance for Alan Graves, I don't get it because it's basically the same idea, but Quaintance is a way better athlete.
So you would have passed on OG Anunoby.
There's no OG Anunoby here.
No. OG Anunoby tore his ACL in the tournament. Literally top 5 pick. Top 5 pick, was not going to start the season healthy. Red flagged on his medical, dropped to 20. So you would have passed. You would have passed on OG then.
Okay,
because his medicals were red flagged. That's why he dropped as far as he did. Man, most people had him mocked 5 to 7. He was.
I didn't see his medicals. I didn't see his medicals. I didn't see Jaden Quaintance's medicals. So I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
That's what I'm saying though. So under the same circumstances, when the Raptors drafted OG Anunoby,
but every team gets to red flag their own medicals. So like
what I'm
every
saying,
team looks at the medicals and says, I can either work with this or I can't. I know the risks. I don't. And OG went through a lot of injuries, man.
But so this is my thing. So under the same, because like again, apples to apples. Like I said, if Jaden Quaintance doesn't tear his ACL, he's probably a top 7 pick. Right?
Where was Jaden Quaintance on my board?
With red flags. With the red flags, I still had him at 12. Okay, and I said on stream that if there was not medical
and I had him
was
at
not an injury, I would have had him at 5.
And I had him I had him at 13. So we were
under the same
agreement there.
But under the same logic, a guy tore his ACL, had red flags on his medicals, dropped from being a top 5, top 7 guy down to 20, and then a smart team grabbed him. So you, under this circumstance, like if the Raptors would have drafted Quaintance today, by the same logic, you would have been frustrated and pissed that they drafted OG at the same point.
I wasn't frustrated they picked OG. I was
then
happy because
then
OG,
why not Quaintance?
Because Quaintance's only problem is not injuries. His touch around the rim is non-existent. I don't like his feel for the game, and he's a non-offensive player. He can't shoot threes. OG could shoot threes, bro. No, OG was a better basketball player than Jaden Quaintance. Way better.
At Indiana?
Yes. He was a better basketball player. He was a better player at basketball. He was not bigger. He was not a better defender, but he was a more complete basketball player. I saw the vision.
He was a wing. Of course, he had better ball skills. Like he was a wing.
Can we please not pretend that Jaden Quaintance's free throw shooting is not an outlier negative trait? It is a massively negative trait. Can we not pretend that you know what? By the way, if Alan Graves, you have issues with Alan Graves finishing around the rim and finishing over length. Jaden Quaintance fucking sucked finishing around the rim.
Yeah,
he dropped layups left, right, and center. He was not good. If he wasn't dunking it, he was basically missing it. Jaden Quaintance does not give you playmaking upside. There are massive negative red flags. But look, with Jaden Quaintance, the reason I had him 13th on my board is because if it works, it's amazing. It's a DeAndre Jordan plus type of defender with dunk vertical athleticism. There's the same reason why I can sort of sell myself. Look, I hated watching Chris Cenac play at times this year. I genuinely had confusing questions like, what does he think he's doing? I have on record said, I don't think Cenac knows how to play basketball. These are not questions I have about Alan Graves. These are genuine questions I had about Jaden Quaintance. Like Jaden Quaintance as a cutter, cool. Alan Graves is his basketball IQ is on a completely different level than these guys. So
on one side of the basketball court.
Yeah, but like, dude, like we tried to teach Joey Graham basketball IQ. It doesn't work. Joey Graham was a phenomenal basketball player.
Jaden Quaintance is one of the most instinctual high IQ defenders I've ever evaluated.
He is one of the most gifted athletic defenders.
No, not just gifted athletically. His ability to hedge, get to the level, play and switch, heavy rotate, get backside tags. Like his defensive tape isn't just the athleticism, it's the immaculate awareness and the fact that he was the backline communicator as a true freshman, right? Like Jaden Quaintance defensively isn't just like a great athlete that's impactful because of athleticism. He is a unbelievable processor of the defensive side of the court while also being an extraordinary athlete. That's a completely different realm. You know, like Jaden Quaintance defensively is the defense. It's Darius Acuff on the other side, right? Like that's the thing. So it's like Jaden Quaintance isn't just like a great defender. He is a genuinely special defender. He is a unique defender, right? Like literally in the 11 years I've been doing evals, one of the 5 best defenders I've ever evaluated as a freshman, period.
Like, I agree with that.
Like it's astonishing. That upside is potentially game changing. So like me, I would rather take the risk on the guy who can genuinely impact at an elite level when you don't have avenues to get that elite thing and take the risk at 19.
Jaden Quaintance is literally the only player that was on the board when Alan Graves went to the Raptors where I'm not confident Alan Graves is going to be better than Jaden Quaintance at all.
Unless his knee falls off his body, it's not going to happen.
Right. Like if he's healthy, this is not close. There's tier gaps in these players. The top, I said 13 to 23 is a range, and Alan Graves is part of that range, and he might be on the bottom end of that range because of his athleticism. And someone like, I don't know, someone like Ibuka Okori is on the top of that range because of his athleticism. Okay, so to me, Jaden Quaintance is a tier above those guys. To me, he falls in that intermediary tier right after guys like Kingston Flemings and the top, like basically after the top 8, there's like a little grouping between 9, 10, 11, 12. Jaden Quaintance is in that group. In that group also was, to me, Bennett Stirtz. So to me, Bennett Stirtz had no health issues. I had no concerns about Ben Stirtz. I think Ben Stirtz is going to be fucking awesome. And I'm sitting here. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Cool. Cook me all day. Tell me I don't know what fuck I'm talking about. I was also high on Jordan Hawkins, and I ended up being phenomenally wrong.
You own it, though. Yeah, I like that.
I absolutely own it.
Everybody misses sometimes.
Every time I have missed in the draft, I have brought it up every year for the rest of my life. Because to me, it's like, look, if I'm going to bring up my hits, which are like Dyson Daniels, if I'm going to bring that up, if I'm going to bring up how insanely high I was on Steph Castle, if I'm going to bring up how early I was on Carter Bryant, Scotty Barnes, Peyton Watson was one of my guys. If I'm going to bring that up, I got to bring up the fact that I was low on Walker Kessler, that I was low on Christian Brown, and that possibly Bennett Stirtz is the manifestation of me overcorrecting to North American white guys. It's totally possible. I'm aware of my psychological biases. Look, I look at Alan Graves and I say, okay, I love Vision 6'9". I love the idea of long switchable defenders. And fairly said, I also love high IQ basketball players. Fairly said, I also love unselfish basketball players. Fairly said, I also have been clamoring for 2 years that Scotty Barnes desperately needs defensive help. One of the biggest reasons, even though I don't think they're naturally synergistic fit, Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles made a lot of sense for me, was Colin Murray-Boyles can guard players, so Scotty Barnes doesn't have to fucking guard those players. Now, the version of this that works, and you know, earlier I asked you how confident are you Cameron Carr has a better career, and you said 85 to 95%. I'm about 60% sure that Alan Graves will have a longer and better career than Cameron Carr. I'm 60% sure of that. Okay. So the reason for this is the problem solving. The reason for this is the playmaking. And the reason for this is the overall development situation that he's found himself in. I think Darko is the perfect coach for Alan Graves. I think he's going to find a way to. I watched Darko in practice work with Jamison Battle. I've seen him make a player out of that dude to the point where even his athletic limitations, like he is able to function on a basketball court. He's so much better as a defender than Jamison Battle ever was. So if Jamison Battle can exist in this context, I like the idea of a 6'9" player, so he's bigger than Jamison Battle. I think he just, we're going in circles at this point. The point is, I don't think we're going to agree tonight. You've watched a lot of him. I'm going to watch more of him tonight. I'm going to go watch games that I didn't watch because I watched exactly 6 games of him, and he looked fucking unreal in the games I watched. With Grady Dick, funny enough, I hated the Grady pick when I watched it because I watched some of his worst games. It happens. Sometimes you pick games on random. Sometimes you pick a game when it's on. It just so happens to be on the network. And you're like, okay, let me see this guy. And it just happens to be a game the guy shot 2 for 9, or a game that the guy got cooked repeatedly on defense. It's not a fair evaluation. I mean, shit, the college season in and of itself is a very, very low sample. To then shrink that sample of 35 games and then to shrink it further into 5. And what I appreciate about you specifically is that you do watch. You really do watch, and you come up with your own opinion, which I love. And I'm happy that we had this discussion. It might have been a headache for some people and be like, oh, why are you guys fighting over this? He's already the pick. I get it, man. But sometimes through friction, good ideas come out. I hope that I am 2% more skeptical about him. And I hope you're like 0.1% more optimistic about this through this discussion. And that might not have happened, but I hope the audience got something out of it. And I enjoy this. And to anyone ever who has said Rob cannot disagree without being disrespectful, go fuck yourself, because I just did.
Yeah, man. we agree a lot, but we don't agree on everything.
And that would be a horrible thing. I hate people
boring as hell
all the time. Like people, like someone said, like, oh, why do you get mad at people for disagreeing with you? I'm like, I get mad at idiots for disagreeing with me.
Yeah.
That's different, though.
Yeah, no. Well, this is just a difference of upside is all we're debating, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a C+ pick. I think we found a good rotation player.
Yeah, everything you said made sense. Look, every concern you have is valid. You're not picking concerns out of the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
There are some people who come onto this fucking call-in show and say RJ Barrett is a better player than Scotty Barnes. Now go fight that. And I'm just like, bro, we don't have a starting point because you're basically telling me Hitler was
crazy.
Right. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the fuck to say to you because the starting point is already batshit crazy. Like you've already jumped off the cliff and literally glided off your parachute and flown to Mars by the time I can even respond to your point. So there's really no point to argue. But with this, you've given me a lot to chew on. I think all of your concerns are fair. I think every single player, every single team that passed on him had exactly the same concerns you did.
Absolutely. And I think I said this in a video I made as well. Like we won't know until he gets against NBA talent because he played bench minutes at Santa Clara, right? So that's the skepticism. It's when he had those brief moments against higher level athletes, there was problems. If he comes out in September in training camp and all of a sudden you're seeing flashes where it's like, okay, the feet got a little better, it got a little bit less heavy, then like I said, I'll come up, maybe it's a B- or a B. If I come out and the jump shot's a bit flat and the feet are real heavy and he looks a lot like Mamu movement wise on defense, then it kind of like again reinforces some of the fears. I think at the end of the day, like I said, I don't hate this pick. I think there were better players on the board. I think that there were better defenders on the board in the same position. And I'm not as weary of the injury risk when the upside is as big as acquaintance, right? So as much as I wanted Carr,
right,
I said to my kids when we were watching, they were like, do you think we're going to get him? And I was like, honestly, I don't think they'll draft him. He's not really their guy. The acquaintance one is what I really
on
wanted.
My board because, okay, like last year I wasn't high on Elijah. I wasn't high on Chucky. Yeah. You were higher on all three. So I was like, listen, if let's just say the cheap seats is really just Dan Tolzman, but with a beard and taller, we're just going to pretend that he knows what the Raptors are thinking. If he's super high on Cameron Carr, maybe I need to think about it. And I was influenced because honestly, when I made my first board, I had Cameron Carr at 26. Okay. I moved him up to 19 because you were so offended. I think I ended up with him at 19 or 20 or 18 or whatever.
18, I think. Yeah.
I just can't get around the high center of gravity, the way he gets bumped off his spot, the frame, the wingy, you know, like guard frame, like he's a 6'4", like you know 6'3.5", 6'4",
6'4.5", and that means 6'6" by your standard.
No, 6'4.5". He's 6'4.5". He's a 6'4.5" Trey Murphy, man.
You're telling me Alan Graves is 6'9". You guys say the Cam Carr is 6'6", then that's the same.
Did he measure 6'4.5" in shoes?
6'4.5" barefoot.
So he's 6'5 3/4".
Yeah, so that means, like I said, he's 6'6".
We round that down to 6'2" around here, by the way. just so you are aware, man.
Yeah.
Like,
but yeah, that's the. But like again, it's for me, it was more about Queens because like I said, like for my like Raptors like best bets. Unfortunately, like I said, like Graves was a name that we've talked about a bunch. Like Raptors, it's been floated in this space for a while, right? That this was somebody that the Raptors like. They had him in multiple times. You know, obviously CMB last year, they had him in twice. That's always an indicator. You know, I told my kids this is what I thought they would probably do when the board fell this way. I just really wanted Jaden Quaintance because the upside there as a defensive anchor is just so great. And then you can live with Colin Murray-Boyles activating at the nail. You can have Quaintance in the dunker, drawing backside support, Barnes as a primary ball handler on the perimeter. So I just thought that layout was cleaner with Quaintance and CMB in terms of what their roles are specifically, especially since I do believe that CMB will shoot at a functional enough level. Where I love that rim attack opportunity to have Quaintance in the dunker being that impact guy on that side. And then on the defensive side, he's the best defender in this class. You know, so that was the allure of Quaintance, right? I think that there's more clunkiness in terms of spacing, despite the fact that Graves shoots, because I think Graves is going to end up in that Sandro role where they go, hey, be a second side attack guy in the corner, but he doesn't have the off the dribble mobility that Sandro does at this point. So he's going to be mostly a spot up guy in the corner on offense who's going to make cycle passes, right? 1 to 2 dribbles, quick exit, DHO, roll or pop, readjust, slide to backside corner, weak side cut, readjust back to the wing, slide to the backside corner. Like I know how they're going to use him. Because that's how Santa Clara used him, right? And that's how his movement profile works. So that was the biggest thing, is that where I really wanted Quaintance was the defensive upside is massive. And I thought that his role was so specific to his skill set that it was schemable, where you re-emphasize the importance of Colin Murray-Boyles and his decision-making as a short roll passer. I think that adding
Great question. Are you okay with redshirting Quaintance for 1 year?
Well, there's no report that that's going to be necessarily the case.
But he said it after the interview that he's going to do another surgery.
He needs to draft. Yeah, he needs a cleanup. He just needs a cleanup, apparently. That's what I just read online. Yeah, no, I'd rather take the risk on the massive upside guy. You know, like at the end of the day, I would rather take the risk on the guy who could potentially be a DPOY versus like a guy where it's like, hey, like maybe he could turn into a capable starter. Most likely he's like a good bench guy, right? I will bet on that defensive upside because I think that Quaintance is a special defender, right? And that's the differentiator for me, is that he is unique in his ability and what he could potentially impact. So it's the same reason why I love the OG Anunoby pick, when everybody was like, his knee's screwed, he'll never be able to get over these ACL because he had an ACL and a meniscus. Same injuries. And people were like, he's not going to play his rookie year. He's going to be out the entire season. You're going to have to redshirt him.
Yeah.
Pretty good pick.
But I think Quaintance injury is worse, right? It's not just the ACL. It's the ACL, the meniscus, and
that was the same. That was the same as
the kneecap. OG was just the ACL.
ACL, and he had a partial meniscus tear that they had to clean up.
I think
and he had a patella tendon tear in high school. OG did as well.
I just want to say, I don't know another person. I mean, there might be another person that I'm not following that had Bennett Stirtz over Christian Anderson and LeBaron Philon and Ibuka Okori. But that was me. So shout outs to me. I actually am shocked at how well this broke out. My two big misses are Kareem Lopez and Nate Ament, the two players that I had a very strong bias against going lower. Jaden Quaintance did not get a green room invite. I maintained a top 20 grade on him throughout this entire process. I'm very happy I did. He ends up going 20th. Another player that Dalen Swain, you know, that's a guy, Hannes Steinbach. The other one, I think, which was I was higher than consensus. I had him fifth, is Kingston Flemings, and he ends up going higher, in my opinion. Keaton Wagler, when we did the draft on PC the other day, I remember speaking up for Keaton Wagler quite
we
a
both
bit.
had him at 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like we had him going to the Clippers.
Right. And I think a lot of people had an issue with that because they thought Michael Brown was better. If you're looking at this draft right now, some surprises. Number one, a little bit of a surprise is Andre Vasar did not go first round. That's a little surprising to me, but not that much because I'm not a really big fan.
I'm not shocked that he didn't, right? Like I was higher on him than consensus, but the consensus was still that he was fringy round 1, right?
Okay. The other, I would say, somewhat surprise is Sergio De La Rey moves up. Now, I had him as a top 25 player. I love him. I've loved him throughout this process. I'm very happy that he goes up. Cameron Carr going lower is not surprising to me. The other one, I think I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit for. Having Ibuka Okori ahead of LeBaron Philon was a bold move in terms of draft circles. Like, most people did not have it that way. I think a lot of people still held out hope that maybe all this LeBaron Philon bearish takes were all, you know, smoke screen, that some team was going to grab him up in the lottery, that it was just a foregone conclusion he was going to be a lottery pick. And honestly, I never understood mocks that had Ibuka Okori going 25th, 24th, 23rd. I'm like, why? You'd have to be crazy to let this guy pass. So
I had Philon and Okori side by side. Like, they're, like I said, this all 4 of those mid-tier guards were basically side by side for me. They're all, like I said, very different styles of play and skill sets.
I have to say, my guy this draft is Wilson, and I feel so bad that he's going. Yeah, Caleb Wilson. I absolutely love him, and I'm going to be rooting for him his whole career. I am so sad that he's going to a team with such horrendous spacing. They drafted Swain at 15. They have no shooters other than Josh Giddey.
And even Giddey's very
saying Josh Giddey as a shooter is such a funny statement.
Well, and even then,
he shot it well this year, but it was just a very specific shot diet, right? Like, you know, but no, their spacing's a real issue. Like, obviously they're going to really lean on the idea that Buzelis is going to take a jump there because he obviously spaced the floor pretty effectively last year. And Giddey obviously took a jump as a shooter, and they still have a bunch of money. Like, I imagine, you know, like a guy like Anthony Simons is brought back, or somebody that can really, really offer some punch, you know, with floor spacing. But like, you know, Bryson Graham is betting on athleticism and length. You know, that's the bet, right? Is that if you get all of these long, angular, elite, athletic, just downhill attack, aggressive players together, you're just going to create chaos all over the court. And like defensively, they're hyper switchable, right? Like on the defensive side of the court, they can really insulate Giddey now. Which is, you know, beneficial. And I don't believe that Caleb Wilson is a great defender yet. I think Caleb Wilson has the potential to be a great defender. His tape at UNC is ugly sometimes, but like the tools are there. But like this has the potential to be like a very, very fun defensive team.
They're banking on length and athleticism the same way we're banking on 6'6" to 6'9" guys with playmaking and you know, questionable.
We're the bizarro Bulls. Is that what this is? We're just going to bank on subpar athletes that really process, and they're going just straight athleticism. Yeah, it's the tortoise and the hare. Is that that's going to be the theme of Bulls versus Raptors games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was pitching this earlier. Cheap Seats, to you, does this make you feel, because you're more of the opinion that this is like a high floor guy sort of win now decision. Do you think that Raptors are like, this forces their hand to make a move faster with their starting lineup? Or because he's so connective and switchable that
I think this is a pick to insulate the current lineup that they have. Right. You're bringing in a guy who's super low usage, who's going to play a smart role. You can plug and play him. You can save some money because, like I said, we don't have the full MLE open to us. So if a team offers Mamu 12 or 13 million a year, 11 million a year, they're just going to get him, right? Because we can't match. We just right now do not have the funds to do that. So this is a guy that you can replace for cheap the Mamu minutes, right? Slightly insulate his role a little bit. He's going to pass. He's going to screen. He's going to stand in the corners. He's going to make quick reads. He's not going to ask to be fed all that much. He's going to do some dirty work. This is a bet on like this. This is another reason why this pick was very telling to me, because it just seems like they're going to run it back.
Initial gut reaction. You said the Allen Graves pick is a C+ for you.
Yeah.
Who is a team that scored less than a C+? Let's go through it. Washington takes AJ Devonsa. Darren Peterson goes to Utah. I'm assuming none of the top 4. Keaton Wagler at number 5. Is that below a C+ for you?
No. He fits. He can play with Darius Garland, right? He's got the requisite size, the shooting. He's multifaceted in his
Michael
offense.
Brown Jr., is that at less than C+ to you? I think you might be in that territory.
That would be right around the spot. Like I would have that. Like, so Michael Brown is tough for me because offensively, he's one of the most fun tapes I've ever watched.
Mm-hmm.
The decision making is just horrific. Like the decision making ruined my day multiple times. Like watching his tape actually got me so frustrated I had to turn it off several times, where it's like, okay, I'll go back to Michael in 2 days when I've calmed down. It's one of those, like, I got to pour myself a drink before I watch Michael Brown tapes, because it's so fun and you get so excited and you're like, this is the dopest guard prospect. Oh shit, he did it again. And that's literally what it was. Like, there's this rising action. It's like a great movie. You get to this crescendo and everything's awesome. And then it's like, oh,
it sucks.
What the hell was that?
I just want to say that shout outs to the Brooklyn faithful who will be watching Michael Brown Jr. and Julius Randle
and Michael Porter Jr. Yeah,
and Michael Porter Jr. Oh my God, this is
the decision-making Olympics on that team. Yeah.
Oh my God, Jordy Fernandez. I feel for him.
He's gonna kill himself.
I really like him as a coach. Okay, Darius Acuff, number 7 to the Kings. I don't think any of us have an issue with this.
No.
Kingston Fleming at number 8. Too high, too low, good.
I love it. I think it's
that was
awesome.
a great pick. Yeah,
I love him. He's a dog.
You love Braden Burries, I'm assuming, at 10. So you loved him at 5. Or 6.
I think him and Ryan Rollins have the potential to be one of the most entertaining 94-foot backcourts in the NBA. Like,
agreed.
I think that's just such a dope mix of two guys that can play on or off and really defend the shit out of the basketball.
Yeah,
they're really so fun in transition.
It's really too bad they fucked it up by going with Nate Ament at 13, because they literally could have gone Braden Burries and Hannes Steinbach and had the perfect draft. Fucking
when they drafted Burries, I was just hoping somebody else would pick Ament so I could say something nice about the Bucks after skewering them for the last 24 hours.
Yeah,
and then the Ament pick just killed it. So even them, it's probably a C+ draft, because like the Burries pick I think is elite. The Ament pick, no, B-. It's a B- draft.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Like, if Nate Ament hits, I'm gonna look really dumb because I have him at 20, and I have him at 20 conservatively because I don't like him enough to have him at 20. I have him at 20 because it's tantalizing. If it works, it's amazing. If it doesn't, it's bad, because you passed on some very, very productive and probably soon to be very good basketball players in the NBA who are gonna have long careers. So Morez Johnson Jr. at 9, is this too much of a reach, or you're fine with it?
Oh, I'm totally fine. I think he's just unbelievably good. Like, I had him ranked at 9 or 10 on my big board. Like, I love Morez. I had him at 10.
Okay. Any of Dalen Swain, Bennett Stirtz going to OKC via the Grizzlies, or Ibuka Okori? Are any of these bad?
So no. So let me just start with the Okori one. Him going to Memphis. Like I said, one, I think it really signals that John Morant is kind of, downhill attack, pick and roll point guard who struggles to defend and shoot, but is disruptive. Who's that sound like? Elite level athleticism and slightly undersized. Like I said, this is a John Morant replacement. I'm not saying Ibuka Okori is John Morant, but like, this is a guy who can fill that role and do some of those things.
Ibuka is going to Detroit.
I thought he got moved to Memphis.
No, he got moved to Detroit, didn't he? Am I stupid? Memphis traded down. Memphis traded this pick.
I think
they traded
Okori
17 plus multiple second-round picks to Detroit. So
Memphis got Karim Lopez.
Yeah, Memphis got Kareem Lopez.
Too. Oh, I don't like that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so he ended up going to Detroit.
Yes,
I didn't see the
he's going to be
second
playing
part of
next
that.
to. He's getting next to. He's going to be playing next to. And so help me God, if he comes in to draft, if he comes into the the Pistons locker room and he just even hints at a Bible, they're waving him like right away. Like I feel like that Jaden Ivey, thing was so traumatic, like on so many levels, probably for the Pistons organization to put a 5th overall pick onto that dude. 4th overall pick, 5th overall pick into that dude, that I am like legitimately like showing people like test cards to see their reaction to like whether or not they're going to object on a moral ground and just be like, nah, you can't be here.
I love a Corey to Detroit. Like I said, I wanted them to take one of the offensive guards. So I love that. The downhill attack there is so much fun. Like he's a little like him and Dennis Jenkins can't really play together just because he can shoot it a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
Or not a little, like a lot better. Because like I think it's gonna be hard for them to play a Corey and Dennis Jenkins together. But like I like the player, I like the fit. Like I'm not gonna. The Oklahoma City Thunder added a good player in Stirtz. I think there was better fit players for them at that spot. Because I think there's
shout outs to you for not praying at the altar of Sam Presti. Like a lot of people, they see Sam Presti makes a move and they rethink their entire board. Shout out to you for sticking with your guns on.
So I think Presti is the best person in the league at asset management, but like drafting in the middle of the first round, like it's not his golden area. Right, like this is the same guy that did draft Dylan Jones and he did draft Jang, and like the middle of the first has been kind of a weird spot for him, So like they make their mistakes too, and that's not me saying Stirtz is a mistake. I think Stirtz is like a good player. Like I think he is a good player.
He's better than Topic tomorrow.
Well, Topic is out again, right? So like that's a tricky one, but he's also still 3 years younger than Stirtz, and you know how you like that development time.
Yeah, but Bennett Stirtz has a different development time as the next Michael Jordan, shorter, whiter guy. We remember, look, everything I've ever said about basketball does not apply to Bennett Stirtz, just so we're clear. Like he is above the rules. Okay, so moving forward, we already know how you feel about 19. Jaden Quaintance, we actually know that you love this pick. Kareem Lopez at 21, you don't like it.
So I don't like it, but they also they also got Cam Boozer, so like it's still a great draft because like they got one of the 3 best players in this draft, right? So
fair.
So it drags it down slightly.
Is Quaintance like is that an A regardless of outcome? It's just like you got to take that swing because he's so special.
Well, and not only that, but like I think that he is a person that is like if his knee is fine, like if he bounces back, he is a person that they probably looked at to a degree and went, let's take him away from somebody else as much as we're adding him to us, because he is going to be a problem on the defensive end and a real problem if he would have went to one of the competitors in the West, right? Like he is somebody that has the strength and the movement profile and requisite length and defensive anticipation and active hands to be a guy that gives a Victor Wembanyama a lot of problems. Right. So I think that that's a fun strategic pick where you get a guy who's going to be so great for you potentially, but also you get him away from people who might get him. You know what I mean?
Defensive drafting is something that I want to write about at some point in an article. It's really funny sometimes. Is like sometimes, as you said, you pick a guy just so your rival doesn't get that guy because that guy is like the cheat sheet. So then, and by the way, I really believe in practice players. I think Jaden Quaintance, if he works out, is really going to push Victor Wembanyama to be a better basketball player because he can fucking lock him down. Like I am legitimately convinced that right now Jaden Quaintance is a top 20, if healthy, option on Victor Wembanyama in the NBA, and he hasn't played a single NBA game. He's a special defender.
Probably higher. He is. Just,
I thought about saying top 10, but then I realized Colin Murray Boyles exists, Scotty Barnes exists. There's a lot of really good options,
he's just. It's like he's built in a lab to do it, though, man. Like he is so. Like I said, so diverse in what he can do defensively, and he's mean as shit.
Huge, and he's huge.
Yeah,
and
he is.
He's a guy that, like, in a weird way, Wemby doesn't look like an alien next to Jaden Quaintance, and it's not because Quaintance is so tall, because he's about 6'10" and a half. It's because Quaintance is so wide and so long, and he's so impressive as an athlete. Yeah, it's weird. Like he's a different type of unicorn, but he is definitely a unicorn. I've never seen a 6'10" guy quite like that defensively.
No more Quaintance talk, please. I can't take it anymore.
And still unbelievably young. Like he's still a year younger than Alan Graves.
Okay, like WISO, if you want the negatives on Jaden Quaintance, believe me, there are so many. But
I know the
defense,
offense.
but defense is not one of those things. Kareem Lopez, we don't like to pick. Anyone's like to pick. The Sixers getting LeBaron Philon at 22. What a fall for LeBaron Philon, who went back to school, shot the ball way better, fixed so many holes, and then went lower than he would have last year because he probably would have been a late lottery pick, mid first round guy last year. So he was kind of
slipping late in the process last year, it seemed. But like I like the fit. I think this signals that like maybe Grimes isn't going to be back. But like I like the fit. He can run PNR. Like it'll be interesting to fit him in with another small guy. But obviously with them moving McCain, like there's the option for that. And I think he's a great depth guy. A 2-man game between him and Embiid's going to be super fun. So like I despite hating Philadelphia. I really like what they typically do on draft days.
The next round, the next group of picks, we'll just discuss in one swap. So it's Zuby Ejiofor goes to Cleveland. Love the pick. Cameron Carr goes to the Lakers. Sergio De La Rey goes to the Knicks and he gets traded immediately to the Dallas Mavericks. I'm not sure what they gave up, but
and I love it.
Taurus Reed gets moved up 10 picks to be picked by San Antonio, who goes double center. To surround their generational power forward. Get used to saying that shit. Victor Wembanyama. Chris Cenac goes 27th to, in my opinion, one of the top 3 smartest front offices in the league and a team that hopefully will find a way to develop him, but is taking a massive bet on upside. Joshua Jefferson, a highly productive player, is going to Brooklyn via the Minnesota Timberwolves. Alex Caravan is surprising to me, getting traded to Sacramento, and Koa Pete traded to Phoenix via New York. A lot of trades there. Anything sticking out as head scratching or incredibly genius? Is there like anything beyond? Like, I don't want to hear about B's. I don't want to hear about C's. I want to hear about D's, F's, and A's.
Okay, so I'll say this for fit alone. I don't know what Phoenix traded to move up to grab Pete. I haven't seen what that deal was yet. Koa Pete fits their team beautifully. Like they have the shooting and they have the spacing. They really need the 4. I think that their 4 spot now with him and Rasheer Fleming is so diverse, physical. I'm not high on Koa Pete. I had him lower than most people in the consensus, but this is one of those Koa Pete spots where I'm like, man, the fit on that is gorgeous. The Caravan in the first round thing, that's an F. I like Alex Caravan as a player. I think that if somebody gave him a guaranteed contract in round 2, I would totally understand that. Caravan in the first round is like a wild reach to me. Brooklyn getting Josh Jefferson with what he does on the court is an absolute steal. Because again, I probably would have given Josh Jefferson at 19 a B- to the Raptors. Like, I love Josh Jefferson. I think that his passing is elite. I think that he scores the ball better than people think. I think he is a defensive.
What would you have given Kareem Lopez at 19 to the Raptors? Less than a C+?
That would have been like a D or a D+. I don't see it. I see the vision of it, but I don't see any of the actual skills or play style that works with what the goal is. But and De La Rey going to Dallas. Obviously, I was super high on him. I had him ranked at 20. I think he's perfect. I think he's perfect there. Like, I really wanted them to get Burries. Like, I wanted them to get that second guard.
So really what you're saying is Masai Ujiri was carrying this draft room, huh?
Masai, well, and like, let's be real. Masai coming in
both his picks. You don't like the Raptors pick. I'm thinking.
Let me say this, though. Masai Ujiri, when did he get hired in Dallas?
He got hired
last summer, after the CMB pick.
Yeah. No, he took more than half a year off.
He only got hired in Dallas.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 2 months ago. So you say he's trusting the scouting department.
He didn't have anything to do with this day. Like, we've heard this from people that have taken over businesses this late in the cycle a million times. These are the ones where you just lean.
No. He did. He hired a draft guy to run his war room.
Yes, so it's not him, but though, like, this isn't the genius of Masai. This is the genius of delegation.
Whoa. There's no way in hell this pick is getting done if Masai does not green stamp it. Like
Well,
he has to
obviously
prove it.
gonna
I'm not
give it a
saying he had
rubber
the
stamp,
idea.
but this isn't his guy. It's just he has confidence in the people he put in place. Right. I just wanted to put that delineation in there. It's not like Masai was out there scouting and going banging Sergio De La Rey tape, right?
But that's the thing. That's what he was doing in Toronto. He wasn't sitting there in like fucking he wasn't sitting there in China scouting prospects in Brazil. If his scouts found a guy, he would go and be like, yeah, I see it. No, I don't see it.
I just wanted to put
Are
that
you a wrestling
there.
guy? Were you a wrestling guy?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
cool. You remember oh man, fuck, how am I forgetting his name? Okay, Vince McMahon had a guy who worked underneath him in the Attitude Era. His name was Vince Russo. Remember Vince Russo?
Yeah.
Okay, Vince Russo was a fucking nutcase, right?
Oh, yeah.
He had 10 ideas, and 9 of them sucked, and 1 of them was really good, right? And I always call this the Vince Russo test. Is that when the overarching structure that holds you away from your stupid ideas is removed? This could be a partner. This could be a fucking parent. This could be a grandparent. This could be a best friend. It's just like we all have like 1,000 ideas every single day. I mean, some of us have more, and some of us have good ones, and some of us have bad ones. You need a person in your life who can identify when you're crazy, right? And it's just like, I don't know who that adult in the room is for the Raptors. And I'm not trying to be condescending by calling Bobby Webster a child or, Dan Tolzman a child. I'm just saying, I would love to know who is that person within a coaching room, within a locker room, who says, I have an idea, it's awesome. And the other person says, actually not one of your better ones today.
And that wasn't the Masai statement wasn't directed at your comment. It was the Raptors nation in general has this Masai is like the eye for talent, and he's like they almost make it seem like he's the evaluator.
Okay.
And so it's just like this Masai can do no wrong structure amongst Toronto fans that I see a lot. So that's where it's always kind of like not rub me the wrong way, but like it's always been one of those weird ones for me is the Grady Dick's a bad pick. That must have been somebody else. CMB.
Yeah, I don't subscribe.
He's on his way out during CMB. He even said like he was there for offering support, but like he wasn't really running that draft. But he also that's Masai's pick. So it's like this thing in Toronto fans where like if Masai fucks up really bad, that's somebody else. And if something goes great, that was Masai. And it's just it's a weird thing in Raptors culture.
I've never really done that here.
Not you.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like the over holding on to OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam, delaying those decisions. That is a Masai thing. Being super emotional about DeMar DeRozan and not being willing enough to take a risk on Giannis Antetokounmpo and SGA when you identified those players and really, really had them in your crosshairs and said, this guy's going to be fucking special. And I don't know if there's going to be 2 guys in the next draft who are going to be better than. If you're so sure, be sure.
Yeah,
take
100%.
the lead, right? So you don't get participation trophy credit from me to be high on Giannis 3 years after because you released a tape saying you were trying to trade up for Giannis because you effectively did not trade up for Giannis. So I can be very objective about that.
But
that
it's still
being said,
PR though.
I still believe that Masai Ujiri has a very unquantifiable Alan Graves like quality of stitching shit together. And it's very difficult to quantify because it's like there's presences in rooms, there's guys who facilitate good ideas and good thoughts and good structures. Like there's sometimes it's funny what you said when Zazu came into the space, you're like, oh, the mood just got better.
Yeah,
right?
the vibes are great.
So that's my point. Some organizations have people who shut down conversations. Some organizations have people who expand conversations. Let's think bigger. Let's think differently. Let's think out of the box. The guy who asks the right questions in the room is sometimes the most important person in the room. Whether or not he himself is sourcing the answers is irrelevant to me. The guy who facilitates a dialogue of conversation. Look, I'm a filmmaker. I don't know if you know this about me. I'm a filmmaker. So one of my great litmus tests is the first day I come on set as an AD, as a DP, as a director, whatever, is I want to know how much dialogue is in the air. Because now I need to know how much damage has been done that I need to undo. And I already know in my mind that if enough damage has been done, people have already mentally quit on this project and I can never get the best out of them. So the unquantifiable element is establish the type of culture and environment within your war room that expands the good ideas forward, that brings good ideas into the air. This sounds like I'm describing like tarot cards, But legitimately, it's true, man. There's some scouts who have like a great, but if you facilitate a culture where people are afraid to speak or afraid to be wrong, it's not going to work.
Oh,
If,
yeah,
if your
absolutely.
smartest people are afraid to get fired or afraid that they're going to get caught, like judged within the room, it's not going to work. And again, if you're not asking the right questions, if you become tunnel visioned, if the boss, so to speak, if in this case it's Masai Ujiri, if that person is not willing to be disagreed with, well, then now you breed. If that person is not willing to hire people who disagree with him, if that person cannot have a healthy disagreement, these things all feed into the lack of good ideas, because the good ideas will stay silent.
Well, what I think he is just plain simple. He's a grown up. Like, I think sometimes scouting rooms and environments like that can be very like I said, it's a creative process, right? It's very, very subjective. So just having like an adult in the room who has a certain type of personality to him, and Masai is definitely like a magnetic personality. I think just having that ability to kind of articulate and communicate and delegate, while also just being the adult in the room and still having the balls to put your foot down where necessary and allow people to kind of freelance where necessary. I think he is somebody that really, I would say he is a great leader, right?
Do you want to hear from our fearless leader, or are you out of here? I'm going to play Bobby Webster. I'm going to play Bobby Webster.
So I do need to jump off because I thought it was 12:15 or so. It is 1 o'clock in the morning and I need to be up at 5. So
yikes. Okay, good luck. Thank you for joining us. People, where can they find you? Cheap Seats
73 everywhere. Subscribe on YouTube. I'm trying to do a lot of stuff over there. And if you want to see Alan Graves breakdowns and other players breakdowns, I think I've got 15 or 16 player full breakdowns, 30-minute breakdowns on each guy. So you can check those out. And Rob, like always, man, I appreciate the conversation. And it's always a blast, dude, whether we agree or disagree. So
the Raptors picked the one guy that I think we actually are going to disagree on a little bit here, and that's totally cool. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Peace, talk to you later.
See you. Okay, let's play this press conference and pray that we don't get a copyright strike.
Kind of an interesting player. What about Alan Graves made him sort of the person you were happy to be having at 19?
Yeah, as a player, high processor, two-way player.
It's such a funny first question. Like, come on, man, make it count.
Wins a possession game, I think, on both ends of the floor. Obviously, developing player as well. Just played 1 year of college, so he'll, have the usual and typical adjustment to NBA, pace, speed, quickness. But I think we've seen him, level up as he's gone on. But yeah, it's sort of a young prospect that, we think does a few things really elite on the defensive end. And then offensively, obviously shooting, feel for the game. So we thought we got, one of the better two-way players in the draft.
Thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Bobby. Is there something about those defensive metrics in college that you find more predictive of NBA success?
I don't know about predictive, but I think it sort of has to, the eye test is, I think, always, that's what the scouts are for, and that's what sort of alerts us to certain players. Sometimes the analytics pop in a certain way. But I think when you watch him play, it's the sort of disruptiveness on the defensive end that, really stood out. And then, these kids, we get to bring them up to Toronto. This, as you probably just saw, this kid's a, very personable young kid, great personality, great smile. And so I think from a culture standpoint, from a fit in the locker room, he matches on that end. But no, I think the evaluation is multi, right? It's watching games in person. It's a bit of analytics. It's our medical. It's bringing him into Toronto, having him talk with our, wellness and player development staff. And so we try to make the whole evaluation process as thorough as possible. And so, along the way, Alan checked all those boxes, and, we're really excited to have him.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, John Chidley Hill.
Hey, Bobby. Obviously, we just had Alan chat with us, and he said that of all his workouts, he felt like the one in Toronto went the best. I'm curious, from your perspective, did he say or do anything that really distinguished himself in his workout with you guys?
No, I think oftentimes the workout sort of confirms what you saw during the course of the college season. I think with him, he got in much better conditioning shape, and I think he said that he was injured towards the end of his year at Santa Clara, so his ankle seemed to be fully healthy. I think it's the same things we said, which was, the defense stood out. The shooting was interesting. I think that's what, people will focus on. His percentage in college was pretty high on low volume, and can you extrapolate that out? And so developing shooter, I think, is interesting for us as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm going to go Will, Woolstat, Cash, and then Grange. Did you mean to raise your hand? We can discuss that. So go ahead, Will.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Bobby. I kind of have a two-part question, but I think number one, I know you guys always talk about drafting best player available. It does seem like you guys have a type, right? Like this kind of fits a bit of the Division 6-9 kind of idea. Can you walk us through, like, in the team build idea, the commitment to sort of doubling down on these type of players that you guys have had success developing in the past, these big wings?
Yeah, I think it's always been best available two-way players, right? I think you can go back to, when we first started here. And so I think that's always been our philosophy. I think sometimes you get into a little bit of a trap if you try to take for fit in the first round or too high in the draft, because ultimately, I think, listen, the NBA is super competitive, and things are always changing. So the turnover on a team for us that happens year to year around the NBA is normal. And so you have opportunities to reposition the roster. And so we've always said, best available. And I think two-way historically in the NBA, you had to be, top 10 on offense, top 10 on defense, or probably top 5 on offense, top 5 on defense to win a title. And so that's sort of been the big North Star that drives a lot of it.
And then I guess the other part is there's still day 2 of the draft, and then there's still free agency, and there might be trades that happen as well. Is there plans to sort of, like, address the guard and center positions as well?
Yeah, of course. There's two more, like you said, there's two more avenues to do that. The draft is one, free agency is the other, and trades. And so now we'll turn our attention, obviously, to day 2 of the draft, but then get to trades and free agency. I think people saw yesterday a couple big deals that went down, and not that they were holding up the rest of the league, but I think that, gave everyone a chance to exhale. And so, what we've been, stockpiling and what we've been patient on, over the past couple of years, having a lot of assets, having our first round picks, having players under rookie scale contracts, that's allowed us to build.
A lot of assets is such cap bullshit, but okay.
And be the youngest team in the playoffs. But yeah, at a certain point, we want to be.
You were not younger than the San Antonio Spurs. Stop lying.
Opportunistic in the trade market. And so, we'll look to do that, over the course of the summer and even into, the trade deadline next season.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ryan.
Wait, from a perspective of guys who actually played, maybe Garrett Temple is dragging that up. Maybe the Raptors were the youngest team. I stand corrected.
Hey, Bobby, it feels a bit retro doing the Zoom thing.
COVID days.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that the Toronto Raptors are a $1 billion organization that uploaded their fucking presser on the draft in 360p, like they were fucking recording on a Nokia brick phone.
Just two-part question. You mentioned medicals. Were there any, like, obviously you're not going to mention anyone, but like, were there any players that you were strongly considering but kind of shied away for that reason?
No, I think we, as part of the risk profile.
Just say Jaden Quaintance. I know he can't answer it. Fuck.
But I think, going back to OG and there's been that. And so, no, to me, it's just part of the risk profile. Obviously, don't want to comment on anyone's specific, medical condition or what they have. But, not shy away, but it's just part of the profile.
And the second one, where do you see him fitting positionally, like on defense and offense in the NBA? I know he played some 5 there, but
this is a perfect and a really great question, and possibly the best question I've heard asked so far.
4, like, you see him guarding 3s as well. Like how do you see it in the NBA?
Most likely, I see him wrecking havoc with CMB. Right, that's probably the easiest one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. Go ahead, Cash.
Hey, Bobby. You mentioned the analytics kind of popping with Allen, and a lot of the analytics models and some of the predictive models had him a lot higher than he ended up going drafted. It was a similar story with Colin last year, and I was just wondering, what is it about a player's game, maybe at the college level, that translates analytically that maybe the eye test doesn't capture?
I love this question. Okay, Toronto media, step up. I just want to put out there, Colin Murray-Boyles had an unimaginable box plus minus season. Now, I understand box plus minus is not a perfect stat, blah, 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 bullshit. But you know what? It captures better than pretty much anything that the casual fan uses. And I understand there are better analytics. And I will tell you that as someone who has friends who have access to some of the higher analytics models, there are very few, if any, analytics models that I've ever heard of that rated Allen Graves as less than a lottery pick in this draft. I also want to say that I regret very much that I had my phone on silent like a noob, like a grandma, during this entire live, because I missed 5 video calls and 6 phone calls and 14 texts. One of those texts was actually the Toronto Raptors really wanted Bennett Stirtz. So I'm kind of glad I didn't see that. But also that Allen Graves was very high on the Toronto Raptors board. So you can presume that the Raptors did have Bennett Stirtz, very high on their board. But Allen Graves probably graded top 15 for the Toronto Raptors, possibly top 14 for the Raptors. I'm not saying like what that means for how they felt about Ibuka Corey or Christian Anderson. Quite frankly, I breathed a bit of a sigh of relief when a couple, Nate Ament and Christian Anderson went off the board, because I wasn't necessarily infatuated with any of those players. But with the Allen Graves stuff, look, I just want to say that there's this idea that some people peddle that guys don't get more athletic when they get to the NBA. And I will say this, some guys do, some guys don't. There are some guys who peak athletically at 16 because they're quick twitch guys. But certain guys, they unfortunately just haven't been in the right training program. Jacoby Walter is a really good example of a guy that you're going to see get more athletic as he approaches closer to his prime. I say this as somebody who's like pretty good friends with Jacoby's trainer and get really good updates on what Jacoby's doing and all that stuff. And Jacoby's getting stronger. He's getting more athletic. And so a lot of the concerns that we had at Baylor about him being a below the rim finisher, he's going to get more explosive. He's going to get better. Guys can get more explosive. With Allen Graves, my initial intel on him was that he was playing a little bit fat, that he needed to add more muscle to his frame, that his body was a little bit underdeveloped, that he kind of felt like a little bit like doughy, if that makes sense. And that's not to say he's fat. Like, he's obviously a conditioned athlete. He can fucking move up and down a basketball court, and that's very hard in and of itself. But I don't think he was in peak physical shape, and that is not a testament to his work ethic. That is not a testament. That is a testament to his development curve. And so as he gets to the NBA level, there's going to be additional muscle. That muscle is going to make up for the lack of space that he was able to generate in certain situations in collegiate basketball that Cheap Seats, mentioned numerous times, that sometimes against taller, longer defenders, he was sometimes suffocated with the space that he was able to generate through his own volition and through his own athleticism. And so once again, I find myself saying, in the right strength and training program, this type of basketball IQ and this combination of active hands, solid motor, great, team first ethos, this guy who's just a willing defender and enjoys playing defense. Like, I think that's something the Raptors really value, is a guy who appreciates his own flaws, that sort of like, look, you cannot teach a guy to take constructive feedback. I'm saying this as somebody who is coming off one of the most disastrous days, and I keep hinting at this, one of the most disastrous days of my life. In many ways, just a heartbreaking day. And one of the things that I learned today is people who cannot take constructive feedback are not worth your fucking time. People who cannot account for and accept their flaws and their transgressions, and people who cannot accept their weaknesses and understand their strengths and work with that, those people are working blind. That you wouldn't trust a blind Uber driver, would you? No, you wouldn't, right? So the number one thing that I'm looking for in a prospect eval is, when I talk to you, are you seeing in your game what I'm seeing in your game? Are you seeing that you need to get in shape, or are you telling me, no, I'm in peak condition? Are you seeing that your jump shot needs work, or are you telling me no, your jump shot's perfect? Are you seeing that your defensive, process and your maybe defensive motor needs some work? All of these things go into the predictive model of whether or not a player will be good. Colin Murray Boyles came in as a rookie and immediately told you the second you heard him talk, I know who I am. Scotty Barnes, the second he came in, you had that feeling. He knows who he is. You know, the two players who I kind of felt like, oh, they don't know who the fuck they are yet, and they're going to find out in the NBA? Bruno Caboclo and Grady Dick. And this is not revisionist history. This is legitimately how I felt when they got drafted is, uh-oh. Like, Bruno Caboclo doesn't know what fucking planet he's on. So I understand the bet on 7'7" wingspan, and I understand that Bruno Caboclo might be this amazing player, but it didn't feel like he knew who he was as a basketball player. And that's a wild, windy road that somebody you want to go on. And with the 19th overall pick, which is pretty valuable in a really loaded draft, I understand people criticizing this as saying, oh, this is a safe pick, and the Raptors went with a safe pick, and blah, 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 blah. I don't think this is a safe pick. You know what a safe pick would have been? Zuby Ejiofor. You know what a safe pick would have been? Joshua Jefferson, Terrace Reed. These are safe picks. And by safe, I mean the absolute floor and ceiling are very close together, and they're very clearly defined because you've already seen so much of the development process. And once again, I say, if you're a great development team, go mold a blank canvas. Right? Okay. Let me just finish this out, and then we will hear from Steve-O, who's been patiently waiting.
I'm not smart enough. You got to talk to the engineers over here. No, I think, I think people are interested in the process. And so I think, both of those guys are scouts identified, right? That's usually the first one, especially when there's small sample size. And so in Colin's case, he had a rookie or a freshman year at South Carolina. We watched him over his freshman year, then had him on our radar going into a sophomore year. I think probably what the analytics do is maybe they help you see through the trees a bit, right? And so once you've identified the players that you like from a basketball perspective, the analytics can sift through them a little bit better. And obviously we watch so many games in person, but we don't watch every game. And in some ways, the analytics watch every game.
Okay, that's very interesting. Hang on one second. We have a 15-minute interview here with Alan Graves. We will play this right after we hear from Steve-O. Steve-O, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, Rob?
I am good. How are you?
Great, thanks, buddy. Anyways, I really like the draft pick. I think Graves, he opens up a lot of options for us, right? And I hate going into a season where it's like we have to play one way, we have to do certain things to accommodate certain players. I think Graves gives us an option, like Luke Kennard might become available. All of a sudden, if we can re-sign Mamu, Graves, Mamu, Luke Kennard off the bench, makes us pretty big, right? As far as I don't think he's going to be necessarily a 32-minute starter in the NBA, which is fine.
Ever?
If everything hits, if everything goes right, I would love it. I'm a Raptors fan, obviously, right? Like, so if everything does hit, I'm all aboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm trying to say is he gives us, we want CMB to start, right? And so now all of a sudden, if we're looking at moving either RJ or Ingram.
Okay, so that's the thing. RJ has to be moved. And presumably when RJ gets moved, you're going to get something back for RJ. And my view on this is it's probably easier to trade a wing for a wing than it is to trade a wing for a big, especially when the guy makes $29 million. It's probably going to be easier to pitch the Sacramento Kings on giving you Malik Monk and filler, or Malik Monk and Devin Carter or something like that for RJ Barrett than it is going to be to build a deal around Sabonis. Right. So I immediately think that you're going to get probably wing depth back or guard depth back for RJ Barrett. I mean, just typically that's what I think is going to happen. It's usually wings get traded for wings. I don't know. This is not a tried and proven thing sometimes, but I genuinely feel like the team that needs RJ is going to swap him out for an upgrade, and the Raptors are going to swap it out for, a cheaper, younger, possibly, or more shooting friendly, defensive friendly, prospect. So from that perspective, I don't think Sandro Mamukelashvili is going to be back. I just want to say, I don't think he's going to be back.
I don't either, but yeah.
So I mean, this offers you a little bit of optionality in case Sandro is not back. Like you don't have to. I mean, I'm not saying he's as good as Sandro Mamukelashvili right now. He's probably significantly worse, but I think he can be better than Sandro.
Well, it's that old rule in the NBA. You never trade a big for a small, right? Because bigs are harder to get than smalls. There's a lot of talented shorter guys than there are a lot of talented bigger guys, right? So it gives us a not a huge guy, not a 7-footer that's extremely talented, but it gives us a 6'8" guy that is talented, right? And so if you look at it that way, like it just gives us options, right? And I look at like, okay, this might be a little bit, but if Fox and Cornette, Luke Kennard, are available for Ingram or Garrett
Luke
and
Kennard is
Quickly.
not on the Spurs. Are you talking about Luke Cornette?
Luke Cornette, sorry.
Okay.
Luke Cornette. Yeah, the center, yeah. Right? He used to play for Boston. Yeah. If now all of a sudden you're talking about 60 million, I wouldn't mind seeing what Fox would do with the Raptors. You know what I mean? Like as far as I know he's not a shooter, but I wouldn't mind seeing what he would do.
So I would mind because I'm not a big De'Aaron Fox guy, but I understand I'm also not a big Emmanuel Quickley guy. But in terms of fits next to Scotty Barnes, neither are perfect. The perfect fit is probably Kyrie Irving, although he's a little bit on the old side. I wonder if this opens a pathway to trading for Kyrie and Najee Marshall, something like that, or Daniel Gafford and Kyrie, because again, one player that oddly Alan Graves maybe doesn't get comped to enough might be a little bit of PJ Washington, bit of that. There's bits and pieces of that. To the point that you made about the old and tried rule of not trading bigs for guards, I think that rule is dead in the NBA. I think the Knicks kind of proved it. I think the best or second best player on almost every single team that's won a championship over the last 8 years has been a guard or a wing. So this idea of like you're gonna win because your bigs are better, like, to some extent your bigs have to be a certain level of competent, but I think that level of competence is like Steven Adams can be your backup center. Like Luke Cornette could be your starting center and you can still win a championship. I don't think you can win a championship if your guard play sucks. So that's where I'm at.
So when I say I agree. Like even this year, like a lot of the players that were like did well in the playoffs.
Tyrese Halliburton, Andrew Nembhard, TJ McConnell previous year. This year you had Jalen Brunson. I think Josh Hart is guard adjacent. You had Landry Shamet, Jose Alvarado. Again, I use this term guard room, and I think a lot of people use it. So I'm not pretending that I coined it, but I love this idea of guard room. Do you have enough dynamicism and versatility and switchability and defense and offense and shooting and playmaking within that concoction of what you call a guard room? I feel like the Raptors guard room is very barren right now. With Jamal Shead, Jacoby Walter, and Emmanuel Quickley, none of those guys can reliably dribble, pass, and shoot. It's a little bit of a, it's a mixed bag. So Jamal Shead can dribble and pass, but he can't shoot. Emmanuel Quickley can dribble and shoot, but he can't pass, right? And Jacoby Walter can defend the fucking tail and he can shoot, but he really can't dribble right now and he really can't pass very well. So it's like you have this very incomplete concoction. You don't have a one complete guard. So I understand people wanting LeBaron Philon, who projects as a more complete guard than all those players, at least as a prospect. I can understand people maybe wanting Ibuka Corey or Christian Anderson because these are all complete-ish players, granted as prospects. The Raptors don't have a complete guard. So go trade for one. Go trade for Kyrie Irving. Go trade. I don't think De'Aaron Fox is necessarily a complete guard, but he's a lot more complete than any guard the Raptors have. So I understand your sentiment. Yeah, I understand your point. How do you feel about Alan Graves? Just in general, how would you grade this deal? Like A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, F. Where are you at with this?
I think I'm pretty much a neutral. I think I'd be a B. Yeah, I think it gives us options, which I'd like to see. Like I said, as far as am I over the moon about it? Do I think he's going to be a 32-minute starter? Not necessarily.
Who'd you want?
We're picking at 19, right? So if we get a guy that can play 25 minutes a game, like I even asked, like when everybody was talking about like he's a shooter. Is he like a Nas Reed shooter? Is he a Bobby Portis shooter? Like,
it's interesting. You mentioned Nas Reed, and he doesn't quite have the measurables that Nas Reed had, but he actually has a lot in common with Nas Reed.
Nas Reed's not that big. Nas Reed's only like I think he's listed at 6'9" or something, right?
He's like, if I pull up Nas Reed's projections, just watching him, I can guarantee you he's at least 6'10", with like at least a 7'2", 7'3" wingspan. The problem with Nas was that he had a lottery projection, and then he came into the draft cycle and he was phenomenally out of shape. And the Minnesota Timberwolves bet that they can get this guy in shape, and that was the bet. He ended up going in the second round, and it was not a question of athleticism with Nas Reed. It was not a question of skill with Nas Reed. It was a question of commitment and getting in shape. Alan Graves is very different. But again, at 6'9", they're just. I would say this: in the world as we know it, across the entire planet, there are maybe 100 players in the whole world who are taller than 6'8", who can process the court, shoot, dribble, and defend. It's not a big list.
Yeah,
it's a very small list. And we're talking about older guys who are 40 playing in Europe. We're talking about younger guys who are in high school right now. It's not a big list. Size to skill is a very, very good indicator of potential and success and upside in the NBA. You look at a guy like Pascal Siakam, and I swear to God, people swear he's so good now, but I swear Raptor fans fucking hated that pick. When the Raptors picked Pascal Siakam or Pascal Labissiere, I heard so many, oh my God, Masai loves those Africans. He's terrible. He's terrible. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I knew Pascal was going to be great. I hadn't watched him. I didn't watch him. I didn't watch Mexico State. I didn't know. But the second I watched him in the G League, I was like, okay, I get it. I totally get it. So it's like, it's hard to explain why Alan Graves is good at basketball. And I think a lot of people struggled with that.
Well, when you said Garbajosa, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, if we could take, like, okay, first of all, he came into the NBA older, obviously, but he wasn't really supposed to be a starter either. He just fit so well with the team that he ended up starting. You know what I mean? So I think that's the same with Alan Graves. Like, I think
you were a fan in 2006, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's when I probably was a bigger fan than I am now. Believe it or not.
You know what's really funny? In 2006, to the newer Raptor fans, and I acknowledge there's 425 people in here at 120. So shout outs to everybody here. Please like this video. I would appreciate it very much. We have been streaming for 6 hours and 36 minutes with only about 6 minutes of break in the middle. This is a lot of talking, but believe me, I am not pissed about this. If I hated this pick, I swear to God, the first thing out of my mouth would be they fucked up. I don't hate this pick at all. This is very much like a CMB situation. It wasn't my guy, but I totally get it. I wanted Carter Bryant last year. They went with CMB. I was like, you know what? Not my guy, but I totally get it. It's the same situation here. Jaden Quaintance, I would have preferred Jaden Quaintance here, just like I would have preferred Carter Bryant. Once again, the Spurs pick my guy. It happens every year. I can't make this up. Jaden Quaintance going to the Spurs is so funny to me because I was just like, I could have put this fucking shit in writing. I'm like, if I love a player, the Spurs are going to get him, the Thunder are going to get him, or the Memphis Grizzlies are going to get him. It's always this way. Or, when the previous regime was running the Pelicans are going to get him. Dyson Daniels, Trey Murphy, those guys, Herb Jones. What I'll say is this is a bet on optionality. And the Raptors love their optionality, unless it comes down to Jakob Poeltl contract extensions, in which case they hate their optionality. But the optionality here is it's a mystery box of where he fits to some extent. And that might be a good problem to have, because I think, again, if you get him in shape and the athleticism, catches up with the game, I think it's easier to get him into better shape than it is to teach Chris Cenac how to play basketball. That's how I would put it. So, I don't know who particularly was your guy at 19. Who were you rooting for? LeBaron Philon, Cameron Carr. Every one of those guys is a more obviously talented basketball player than this guy.
I really wanted a big, and like even to your point with like Carter Bryant, I really love Carter Bryant. Like I think his athleticism is through the roof. His fit on the Raptors compared to CMB, I think CMB just fits better. Like, as far as, I'm not going to say that I at this point in their careers, I'm not going to say who's going to have the better career. But as far as fit on the Raptors, never mind the playoffs for CMB. Like, take that out of the equation. Carter Bryant had a great playoffs too in his limited time for the Spurs. I just think, like, as Toronto fans watching a young player only play 2.5 minutes a game, and like even CMB to a certain point in the beginning, like we're not an educated fan group. Like, I'm really sorry to say this because I am a Toronto fan. We're learning as we go, right? So I think, like, for us to look at, like,
fan bases are, to be fair.
True enough.
I listened to a New York fan tell me today that Jalen Brunson was the best player in the world. Like, I mean, fuck. Okay, cool. Like, you know,
it's hard to argue after he just won, but yeah, like, obviously, like, yeah, I agree 100%, right? But that's how fan bases are, right? And we get overhyped. We get, like, we don't, like, floor and ceiling, right? Like, everybody gets so hyped on ceiling. And I'm kind of more like, we're picking at 19. If we get a serviceable rotation player at 19, nobody can really be upset, right? And like I said, like,
I don't think that way.
I think Quaitons is going to make Bobby look like the worst GM in the league.
Well, what did I rate Bobby Webster yesterday on my trust factor? 4. Okay. So,
Yeah,
you know,
that's where I'm at right now.
You know, like,
you know what Quaitons kind of reminds me of? And like I said, I'm not a scout. I'm not a big, like, I do watch occasionally college, but he reminded me a lot of Wiseman. Like, he reminded me a lot of, like, if he puts it together, it's there.
Completely different defenders. Offensively, I get it, but different. Like, Jaden Quaintance on one leg is a better defender than Jade Wiseman. Like, I cannot compare these two players. The similarity is how they look. That's it. They don't.
Their athleticism, right? Like,
yeah, sure, absolutely. The athleticism, the dunking, the frame, the size. Okay, James Wiseman was a true 7-footer. Jaden Quaintance a little bit less than that. James Wiseman had high hips and bad feet. Jaden Quaintance has generational feet and incredible defensive instincts. I cannot say enough. For me to have a lottery grade on Jaden Quaintance, given the red flags on his medicals, given the complete bullshit that he is on offense right now, bad touch, bad free throw shooter, I don't think he's a great passer at all. These are things I despise in a player. These are things that would disqualify players for me. The fact that I still have him as a lottery grade tells you what I think about him defensively. And one thing I did not like about James Wiseman in his limited Memphis tape was sucked defensively. And it's just, again, it's a lot of high school stuff. You know, he blocks shots and people are like, oh, he's a great defender. Watch him guard in space. Can't guard in space. Can't compute. Making bad decisions, fouling, jumping on pump fakes, making the same mistake 3 times. Nah. Like, Jaden Quaintance, and also, and this is no disrespect to James Wiseman, I've never talked to James Wiseman, but I just gathered that Jaden Quaintance is a different level of intelligence as a person, as a player. His basketball IQ screams off the tape. Now, his touch sucks. Free throw shooting, touch indicators around the rim, absolutely horrible. Sometimes, you know, fumbling over, you know, his dribbles. He's very, very raw. He's like, he's rawer than Bruno Caboclo sometimes offensively. It's trash. But defensively, this is as special a prospect as I've probably evaluated. He's Carter Bryant, but like a big version of it. Like, it's so clear what the Spurs are going for here around Wemby. And it's funny because whoever's running that front office is thinking exactly what I'm thinking all the time. It's pretty cool. And, you know, it's nice to know that I can almost always predict what the Spurs are going to do.
Well, you're hyping me up on him because, like, I think he's now, after listening to you, I'm like, this is like an OG Carter Bryant kind of mix, right? Like, so
except for 6'10", exactly.
Yeah.
No, like, I mean, he definitely is that. Like, he's OG Anunoby, Carter Bryant without any of the jump shooting and any of the touch. So defensively, like, I think if Jaden Quaintance is healthy, he's going to be an all-league defender for a really long time. If he's not healthy, he's going to be out of the league in 3 years, and it's going to be Greg Oden all over again. So, you know, it's a good bet on upside at 20. You don't get players like that falling to 20 ever. Like, unless there's massive red flags medically. Steve, any final thoughts, man?
Overall, I'm happy with the pick. Like I said, it gives us as a team flexibility. I'd like to see a couple trades happen, hopefully, and we'll see how it goes. But I don't personally, I don't see Graves and CMB necessarily playing. If everything hits and everything works out, great. If CMB develops a jump shot, then yeah, definitely I could see it happening. But as far as year 1, year 2 with Graves, I kind of see him more as a filling in starter, possibly, but I don't necessarily see him as a 32-minute guy in year 1, 2, or 3. Yeah.
Jacoby Walters was picked 19th overall. He's not a 32-minute game guy. It's usually unimaginable that a guy picked 19th is going to step in as a starter for you. These are almost always deep rotation bets, and you hope that they become more. OG Anunoby started on day 1 because he was a lottery talent that fell due to injury issues. If Jaden Quaintance is perfectly healthy at the start of training camp, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year he's starting at center for the San Antonio Spurs. He's that special. But once again, you have to understand that the typical draft does not produce starters at 19. You have to work for this. Anyways, I appreciate you calling in, man. Appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's
I'm gonna
watch.
head out too.
Okay, man. Peace.
Thank you.
We're gonna watch a little bit of tape. Okay. A little bit of tape here. I hope this does not get copyright. Okay, hang on. Mute. We're gonna watch a little bit of what makes Allen Graves so special. So there's the jump shot. It is high and it's consistent. He shoots it almost the same way every single time, and it goes in a lot. Good indicators at a 6'9" frame. If this guy turns into a sharpshooter, oof, beautiful. There's the finishing. He is a below the rim finisher, even though he had some dunks this year, and he's a big dude. A nice contested 3 there with the shot clock going down. Here, see a little bit of that defense. Once again, you see the defensive timing here to block that shot. Here, once again, you're going to see offense. This is finishing through contact. And this is the stuff that is going to be next to impossible to imagine for me at the NBA level, which is when he gets stronger and he gets his coordination a little bit better. This is bump spot. This is a technique issue. I'm going to be very honest. This is not an athleticism issue. This is a technique issue. You are big enough and strong enough to finish through contact there, but instead you go away from the basket. This is ironically something that the Raptors have already fixed with Colin Murray-Boyles, RJ Barrett at times, Emmanuel Quickley at times. The Raptors see a prospect here who has a problem that they already know how to fix. More importantly, they see a prospect who knows that he has a problem. This to me is like, that's the selling point. I wish I had a better answer when Cheap Seat said, sell it to me. I'm selling it to you 6 hours and 46 minutes into the draft. This is fixable. OG Anunoby was a very weird finisher around the rim. He got a lot better. You know why he got better? In my opinion, Darko Rajakovic. I think Darko can teach this guy how to finish through contact. Jonathan Mobo's finishing was nothing to write home about. CMB got better throughout the year. Once again, look at the space generated on this. This, to me, more strength, more space. That's the equation here. That's what you're banking on. You're banking on this guy becoming David Roddy Strong. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for here. David Roddy's strength in this size is going to be a beast of a basketball player. And again, I don't give a shit about, Twitch athleticism and stuff. You don't need Twitch when you can win the size at this, with this size to skill ratio, you don't need elite burst. Here, once again, a little pump fake because defenses are going to respect that shot if it's going in at 40% and it's enough to get right to the rim. Once again, it's a below the rim finisher, but a great timed jumper, right? If that makes sense. He gets off his feet quickly. He doesn't get high, 34-inch vertical, nothing to write home about. He can dunk the basketball. Congratulations, right? The timing. I want you in every one of these clips to watch his anticipation, his timing, and most importantly, the thing that made Steph Curry such a special person and the thing that endeared me so much to Bennett Stirtz, hand-eye coordination. This is something I watch for immensely when I'm watching a prospect. Look at the hand-eye coordination here. Boom. How did you get that fucking block? How did you get that block? Without fouling, how did you get that block? That is what makes him special. He is and then look at that. I mean, if nothing else, man, if you are a basketball nerd, do you know how much this specific play should get you excited? Hold on, let me slow this down because you're not gonna get the full value of this at full speed. Let's slow this down. Block and in. I'm sorry, that's such a Colin Murray Boyles play. It's actually ridiculous. Okay, here. Can't stay with his guy. Okay, perfect. Erase that shit at the rim. Here, the timing on this rotation is so perfect. The verticality is so great here. Now, okay, fine. If this is Derek Lively, you're fucking getting dunked on. But he's there. He earned the position. He was out of position. He got back into position. To me, that's a win. Do you get to your spots, man? I can tell you, offense, defense, I am looking at the same thing. Do you get to your spots? Here, did he get to his spots? Pump fake, get the guy out. Did he get to his spot? Yes. Is it sexy? No. But he wins the spot. Why do people overthink the draft so much with elite athleticism and burst? Do you know how many fucking athletic people I've played with that don't know fucking lick about basketball? I say this as a person. This might be a personal thing with me. I'm not very athletic. I'm a student of the game. Okay. This is where, this is why teams pass on Fred VanVleet. This is why teams miss on Kyle Lowry, because these guys get to their spots. You know what you just drafted? You just drafted 6'9" Fred VanVleet. That's what you actually drafted. You want an actual comparison for this guy? This is 6'9" Fred VanVleet. You just drafted last year. You got big caboose, Colin Murray Boyles, who, and Scotty Barnes, who I think are like, 6'8", 6'9", or 6'7", 6'9" versions of Kyle Lowry. I think this guy has a lot in common with Fred VanVleet. Most importantly, those hands. This is like, just watch his hands on every single play. And again, this is totally Fred VanVleet. Squint your eyes and tell me Fred VanVleet would make all these plays. You say the Raptors have a type. Yeah. 6'9" Fred VanVleet. That's actually going to be my comparison for him, and watch it go like absolutely ballistic as people scramble their brains to figure out what I'm talking about. Cut. Perfect. If Fred VanVleet was 6'9", this is what he would look like. Congratulations. Yup. And you know what else Fred VanVleet was in college? Analytics darling. I'll say this, analytics are sometimes wrong. Malachi Flynn was an analytics darling. He sucked. But I think Malachi's issues were well beyond basketball. And if the Raptors had someone said he can't dunk. Come on, Nice Win. You're a community member here, and I appreciate you, dog. But like, come on, man. He can obviously dunk. He has a 7-foot wingspan. Do you know how fucking athletically limited you have to be to not be able to dunk at 6'9" with a 7-foot wingspan? The guy would literally have to be like legend of winning build, okay, to not be able to dunk. His body looks like 6'9", Fred VanVleet. Shake my head. Why is that a bad thing? Do you understand? I used to say if Fred VanVleet was 6'6", he might be one of the 10 best players in the NBA. If he's 6'9", he might be one of the 10 best players of all time. This guy would be very lucky to be as good as Fred VanVleet. But if he becomes even close to the player Fred VanVleet is, and this is where I say you're missing the upside. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to be right about this guy. I'm not even saying that I should have had him as low as I had him. Honestly, maybe I just fucking overthought it and listened to all the draft buzz. But again, I'm sitting here telling you this is as high as I've been on a Raptors draft pick since Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray Boyles. Those are the two picks where I'm like, I was super high. And in fairness, Christian Koloko, I really like Christian Koloko, and I'll own the L on that for the blood clots and the lack of offensive progression. But definitely higher on this pick than I was on Grady Dick. I'll tell you that right now. And I'm just as high on this pick. I might be higher on this pick than I was on the Jacoby Walter pick because I was just so enamored with the idea of picking Yves Missi. And I'm just like, okay, here we go. Anticipation. He's going to get charges. He's going to get steals. He's going to get deflections. He's going to get every fucking thing. And most importantly, he switches ends really well. Like there's a offense in the NBA and there's defense. It's not like, American football where the two things are completely segmented by plays and you're on offense, now you're on defense. No, basketball is a constant interplay between offense and defense. And the number of times you switch from offense to defense, there's always like a 0.4 to 0.8 second gap as you go from offense to defense and from defense to offense. And I say that the players who accelerate that gap to nil, like some players take 2 seconds to go from defense to offense. Some players take 0.8 seconds. I think this guy takes like 0.4 seconds to go from offense to defense. And you just saw it in one of those plays where he tipped the ball out of bounds and then immediately pushed it back to a teammate to start the break. This to me is a very difficult thing to quantify in real time when watching. But again, like I understand the concerns. You'd think I'm crazy. Yeah. But let me tell you this. If this guy had a 40-inch vert and was an explosive athlete at the rim, he's a top 5 pick. So just to be clear, he's a way better shooter than Caleb Wilson. He has way better IQ than Caleb Wilson. He's a way better passer than Caleb Wilson. So what's the gap? You want 6'9" Caleb Wilson with all the ball skills and all the basketball IQ, but none of the warts? Like, I think people are just overthinking what he doesn't do well, and they're ignoring everything he does well. Like, when this guy gets stronger, that is more clearance. Okay, that's way more clearance if he gets stronger. I'll tell you this right now. If he's 7 feet tall, he goes top 10. So is that the gap? 6'8", you go 19th and everyone bitches about it, but you're 7 feet tall, you go top 10 and everyone applauds you and says, wow, what a fucking, if he was, so I say, if he was 7 feet tall, he might have posted like a 16.0 box plus minus. Oh, surprise, surprise. Pensare Basketball likes the analytics, darling. Yeah. You know what? The other day I cooked a guy for having Alan Graves number 2 on his board and told him that he should fucking quit basketball analysis because he's crazy. Yeah, I don't have 2 on my board. I'm 23. But again, look at this. Such a Fred VanVleet move right there. Yeah. And by the way, can't dunk. Proved you wrong there. So yeah, look, this is not a time to fight. Okay. I think I've handled this live about as peacefully as I've ever handled a Raptors draft live. I crashed out exactly once. I had maybe one tear in my eye when Bennett Stirtz went off the board to the OKC Thunder. But overall, I am pleased with the result, man. I think the Raptors did well. I think they did their homework on this guy. And everything I've seen in interviews with this guy speaks Raptor. Jacoby Walter, Jamal Shedd, Colin Murray Boyle, Scotty Barnes, these are really good people, man. Even the guys that some people don't like, Emmanuel Quickly, sometimes RJ Barrett, Brandon Ingram, Sandro Mamukelashvili. This culture is very important. Bringing a personality into this culture that's sullen or bitchy or moody or negative, it's not worth it, man. Like, okay, if Jaden Quaintance has like a hygiene problem, we can deal with it, right? But like, overall, this guy is a culture fit. He's going to vibe with all the guys. He's going to be a great practice player. And by the way, I feel like he's going to make players better in practice. We have one final caller, which is Zeke. Zeke, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How's everything been?
Everything is good. What's up, man?
I just wanted to talk about the picks. Me personally, like, I literally just started looking at the prospects like a couple of days ago, but I'm really big on the numbers. And like, I personally use a lot of, I know this may be weird, but I use a lot of AI and stuff to like crunch. And last year, like, I did the same thing, and like, I saw that CMB was like really high on my list. Players like
what? No, okay. I need to know about your methodology here. I'm gonna practice a little bit of intellectual curiosity, even though I have a natural aversion to AI. I understand the world we're in. So, what exactly are you inputting into your AI model? Are you just putting in their raw stats? Are you putting in a particular analytic and saying, "Give me who's the best player"? Are you putting their measurements? What are you putting in?
So it was actually during the Scotty Barnes draft that I realized that the way a lot of like people evaluate draft is kind of backwards, right? Because they look at like who a player is in their current form and they project like this is who the player is going to be,
Okay.
right? So
Cool.
when I looked at like the stats that were like at Scotty Barnes' advanced stats, for example, like his steal percentage very high, assist percentage very high.
Okay.
And like you can tell that like at that size, that's not a very common profile. And again, you're right that there are sometimes it doesn't work out. Like you have like Jonathan Mobile who has a similar profile. But that's why I also consider age, because one of the things you could say about Jonathan Mobile is that when he came into the league, he was a bit of an older prospect. So those 3 extra years that you have to develop in the NBA are huge, right? It's not like there's a very big difference between play against college level competition versus NBA players. So like those are reps, right? That
Mhm.
you're getting at the NBA level. So age is a big multiplier in my model. size, of course, but I would also evaluate size differently. So like
Sure.
certain stats, like assist
Do
and
you
steals.
look at wingspan? Do you look at
Of
passing?
course, yeah.
Okay. Do you look at assist percentage, turnover
Yeah.
percentage? Are these okay? Do you look at do you quantify speed in any way?
So I don't have anything with speed just because there's not enough data. Like, because obviously there are some players who go to the combine, but not every
Yeah.
college player does make, like, you know, so you don't have that data readily
Yes.
available.
Okay.
So this
does it move you at all to know that he tested very poorly in terms of speed, shuttle run, agility, all that stuff?
So it is, I understand the concerns, but my argument to that, obviously people like to use the example of Jokic and this and that, but there are examples that like beyond just that, right? Like even Kawhi wasn't NBA draft combine, like he didn't pop out, you know, he wasn't actually, his measurements were not that great either at the combine. And Kawhi is actually a great example because when he came into the league, he probably, nobody projected him to be who he was, right? But it's because the way you look at one of the most important, so steal percentage is actually one of the best indicators of
Right.
college success. Like
Sure, I
players
agree.
who project well into the thing, because one of the reasons why is because it's a very, very, very good indicator of processing speed, right?
Mhm.
It's like how fast you can process the game, like being at the right place. You keep talking about getting to your spots,
Yep.
being able to see things before they happen,
Mhm.
right? So steal percentage is again the thing that really jumps out. So when I was running the models, I was putting in the numbers one by one, right? Like the numbers that are relevant to me in my model. And
Mhm.
when I put Allen Graves in, it immediately sent back a message saying that this is a like that steal percentage is like screaming like sleeper. So he was like number 2 in my model. He just kept showing up as like number 2.
Okay.
Same at
Okay. So
CMB actually last year. Funny enough.
so can you tell me who 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were in your model? And
Yeah, for sure.
there's no judgment here. I'm actually very curious.
Cam Boozer was number 1.
Yep, get it.
Uh,
I could have
uh,
anticipated that.
yeah, Cam Boozer was number 1. Then it was Allen Graves. I have to
Yep.
look. I don't want to get kicked out of this thing, so I'm going upstairs. Get my laptop. But those are the 2 guys. I think Kingston Flemings was pretty high.
Yep.
In the model. I'm trying to remember who else. I'll tell you who wasn't that high. Funny enough, like AJ DeMonsta.
Yep.
But my model got kind of cooked.
Can I guess another player who wasn't very high? Cameron Carr.
Yeah, he wasn't very high.
Yep.
He was quite low.
Let me guess another player who wasn't very high. LeBaron Philon?
LeBaron Fallon,
Mediocre, right?
compared to other guards, he was high, but compared to like I don't know how to explain it. So I will say one thing I'm working on the models, it does kind of skew more towards like wings and bigs.
Yep. But so does basketball.
Yeah, very true, right?
Yeah.
It is a size zone. But that doesn't mean that guards are like we saw with Knicks, right? Obviously, Jalen Brunson.
And you know what's funny? Like, first of all, like I don't think you've ever called in before, right?
No, I talked on the super
you're
chat.
already one of my favorite callers, by the way. I just want to throw that out there.
Thanks, man.
I very sparingly give compliments out, but I'm very genuine when I do. I'll say this. Among all people who play basketball at any serious level in the world, I would say 98% are below 6'2".
Yeah, it's true.
So
that's why Malachi Flynn struggled, right?
Sure. So when a player actually is successful at that size, it is the exception, not the rule. But because the lower levels filter out all the ones who aren't successful, what you end up with is an uneven distribution at the NCAA, Division I, Division II levels, and at the pro level of bigs who were just big enough to make it and guards who were good enough to be guards. And so realistically, if I took the median guard and the median big is always better. Like every time. But the top guard is way better than the 94th percentile big. Right? And that makes sense. Jalen Brunson is quantifiably one of the 5 best 6'3" and under basketball players in the world. Clearly. So he's going to be better than Al Horford. or
Yeah.
James Wiseman or
Mhm.
Ivica Zubac, because these are good among their group, but there just aren't that many 7-footers who can walk and run at the same time. Like there aren't. I've been around. I've played basketball. I don't know if you've played basketball. Like, I've played basketball at a
Mhm.
high enough level to know I've played with 7-footers who can barely move.
They can't even walk out. Like
Yeah,
it's
like I mean, our like the tallest. I mean, I've played against a guy who's 7 feet, but the tallest guy who's ever been on my team is 6'8", and that guy moved weird.
yeah. Even
You
when you
know?
see like, because I don't have like my tallest friend is like 6'3", and he sucks at basketball because he can't move. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
it is. It's
KP7 said Rob's favorite color. It's just that they both love numbers. No,
yeah, I love
actually,
numbers. I don't have any
I
shame
mean,
in that either.
but here's the thing, like loving numbers doesn't mean you don't love other things.
Yeah. So
There's
it's
not a mutually exclusive thing, like where that guy loves numbers, that's a nerd. Like, no, like I actually believe that, like, if you love life, how can you not love numbers to some extent? Unless, of
Mhm.
course, I have a theory, and I'm wondering what you think of it. I have a theory about life is that a lot of people have an aversion to numbers because numbers have always been used to disempower them.
Mhm.
Their
Yeah, it's
bank
if
their
numbers
bank
don't
balance, their
lie.
credit score, their grades in school. So, I mean, this is a weird, thing, almost like calling people stupid, but, like, if every number in your life has ever if your entire conceptual relationship at a young age with numbers was negative, sorry, Mr. Allen, your son tested in the 16th percentile in English literacy. That's a bad number. Sorry, sir. Your kid is failing 4 classes out of 13. That's a bad number. Sorry, you have $14 in your bank account. That's a bad number. Sorry, your credit score is 350. That's a bad
Mhm.
number. All of these are bad numbers, right? So when people have a negative association with numbers, they tend to end up hating numbers. And I think
Yeah.
probably like that's a subconscious thing at a very young level. I'm very lucky. I did not actually grow up being bad at math. So I'm very, very lucky that I
Right.
actually love numbers as much as I do. But that doesn't mean that I don't watch the tape. I mean, I don't just watch a spreadsheet and be like, Alan Graves is good. That's
Mhm.
stupid. But
Of
anyways,
course.
yeah, like that's really cool. That's really cool. I love Kingston Flemings. I love Cam Boozer. I have AJ DeBonsa higher because I think there's some stuff that maybe the numbers don't see within the context of
Of
what he did at
course.
BYU. But I'm pretty sure your model didn't have him like 38th. I'm
No,
pretty sure
no.
your model had him like 7th, 6th, 8th, something like that. And I
He
get
was
it.
like he was like around 14, but this model is more to like it helps with like tiebreakers. So when you look at somebody who's kind of in that range and you're debating between a few players, you can kind of rank like who's better from amongst that group, if that makes sense. For me at least.
Mhm. And it's funny because, the analytics were okay on AJ DeBonsa for me. The numbers that I was looking
Yeah.
at, they were okay, but they didn't stand out. Like they weren't like outlier. And I got lower on AJ DeBonsa because I watched him play enough. And I walked into this college season thinking AJ DeBonsa was by far the best player in the country, and everyone was stupid. And I said, on paper, I take him over Cooper Flag. I walk away from this draft cycle and watching him all year because I watched BYU like a hawk this year. He was my favorite player in college basketball, and I walked away thinking he has massive issues.
Mhm.
He doesn't process the game that well. He's a little bit ball dominant. He doesn't make people that much better. The defensive motor is in and out. So, I'm tainted by the fact that I'm friends with his trainer and that, I know some people around him and stuff like that. And, I was high on him initially. So there's a anchoring bias of wanting to be high on the guy that you're always high with and acting like you've never sold. But man, by the end of it, I was just like, okay, the gap between him and Darren Peterson and Cam Boozer is just not that big. And if he becomes a
Mhm.
better pro, and it's a funny thing with archetypes is like historically you can model that a player with long strides will almost always have a better NBA career than a college career because there's more space. So this is just like a
Mm.
basketball thing. Like one of the things that everyone said about Cooper Flag last year is, oh, he can't create his own offense. And then boom, he goes out in his rookie season and scores 51. And I'm just like, yeah, listen to me talk. Like I compared him to Kawhi Leonard while people were
Mhm.
comparing him to Andre Karolinko. And the same thing with Scotty Barnes. People were saying Scotty Barnes is your level scorer. I'm like,
Zero level score. That's my
you're-
favorite one.
yeah. And
That's
I was
my
and I was just like, you're
again, maybe
insane.
maybe in college he wasn't great at scoring, but it's like if you're not watching, if you're not looking at everything, you're not understanding that yes, there's skills, but you can teach someone how to dribble, you can teach someone how to get faster, you can teach all those things, you can teach someone how to shoot. You can't teach someone how to process the game. So those are the things that I look at. Like, and I'm excited because Alan Graves is a hyper processor, right? And
I agree.
I think that's what we're pushing towards, right? With CMB and Scotty, like these guys were all hyper processors, you know?
It's like there's outlier positional traits like wingspan. A guy with for instance, Cameron Carr. That's an outlier wingspan for a 6'5" guy to have a 7'1" wingspan. Outlier trait. This is unheard of, and it's in the 99th percentile of wingspan to height ratio. There's outlier traits in terms of defensive coordination and impact. Jaden Quaintance is a good example of that. There's outlier traits in terms of size to skill ratio, and I think AJ DeBonce is a good example of that. There's outlier traits in terms of basketball IQ at a certain age, which is Cameron Boozer. I think that Alan Graves has 3 or 4 insanely outlier traits. And that usually makes a prospect very funky to evaluate. Number one, how good he is at this age is very difficult to historically map out,
Very difficult, yeah. And it's humans, right? That's the biggest thing. Like, you can't predict. Like, what if, like, Ben Simmons was supposed to be a good prospect, like by the numbers, you know?
I mean,
But he didn't like basketball.
But
He didn't want to play, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he became an all NBA defender. Like he became an all NBA player. Like he had Colin Cowherd saying, "Retire LeBron, we're good." Like, I mean, genuinely speaking, he was a top 15 player and he peaked for a very small period of time. And then, a lot of money, a lot of pressure, and a lot of success is going to change people. And that's why, I was genuinely shocked when before I started this channel, I had some idea of how the draft process worked. After I started this channel and I started to reach out to people and get more in depth about it. That's when I started to realize, I'm like, they talk to your grade 6 teacher. They talk to your grade 8 principal. They talk to your grade 9 tutor. They talk to your grade 9 coach. Like, what are we talking about here? How far back are we going?
It goes so deep. Like,
they are evaluating for everything. They're evaluating for conflict resolution, when you made mistakes, how long do you dwell on your mistakes? They're looking at such a deep, thorough psychological evaluation because I think, if I look at all the great failures in Raptors history in terms of the draft, it wasn't because they weren't tall enough. It wasn't because they couldn't shoot. It wasn't because of any of that. It was because they didn't problem solve well enough, because they, didn't want it enough, or because there were genuine red flags within their circle, either a disruptive parent, a bad environment, a negative self-worth, or a negative self-talk, or just a general like bad self-concept that kind of held them back. Or maybe they just had a very, very giant ego that was too much to break for any coaching staff. Like these are the small things, and like people on Twitter can get on their armchairs, crunch some numbers. No disrespect to you or me or anybody who does this, but they can crunch the numbers. They can come to an evaluation. But if you don't know that the evaluation runs like an iceberg, and 90% of what an NBA team does, nobody on Twitter is doing. Like, it's just a lack of humility, honestly, at this point. So
I agree. I mean, we're humans too, so we're gonna feel sad when our guy gets, when our guy's not on the board, or we go like, someone, they don't pick your guy or whatever, right? At the end of the day, it's like we don't know shit, right? Like we're just guys on the internet talking shit, right? Like at the end of the day, these guys are the ones who are again like doing that deep evaluation that you don't even see.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, man, Zeke, wonderful to hear from you. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for sharing your insights. And shout outs to you. You seem like one of the few people who's really happy about the Alan Graves pick, man.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, I'll see you around, though. I'll call back.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Peace, man. Cheers. Okay, that was a great way to end the night. 7 hours and 12 minutes. Is this a record? Is this a record? Have half of you fallen asleep? There's still 362 of you in here. There were over 1,200, I think, at the peak. I'll have to check the analytics. That's super cool, man. I hope, those of you who are still awake can hit the like button. I would very much appreciate. I have not checked the likes on this video, but I would love to know that when I get off this, that 7 hours and 12 minutes were rewarded with at least 300 likes. I do sometimes feel slimy asking for people to like the video, but I know that it helps the algorithm and it helps the video get out. And also, I just want to say, given the day that I had, for me to go 7 hours and 12 minutes into a live that at times veered, don't want to say controversial or negative or whatever, but like a lot of people not liking the pick, some people liking the pick. It wasn't like, oh my God, we picked Cameron Carr and everyone's super happy. Okay. It wasn't like that. It wasn't, oh my God, Bennett Stirtz fell to 19 and Rob is super happy and elated. It's very easy to be good at managing emotions when things go your way. I don't think it's necessarily as great to calibrate when things don't go your way. And a lot of things didn't go my way today. And I feel, a lot of self-compassion for myself that I was able to do the panel with that conversation that we had on the panel. Jesus. And to take very limited break in the middle. Barely had time to shower and go to the gym. Didn't go to the gym, actually. Why am I lying? I didn't go to the gym today. I went to the gym yesterday. I had kind of made a mantra to myself, go to the gym every single day. I missed it today. And to come out and do this for 7 hours and 13 minutes, this is like some Bennett Stirtz level endurance. You know what I mean? Like he played all 40 minutes. I streamed all 7.5 hours. Shout out, man. So yeah, not the most endearing quality to be self-congratulating and self-patting yourself on the back. Like, good job, Rob. Good job, Rob. You kept your composure. You didn't call someone a jackass. Did I call someone a jackass? I think I might have called a couple people jackasses. But I think for the most part, you know what? Here's the thing. Some of you guys grew up on Twitch. Some of you guys grew up on, live streams and gamers and YouTube and stuff. I'm not a big streamer guy. I stumbled into this shit ass backwards. I'm a 38-year-old who happens to love basketball, who's worked in basketball a little bit, who just loves sharing ideas and bringing communities together. And, I hear time and time again, this community is best. This community is amazing. Your community is so thoughtful. Your community is so locked in. And I mean, I think the numbers here at 364 people at 2 a.m. show that. I think this is a record you must have needed this. Yeah. What do you mean needed this? Did I need this? And so what I'll say is, I didn't grow up around streamers. I don't know. I've never watched a Kai Cenac. I've never watched a Kai Cenac stream, although, I respect what they do. I've never really watched, those 24-hour, what did Mr. Beast? He just said PewDiePie like a million times. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch streamers. So I didn't understand like what streamers are supposed to do. I literally wrote a script for my friend about streamers before I even knew what streamers is. But one of the things that I've realized watching some streamers recently, just this is more intellectual curiosity for me. And now that I, am part of a weekly streaming podcast like Player's Choice, is very often people will come into live streams to feel a sense of community. Sometimes they will come into live streams to feel a sense of camaraderie, share information, exchange ideas. Sometimes it's to kill some time. Sometimes it's to kill boredom. Sometimes it's to answer, a pressing question like, what should I feel about this? How do I feel about this? But very oftentimes it's for connection. It's for a dopamine boost. It's for a mood lift, right? Like I want to feel good. And I don't have like a lot of favorite streamers, but interestingly enough, sometimes, some of my friends now are streamers. So, I never had streamer friends before, but now I have friends who are streamers, from Player's Choice or whatever. And sometimes I'll just log on my phone and I'll see one of them are live and I'm like, yeah. One of my friends is one of the best dunkers of all time. Shout outs to Kadur Ziani. And sometimes Kadur will be on a live stream, randomly on Instagram, and I will tap in and I'll be like, yo, Kadur, what's up? It makes me feel happy that I have a chance in the morning to connect with Kadur as he's talking about feet and athleticism or something like that. It's really cool. Oh shit. Good call. Thank you very much. You can take Caravan off the best available. That is funny. Yes. That mistake has now replayed 45, 50, 100 times across the board. So I apologize. Alex Caravan did go off the board at 29, goes to the Sacramento Kings in the most Sacramento-y kingy pick of all time. That is done. Did you guys like the ticker being at the bottom? Was that helpful for you guys to kind of track the draft a little bit? Let me know. So anyways, one of the lessons that I learned from one of my favorite streamers is my favorite streamers tend to be very uplifting. Not toxic positivity. I'm talking like genuinely coming from a place of good energy, right? So one of my goals, over the last few weeks, as you've noticed, I have not posted as much. I've overpromised and underdelivered as it pertains to draft content. Let's just be honest. Like, let's just cross that X. I did not do a members live on Sunday. I'm aware of it. There were prospect profiles that were supposed to be out. They didn't come out. There was a mock draft. There was a big board that was supposed to come out yesterday. I ended up tying it into this and, stitching this live into a 7-hour and 18-minute, what would have been a 2-parter. So all of these things, what was I doing during that time off? I was clearing myself out, man. I was trying to clear myself out because I can't give you something that I don't have. And if I don't have peace, I can't give you peace. If I don't have lightness, if I don't have patience, I certainly can't give you patience. And quite frankly, for a very long time, I was struggling with these things for myself. This might be a little bit too honest for 7 hours and 18 minutes into a live, but I'm just saying it, and yeah, I feel more comfortable doing what I'm doing here. I feel more of a sense of purpose and clarity in what I'm doing. And my genuine hope is that what my favorite streamers do for me is what this channel can do for you. I'm hoping that. And every single time I boot up a live stream, I do the same thing. And this is a new thing for me. And I'm hoping that it's working because it's genuinely speaking, like it's keeping my crash outs to a comedic level as opposed to like an awkward level. What I do is every single time I start a live, I jump up and down like 10 times just to move my energy around so I'm not stuck and stagnant because I know I'm going to be sitting for a while. I'm exploring a standing desk, by the way. I shake my head out a little bit. I say la 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 just to train my vocal cords so that my throat is not all coarse and I'm not coughing, the entire time. And most importantly, I remind myself of my tenets. Like, what am I trying to do here? Like, what is my goal here? And what I have learned is that the people that I enjoy listening to aren't selling me things. They're giving me things. They're not selling me, go follow me, go follow me, go follow me. They're not selling me a book. They're not, selling me lies. They're not selling me propaganda. They're genuinely coming at this from a sense of like, okay, this is what I have a mission and I want to do something. There's a random call out, but like Shelby Sapp is a really good example. I started following Shelby at like, I want to say she had like 30,000 subscribers. And I found her on Instagram and she was like this girl boss. And you can say whatever the fuck you want about her. It doesn't matter to me. I don't fucking know her from Adam. Jay Shetty is another one, and I actually got a chance to connect with Jay and that was really cool. I don't, however you feel about these people, honestly, off the air, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not trying to fucking sit there and dissect their credit statements. What I'm saying is they approach content from the same way. I have an idea. You have a question. Let's together figure this out. With Shelby, it's a whole bunch of women probably looking how to get into sales. With Jay, it's like a bunch of people who don't have peace trying to find peace. And so the worst thing you're going to do in that situation is go into that situation and try to sell people something or, push people into your funnel or whatever, your advertising funnel or bullshit like that. But honestly, in order to do this the right way, and again, this comes back to the ethos of what are you doing? What are you trying to do here? You're trying to make people's lives better. I've met so many people at Pendance or, through Facebook or people reach out to me on Instagram. And I'm always genuinely like, at Pendance, sometimes I'll see a Pensare basketball person and I'll know it's a Pensare basketball person. It's not because they're wearing a Raptors cap. It's just because y'all are so cool. Like there is a community member here who is a incredible dancer, and they came to Pendance with their dance partner. And I would love to share that video at some point because they recorded a bunch of videos of them doing like these incredible acrobatic moves on the Pendance carpet. And it was so unique to me because it's never been done before. But I'm like, that's our community. That's a basketball community, like of incredibly talented dancers, musicians. Like y'all know Vince and Colin today, but we know Vince. You see like the financial acumen and the brain trust behind FA, who I've actually met in person. You see Coach Mo, who didn't call in today, but there's like a lot of people in this community. And, you don't cultivate a community like this by trying to take from people. And the cool thing is, it's kind of worked out in reverse for me is this community has given me back so much. This community helped me pay off my condo. This community has, allowed me to start investing again. This community allows me to do what I want to do. So the least I could do for this community is do like a 7-hour and 25-minute positive live stream. So I'm happy to be able to do that. If you have to say you are the boss, you are no boss. Fair thing to live by. Feel bad for Evans, only guy left in the green room. Well, there was another guy who's the only guy left in the green room, and that was Rashard Lewis. He turned out pretty okay. So, I like Isaiah Evans. Not enough to pick him top 25, but Andre Vasar, Isaiah Evans, Emmanuel Sharp. These guys are going to be quick off the board tomorrow. We will have you. We'll join in tomorrow. Wait, did we listen? Oh my God, what an L me. My bad. We forgot to listen to the Alan Graves interview because we had a call in. Okay, hang on. We got to listen to Alan Graves, dude. We have an interview with Alan Graves and we didn't listen to it. My bad. Shout out to Alan Graves. Okay, take it away.
You weren't the most heralded guy coming out, and here you are, first round NBA pick. What do you think was the
First
key?
of all, just such a weird starting point of a congratulations. How are you? Like, are manners lost on people? Straight up. I'm not asking you to know which one's a salad fork, but like straight up, you weren't the most heralded guy. Like, fuck off, Toronto. And I just said I'm not going to crash out, and I'm going to listen to Michael Grange.
And you making that rapid rise.
Wait, that wasn't
I
Michael
feel like it
Grange.
was just my hard work and dedication, just being dedicated to my craft and not focusing on anything on the outside. Anybody telling me, I couldn't do it. Anybody, telling me that they doubted me. But just knowing that I had a great support system around me, the people that are in my core and that are in my circle, always believed in me, no matter if I had a bad game, no matter if I had a good game, they just always believed in me and in the person that I was. And just knowing that they were always there supporting me. So I feel like it was just their support, and then also just my hard work and dedication, being dedicated to my craft, just being in the
Gratitude is one of the clearest predictors of success in my experience. You don't have to listen to me.
gym, being a gym rat, and just wanting to put myself on a bigger platform and prove everybody wrong.
Thanks again, and congrats.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grange. We'll go to John Chidley Hill next from Canadian Press.
Hey, Alan.
The author of Mike Gate, by the way.
Congratulations. What would you say you bring to the Toronto Raptors? What's your skill set that you'll be bringing to the team?
Another phenomenally stupid question.
Just a player that's going to impact winning at a high level. I feel like I have a great feel for the game, very cerebral player. Just offensively, just being able to be that connector piece. I don't need the ball in my hands. I don't need to score, a certain amount of points, but just being able to make the winning plays, being able to be willing to do anything that the team needs of me, and then on the defensive end, just being able to win the possession battle, deflection, steals, things like that.
This guy knows himself better than Jonathan Kuminga will ever know himself. Just want to throw that out there.
And rebounding, that's where I plan to impact most. Just getting offensive rebounds. Like I said, talk about winning the possession battle on that end as well. And then defensive rebounding, just making sure that they don't get any extra possessions.
As a follow-up, what do you know about the Raptors and their roster right now? Like, did you watch any of their games this past season?
Bet you anything he talks about Scotty Barnes within 2 sentences.
Definitely. I know, obviously, Scotty, RJ. The team is just constructed. I know big wings. They love big wings and, big guards, Colin Murray-Boros that they drafted, just so I fit right in. And just, I know the culture there is great just from my visit being there. So just knowing that I'm coming into a winning program that's in the right direction is amazing, amazing feeling. And knowing that I can help impact that winning that they're on the trajectory for.
Thanks very much, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to Eric and then Will. So go ahead, Eric. Eric Cream from The Athletic.
Hey, congratulations. You mentioned your visit, and you mentioned sort of the bigger disruptive wings and forwards that they sort of collected. Could you tell during your visit that that sort of skill set was something they prized? And also, what else did you learn while you were with the Raptors about?
You know what I would love for him to do right now? I would love for his response to be, "I'm vanilla, baby. I'll choke you, but I ain't no killer, baby." I would just want him to just burst out Jack Harlow lyrics.
What they about who they are.
I definitely knew that my type of player was, something that they liked. Obviously, on draft night, you don't know who's going to take you, but just knew that they were there. My visit there was amazing. I like to say it was one of my best visits, just the city wise, and then just the team, just being around the culture, being around the Raptors, seeing all the players that were there, working out, and just watching the coaching staff, just whether it was the head coach, whether it was assistants, they were all invested in each and every player. They actually take the time to get to know them and get to really build a personal relationship with them, and that's something that I really liked about the program, and something
This guy was born to play for this team. I just want to throw that out there.
that I really noticed, was because that's why I decided to go to Santa Clara, was for the personal aspect of it and how genuine Coach Herb was. So I could just see that they actually cared about the players off the court as well as on the court.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll go to Will Liu from Hello and Welcome, and then to Julian Apollonaro from Raptors HQ.
Hey, what's up, Alan? Congratulations. I had two questions. Number one, emotionally, where you are right now? Because obviously this is like a huge process. Who was on your mind, in terms of like who you were thankful for, and your whole journey up to this point of making the league?
Good question.
The only person that was on my mind was my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Just really thankful to him, really thankful for my relationship with him, and just that's what I pride myself on, is my faith in him. And
I just want to throw this out there. The Raptors really love drafting people who are faith-based. I don't know what it is, but there is some pseudoscience to actual science to suggest that people who are more faith-based are more sacrifice-oriented and more team-oriented. And I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I found it to be anecdotally true in my life. That, and this is nothing against people who are atheists or agnostic or whatever, but for real, like the best people in my life I've ever met were deeply faith-based. I didn't say religious, I said faith-based. Okay, they believe in something bigger than themselves. Okay, it might be Allah, it might be it might be Jesus, it might be Buddha. It's very important to understand your place in this world is not as large as the mirror would make it seem. That's a bar. Okay, so this guy coming in with this very humble approach of like, it's not an act. Like, you could see right through it. He plays like this too. Sandro Mamukelashvili is the same way. Jamal Shedd's the same way. Manuel Quickley's the same way. Like, they all have this like kind of, and he's going to fit right into how they already think. To bring a guy in who isn't like this into your culture not only sets that player up for failure, it actually sets up your organization for disaster too. I mean, I think, I ain't never heard Fred VanVleet talk about Jesus Christ. I just want to say that.
And just knowing that he puts me in this position to be here talking to y'all today. And, obviously, like we talked about, a lot of people doubted me, but, that's the biggest part of why I'm here, is because I stayed true to my faith in him and never wavered. And I'm going to be myself regardless of who I'm around or what circumstance I'm in. And
close your eyes and tell me Colin Murray Boys is not talking. Every single answer is just like Colin Murray Boys. I'm going to be myself. I know who I am. I'm here to work hard. I know I'm not the star. I lift, bro. Like, it's the self-assuredness profile of the Raptors. Jamal Shedd was like this too.
Knowing that he's guiding my steps is the biggest part.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. The other question I was going to ask was, reading your profile. So you were a point guard coming up and you hit a growth spurt. Can you walk us through like how big was the growth spurt? When was that? And what that?
I have given out a shockingly few number of compliments to William Liu in my life, but this is a series of great questions. Shout outs to William Liu. This is a great question.
That's like to go from, because obviously now you're 6'8".
Yep. So I grew up always being a point guard. I'm the youngest. I'm the baby in the family. My brother, he's 8 years older than me, played at LSU. Sister, she's 3 years older than me, played at Auburn. So just growing up around them with our family motto, or not a motto, but something we used to say is we don't raise bigs. I was never the biggest guy in my class. I was always big, but never, the tallest or, abnormally tall. And then, so I always grew up playing point guard and just, having that feel for the game. And then My freshman year, I was like 6 foot. And then my sophomore year, I shot up to like 6'7". So huge growth spurt that freshman to sophomore year. I have a funny story about that.
I also want to share that people who hit abnormal growth spurts can sometimes have their actual potential quite delayed, because playing at 6 foot and then learning how to play a completely different position at 6'7" can be a disruptive element of your development curve. There's a lot of players who are about 5'11" and they shoot up to 6'2". They continue to play somewhat similar positions. Some guys are 6'4", 6'5", and they go up to 6'7", but again, they kind of play the wing. Some guys are 6'5" around grade 9, and everyone knows they're going to shoot up to 6'9", so they continue to play big. These Anthony Davis, Jonathan Mobo, Alan Graves, there's usually like a really weird development path with some of these guys because number one, the angles are all different. When you're 6 feet tall and you're 6'7", the game is completely different. Just think about it yourself. If you were 6'7", you would do everything you do would be different on the basketball court. It's a gift and it's a curse at the same time. I wonder if some of his development might have been tapped with that. I also want to say, the rumor that he was a little bit injured and a little bit out of shape at Santa Clara, if he acknowledges that, genuinely speaking, like those numbers are shockingly good. Can you imagine how much better they'd be if he was actually healthy throughout and wasn't in bad shape?
But y'all get to know that at a later date.
I was gonna ask for the story, but otherwise, congratulations, man.
Thanks, Will. Julian, I hope I got your last name correct. Welcome. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. First things first, congratulations on the draft pick. We're so happy to have you. So you mentioned that you kind of fit the profile for Raptors draft picks, big guards, big forwards, some of that point guard DNA within you. Can you tell me a little bit about how you plan to kind of slot in within Toronto's roster forwards, and if there's a player, forward or otherwise, who you're really looking forward on playing with on this team?
Definitely, I feel like I fit in, just being that guy, that person that can connect the offense, be a connector.
So there's certain things that I notice in interviews, and I'm very curious if that very lengthy question, if he's going to remember to answer the last bit of it. This is a strange cognitive thing, but my friend Catherine would be so proud of me for catching this. Okay, let's see if he answers it.
Piece on the offensive end.
And to finalize, the final question he was asked is, who do you want to play with?
And then defensively, really want to work on, being able to switch, being able to guard, just like Kyler Murray, Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, just being able to guard multiple positions and just fit in that way. And then one person I'm really excited to be playing with is, obviously.
Ooh, he remembered. Do you know how many times you ask an athlete a fucking 3-parter question and they fucking forget 2 parts of it? The fact that he went back to the third one, I'm sorry. I know I'm going to get clowned because I get clowned for stuff like this all the time because I'm a little bit weird and I notice things that other people don't notice. The fact that he remembered to answer that last bit is such it's a weird indicator. And you know what? I feel like if only one person in the whole world is going to understand why I'm impressed by this, it's probably Daryl. I don't know why. Maybe even Daryl is not moved by him remembering to answer that part of the question, but for whatever reason, it means something to me.
Scotty, just his position, watched a lot of his college film on his defensively, just him picking up full court, his enthusiasm to play the game of basketball. And then Kyler Murray was also just their on the defensive side of the ball. That's one thing that I really want to, focus on going into this league is being able to switch. And they obviously do a great job of that. And
right. My dad was the smartest person that I've ever met in my life. Genuinely speaking, a lot of people despised my dad because he passed away at 44. And the one positive thing that everyone could say about my dad when he passed away was he's the smartest person I ever met. And honestly, to this day, I've met thousands of people. My dad is still the smartest person that I've ever met in my life. And he said something to me that was quite profound. When I was in grade 3, he said, "Don't let idiots tell you that you're dumb." It's such a blunt and weird statement, but it's so true. It takes one to know one is very cued there. I know intelligence when I see intelligence because I have a decent amount of intelligence, despite what PC chat will tell you. I'm pretty smart. And this guy is smart. Like smart. He's smart. I'll guarantee you that he's smart.
And just really, excited to get there and be able to, learn any tips, tricks that they have for me and just be a student of the game.
Also, this burns me to say, but you know who else would have remembered to answer the third part of the question? Bennett Stirtz.
Bobby,
we already listened to this. Okay, we're out of here. Okay. The last, 40 minutes of this live was probably a little different than in tone and attitude than the rest of this live, but I'm happy to have it all. And I'm happy to the people who, maybe caught 6 hours of this. That's pretty cool. I will be on the panel tomorrow for the second half. So starting at 12:30, I'll be on the panel, and that'll be fun. They'll break down the picks and possibly evaluate, what happened. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who sent the super chat. Alexander B with the members chat said, Rob, you should watch the open gym clip posted. I can't wait to watch it. I don't want to post it here because it's not my content, but I will watch it right when I get off here. ESPNNeedsIKD, thank you so much for your multiple super chats today. Derek C 9234 said, Raptors got great value, Cam Boozer. Thank you very much for that super chat. Christian Burton, Cam Carr still on the board. What does that tell you? That tells me that my initial gut on Cam Carr was right. That's what that tells me. It's a bit of a confirmation bias. I get it, but 319 gift said, man, makes me feel like we're trading for Sabonis. And 319 gift, I pray you are not right. Christian Burton said, you did say the Raptors love connectors, Rob. AG is one. Once again, thank you so much for that. And I agree. If Scotty is your point guard, then you need a 3 or a 4. Scotty doesn't have to be a point guard. He just needs to be in the guard room, is what I'll say. AG said, I'll bet you Ethereum, Rob. That's a little too rich for my skin, bro. I'm not rich enough to be betting you Ethereum on draft outcomes, but I'll make you a friendly wager of like $20. Christian Burton said, how many guards does OKC need? LOL. To that, I would say as many as you can get, as many good ones as you can get. I could be wrong, but Quentin seems like the Raps pick, and I've already mentioned this. That's triggering. You were wrong. Pre-game, 1905 said, where's rookie Scotty on your big board this year? And as I mentioned before, he'd probably be number 2. He might be number 1. He probably, I'm being biased. I love Scotty. I wouldn't trade Scotty for anything in the world, but, he might be number 3 as well. Darren Peterson's a hell of a prospect, and definitely, in my opinion, a better he's better. He was way better as a college player than Scotty Barnes. So again, with Scotty, CMB, Alan Graves, you're doing a lot of projecting in terms of upside here. WISO said, can you guys have a discussion on Sturtz's potential to be an off-ball player next to Scotty when you have a chance? And this was sent in the very early stages when we were still evaluating the big board, and I revealed that Bennett Stirtz was number 11 on my big board. And ESPNNeedsIKD said, I trust our front office to take the best player available. We've done it 3 years in a row now. Do you still feel this way? Didn't work out with Grady Dick, but he was best player available on their board. Walter's best player available on their board. CMB was best player available. They don't waver on this. Well, they certainly don't, because they picked Alan Graves, who allegedly, again, according to some sources, was top 15 on their board. I don't know where in the top 15, but apparently Bennett Stirtz was in that group. I get the feeling that Morez Johnson was in that group. Kingston Flemings was in that group. That's as far as I know. I have no idea how the Raptors felt about any of the players that went ahead. Like, I don't know how the Raptors felt about Ibuka, Corey, or Chris Anderson. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. But I know they were high on Morez. I know they were high on Bennett. And I know now that they're very high on Alan Graves, which was a suspicion of mine. And I had a feeling that they were high-ish on Chris Cenac if Alan Graves went to Memphis. And that Memphis shit was very much a analytically, they probably did take the best player available. You called me out on it the other day for my board logic. I think Detroit traded up thinking we'd take Ibuka. I don't know if Detroit Detroit leapfrogged Charlotte. Charlotte ended up, if I'm not mistaken, I think Charlotte was the Ibuka Okori spot. If I'm being honest, I think Detroit leapfrogged Charlotte. I think it was pretty established that if Bennett Stirtz was off the board, that the Raptors were going to go with a big. So, whether that was Morez Johnson or Jaden Quaintance, Chris Cenac, Alan Graves, I think they were going to go with one of these guys. And, the last look at Chris Cenac was probably just breaking a tie. And maybe Chris didn't do enough to nudge him over Alan Graves. Because, again, the Raptors are not stupid. This is a team that understands that a 7'5" wingspan with a 6'11" vertical athlete in an absolute floor and ceiling argument. His ceiling is absolutely higher than, you know, Alan Graves because of physics. But what Alan Graves does, don't easily explain it with basketball shit. Because right now, again, if you polled the average NBA fan, what is the gap, you know, pre-draft between VJ Edgecombe and Colin Murray Boyles? They would tell you it's the floor to the moon, right? But who was better as a rookie? Like straight up, who was better in the playoffs? Like, you know, again, and I'm not arguing that Colin Murray Boyles is going to be a better player. I'm just saying, like, at a, you know, in a glance, Colin Murray Boyles is the better player, clearly. I am baffled by the Spurs picks. 2 centers, really? Well, I will tell you that internally, the San Antonio Spurs know what apparently a lot of people don't, which is that Victor Wembanyama probably long-term is more of a power forward than a center. That Phylon and Carr miss is going to haunt me. Here's what I'll say. To anybody who is feeling the way Nice Win is, and I've been seeing your comments all night, and this is a free country, and you are obviously free to feel how you want to feel, and in the long run, you might be right. You know, one of those players might pop off in a big way, and you're looking at Trey Murphy down the line, and you pick David Roddy. And again, everybody looks like a genius on draft night. I just want to say that out there to everybody right now on draft Twitter who is Spreadsheet FC, who had Alan Graves like consistently lottery the entire year. They're like, see, I told you, look, Bobby Webster is super smart, and they picked Colin Murray Boyles last year, and they picked Alan Graves this year, so I'm right. And to the people who were very pro eye test FC and, you know, Baylor, you know, if there's any, let's call it Schadenfreude, it is that Cameron Carr did not go to Denver. He went as close to getting to Denver as humanly possible. And Swipe a Face called me at some point, probably to cry. But he was sitting here, you know, trying to congratulate the Raptors. And I have no idea if it was, maybe I should assume positive intent. Assume positive intent with Swiper and just assume that, you know, he meant well to call us and to congratulate on Alan Graves. But I just felt like he was maybe trying to victory lap on the fact that we passed on, you know, one of his favorite players. I have no idea what he felt about Alan Graves. But what I will say is Alan Graves provides value that is not obvious, but it will become obvious very quickly when he strips 2 passes, deflects a pass, you know, gets an offensive rebound, makes the perfect connective read, and, you know, gives you a 3. Like, it can change a game when a guy just makes this many correct decisions in a row. Quickly before you hop off here, do you think Grady Dick plus 50 could get us higher pick in the 30s? No, because I don't think Grady Dick at this point is necessarily a positive asset in a very cap conscious CBA. Unless you are taking a worse player who makes slightly more money. In that case, yes, absolutely, Grady Dick can get you moved up in this draft. Maybe even significantly higher. Maybe you can get the 32nd pick if you're willing to eat bad salary. But I will say this, there is a massive the 31st to 38th picks right now are probably very valuable because there are players who have fallen that were not expected to be there. Guys like Malik Thomas, guys like Emmanuel Sharp. I mean, Emmanuel Sharp was definitely expected to be there. Guys like Andre Vasar. And it's just like Rasheer Fleming's last year and, you know, Maxime Reynaud and, you know, Jameer Watkins. There's a lot of guys that you look at and you're just like, Sion James, Ryan Kalkbrenner. Like last year's draft was definitely a lot deeper than this year's draft. Like, don't expect to find great value at 50 unless, you know, the 19 teams picking before you all fuck up royally. And I'll have to go through my board extensively and just create a new board and create a new ticker for what's available tomorrow. And we'll do a much quicker, obviously, because there's 2 minutes between rounds next year. But yeah, ESPNNeedsIKD said, I really like Emmanuel Sharp. Yo, dude, let me tell you, if the Raptors end up with Emmanuel Sharp and Alan Graves, I am so much happier after this draft than I was after last year's draft because Elijah Martin and Chucky Hepburn definitely, while they may pan out, maybe I didn't watch the right tape, maybe I'm just wrong, maybe I'm stupid, but I didn't love it. Baba Miller would be incredible. Baba Miller and Alan Graves would be incredible. Those two actually fit together really well. Onyenso would be really cool too. Nate Biddle would be interesting as well. Like a big who can shoot, you know, who's younger than Brandon Carlson would be cool. So there's plenty of ways to go. But looking at this board, are there a definitive, and this is like a doomsday prophecy thing for me, are there definitively 20 NBA players left on the board? No. No, there are not. There are at most 12 NBA players left on the board. And I'm talking squint your eyes, they might be an NBA player left on the board. This draft really thinned out towards the back end of this as prospects went back to school. There are guys who are going to be picked who are in the David Johnson, you know, school, you know, the Solomon Alabi school. Like they're productive college players that have no business ever being, you know, NBA players, and they're going to get cut. They're going to be signed to two-way contracts, G League. They're going to spend the whole year in the G League, or they're just going to get outright waived. There's just not a lot of value at 50, man. I'm just being honest with you guys. Don't get your hopes up tomorrow that, you know, it's this guy that you're really looking at is going to be there. He's going to go at 38. So if the Raptors have an opportunity to move up 8, 9, 10 spots, it's massive. Like the quality of player at 40 is so different than the quality of player that's expected to be there at 50. But hey, man, you hope what happens is you have a player who has really bad reviews or really bad intel, and you know better because you asked the one guy who didn't, you know, sometimes players get badmouthed by their coaches. Sometimes players get badmouthed by a certain rumor that just, you know, takes them out of it. Like, oh, this guy masturbated in front of this guy. Just like, well, what? He did that? Or this guy was a really bad teammate this year because this teammate hated him, or this coach really doesn't like him. And it's just like when the nobody wants to bring in a head case in the second round. Let me just put it that way. Like nobody in the world is signing up for red flags in the second round. If you've got any personality, you know, shit, you're sliding like 15 spots minimum. Like last year, Rocco Zikarsky, I think he had a couple of those like questionable reviews from what I could gather, even though like, you know, the guys we had on the show weren't necessarily low on him. Anyways, yeah, we've dwindled down to 299 people watching at 234. Hopefully we're north of 400 likes. And thank you everybody who tuned in and liked the video, subscribed, showed love. I appreciate y'all, man. Peace.